So it's 9 o'clock. Welcome back to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council hearing oral submissions on the 10-year plan. Mr. Weatherall, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and staff and councillors. Thanks for listening to our thoughts from the Saddlehill area. On behalf of our area, our community, our people, thank you for everything you've done. The last year has been exceptional in terms of challenges that we've never seen before, and I think you've all braved extremely well and represented your community proudly, so thank you. Just a couple of projects that we've managed to knock off with fantastic support from council but also staff is the seal extension of the footpath on Blackhead Road. I think that's just going to be fantastic moving forward, so thank you for that. Also, the extension of the car park at the Cocker Estuary is great. It's inundated with people using it on a regular basis, and it's great seeing people out and about enjoying the beach. I won't harp on too long, but I guess just prepare for whatever may be in regards to the potential landfill at Smooth Hill. We're obviously awaiting keenly to see what the Otago Region Council will decide in regards to notification of the resource consent hearing. We want it to be a fully open conversation with the community, so at least everybody has their say. Coastal erosion. Hey look, we've been presenting now for about 12 years on this, and we're not seeing too much action. So I know we've got one staff member doing great work. I'm not taking that away from the person at all, but we'd like to see it a little bit wider than just in town. We've got a strip that's just holding a little bit of danger out on Brighton Road between Westwood and Ocean View. It's only about 250 metres, and if we can just put a little bit of a shoulder on that road, it'd be great. Really improve the pedestrian and cycle movements. We've got some ongoing flooding issues for about 20 years now in Ocean View. Again, it's on the priority, somewhere about 7 I think, but we really do need to put some thought around how do we combat the ongoing regular flooding there. We know that the mapping indicates it's a 1 in 50 year event, but the reality is in the last 3 years it's flooded probably 5 or 6 times, and that involves houses. Just the last comment from me is, we've harped on again about reinstatement of the rural road resealing program, not taken away from staff at all and the contractors, but we've got lots of rural roads that we continue to put large subdivisions on, increase the traffic, increase commercial operators in those areas, but because we've had such a dry summer, it really is a real challenge for the contractors to maintain those in a suitable state, and we're getting regular complaints that we feed through to staff, but there's only so much they can do with the roads that they've got. So we just ask you to reconsider that, or at least have conversations with subdividers. If they're going to put large subdivisions in, they should look to seal the roads. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Just to be clear, those are complaints coming from people who have moved into an area that has gravel roads?
No, people that have lived on those roads for a long time, but they change.
More people living on those roads?
Yes, yeah. So people that have lived there for a long time, but we continue to put large subdivisions. Green Bush Road is a good example. So lots of infrastructure, people moving up and down, but we're not backing it up.
Questions? Councillor Warfare.
Morning Scott, thank you for the very clear submission. It's excellent, and your continued advocacy. I just have a question over something you brought here before, the Westwood Ocean View Verge situation. I remember you submitted last year, probably prior to that. So the question is, in terms of the discussions you've had with staff around that, any feedback, on the logistics, on the costings of that, and where it sits?
Yeah, we're not getting a whole lot of, priority. Those staff are pretty taxed in what they're doing, and it just doesn't seem to get up to a level where the staff are able to get out there and give us a little bit more direction on that.
I guess a follow-up question then. Am I right in thinking your suggestion previously is this is, I'm not quoting you, but quite an easy fix?
Yeah. Indication from, quoting previous transportation manager, Richard Saunders, it is quite an easy project. We just need a little bit of resource and support around it.
Thanks, Scott. Given this is your 10-year plan submission, how do you want feedback on, especially the road seal extension work done? Obviously, that's probably a bit late for this particular one, but the 2024 one would be where we would be looking for. If it was to happen, that's where it would end up. So, what kind of interaction do you want with the council in terms of getting to the bottom of that kind of discussion?
Well, I think it's just about what conversations do we have with these people that are submitting to make large subdivisions and actually put it into some of that process. And my understanding is when you grant a resource consent or processes that you work through, is actually having those conversations with those potential property developers.
So it's just an acknowledgement that as we're having land use changes, then transport changes would end up following behind.
I think so, mate. Yeah.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Davis. Welcome. The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and present today. I believe you'll get a copy of our submission, so I'm not going to go through that in detail. I would just like to highlight the fact that the board does appreciate the emphasis that's been given to the infrastructure. We're also very grateful for the work that's already ongoing down Tertiary, Gladstone Road, Cemetery Road, the intake at the Rev, Swale. All of those things we greatly appreciate, but we've been going on for quite a while about the growth in that area and the need to get that infrastructure up to speed. Three Waters, the board supports more central government involvement. Again, we do acknowledge the work that's already being undertaken, and we know that everyone's fully aware of the flooding issues that we do have out on the Tertiary. We are a vulnerable area, and as we've gone on previously, there's increased building, increased population, and much more hard surfaces. So it's a priority. I'm not going to say too much more. I'm going to hand over to Deputy Chair Dean McAwee to continue.
Good Dean, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Joy. Just like to start off with, obviously everyone's read our submission, so just under the transport. This is a high priority in the board's community plan. We are concerned at a lack of parking in the central city. Consideration needs to be given to rural residents travelling to the city centre and those less physically able. Remembering these rural folk contribute greatly to the general race take. The board notes that transport options are vital for all commuters from our area. Outram is growing rapidly. A new retirement village is being built at East Tertiary. Existing services will need to be looked at and or modified to meet the continuing growth now and in the future. We support the park and ride proposal and other ways to encourage the use of public transport. The board supports the prioritising of the linking of cycleways. This will also improve our social wellbeing and lower our carbon footprint overall. Infrastructure. The board agrees that infrastructure has been neglected and needs to be a priority. We have been advocating for some time now on the need to improve infrastructure in our board area to keep pace with the rapid development that we are seeing. This will be reflected on the rise in the annual rates take from our catchment. Thirdly, under public toilets, high on the board's community plan is the development of the Outram Glen and Woodside recreational areas. Currently, the toilets at Outram Glen are unfit for the numbers frequenting this area. Woodside has no toilet facilities. The board would like this rectified for these two popular recreational sites so close to the city. The board requests also consideration for a changing places toilet to be installed in the Multicultural Memorial Gardens. This playground is one of Dunedin's destination playgrounds, which is something for everyone, and the demographics of our community mean that it is often grandparents taking their grandchildren there along with their families. Multicultural Community Board submits that in this 10-year plan, we urge Council to prioritise infrastructure over all other projects and be mindful of ever-increasing debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Lord.
Yeah, thanks, Dean. Thanks, Joy. I just noticed you've got a bit of that council debt. The board is concerned that the proposed level of debt is too high, and this will have a negative impact on future generations. And I'm just wondering where we also, the next point about infrastructure has been neglected. So, where would you strike a balance between doing the work or not doing the work? Because either way, it's going to affect the next generation. And I'm just wondering,
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you have a figure in mind that would be a suitable level of debt?
I don't think there's any figure in mind. It's just the work that has been neglected over the past years. And we all understand that things have got to happen, but when you are going to do those projects, be very mindful and take the best conservative option for now and in the future.
Councillor Garrett.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your submission. I wanted to ask what you've heard in the community or what your feeling is around the likely uptake of the park and ride option from your community through your various networks in the community.
There is some discussion around it. We've just driven in this morning in peak traffic, and I don't think Dean does that very often, and but I do. And I just said to him as we were driving in, it would be great if we could get some of these cars off the road, but we do need to have a bus service, and I know Councillor O'Gary has mentioned this, that is fast. That's going every 30 minutes and isn't diving here, there and everywhere. And I think there has been increased uptake in the bus service that's been approved already. And I think if it's sold the right way, if the public's educated, we would certainly get an uptake in it.
Great, thank you.
It's intended that they be express buses when it gets built, so maybe there's not the clarity in the park and ride. Those buses would in fact go straight in, they wouldn't be going by Fairfield and Glen Island.
Yes.
My question is another transport question, it's not on here, but it's Gordon Road. What do you want us to do is, with the heavy traffic use on Gordon Road right now, and obviously the heavy vehicles that are using it, there was an attempt at one point to do a heavy traffic bypass and that didn't get to the end in the end. Is this something that sits in the board's focus?
It absolutely does. It's a constant thing in our community, the heavy trucks, constant. And you just need to be on Gordon Road for any period of time. And this morning when I was going to pick Dean up, the high school was going in. The number of children going across the road at the Anzac Park crossing, I don't know how quickly a truck is going to be able to stop. One of these days, somebody's going to get run over. With the pool going in and the light system back at further up, having those warning lights is going to be helpful. And I do wonder if trucks will go somewhere else. I just wonder if they'll think, I've got to stop here, I'll just go another route. Once those lights go in.
So then you'd be wanting us to anticipate where they might go.
Well, I guess you'll have to respond to that, but I'm not saying I don't want the lights at all. I think having the warning system is fine. But yeah, it's absolutely an issue for us, those trucks. It's a health and safety issue. We've got elderly, we've got mums with prems. And Councillor Hoonihan and I went talking to some businesses that it wasn't so much the COVID crisis and the lack of income they were talking about, it was shop owners and assistants talking about how worried they were about the traffic.
Just on that, I think the trucks will take the easiest path. It's as simple as that. You can dictate where they need to go, but they will take the easiest path. And I think that heavy traffic bypass should be followed up like it was going to how many years ago. I don't know where that ended up, but yeah.
Thank you. When you say that we should prioritise infrastructure over all other projects, are you saying that we should concentrate on things like drainage instead of doing, for instance, surface treatments like George Street or the University Precinct?
Absolutely.
And in between infrastructure and all other projects, would you classify the proposed $10 million park and ride car parks that are to be built in Burnside and Mosgiel, would you classify them as infrastructure or do you think they are all other projects?
personally, I don't class them as infrastructure. I think we need to concentrate on the basics. The park and ride is a luxury to me. That's my own personal view, but we need to get the basics right with that rapid increase in development. It's as simple as that.
Thank you.
Would you classify a swimming pool and aquatic centre as infrastructure?
That ship's already sailed.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Who's next? Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, we don't have anyone out there.
Good goals, those Newcastle goals the other morning.
I'm just focusing on this morning's result.
Just a reminder to people we asked for streaming the meeting. There's no consent.
All I have to say is to get on the draft. If any
John Wilson, hanging out with that. moment, Mr. Shaw, just resetting things. Welcome, sir. The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and councillors, good morning. My name is Campbell Shaw. My ancestors came to Dunedin in 1852. I'm 83 years old and my wife and I live in Mosgiel. I'm a retired engineer. I'm critical of many points in this 10-year plan, but I have 5 minutes, so I'll hit the big one. The plan shows a 10% rate increase followed by subsequent increases of 6.5% every year. When I do the maths on that, that's 206% over the 10 years. Plus inflation, plus the usual cost overruns. I'm one of a number of people in this town who live on superannuation, and we recently got our annual, I assume, inflation adjusted increase, which was 3%. So the over the 10 years, the rates are going to go up 206%, and from where I live, we're going to get very little benefit from that. And in the meantime, our income has gone up 134%, so the gap is increasing. We can't afford this. While this is happening, the city debt's going to go up 243%. And the operating costs are going to increase by 226%, plus the usual overruns, plus inflation that we can't have no control over. I'm wondering which planet you people live on. It strikes me that we're just coming out of a COVID lockdown. Some businesses haven't survived. Some people have lost their jobs. I read in the paper there's an increasing number of people whose mortgages are at risk. It's a lousy time to increase costs, to increase debt. It's a time where it's so uncertain we don't know what the future holds. There may well be another surge of this COVID thing. I thought it was a time to batten the hatches and become more efficient. But it would seem from the district plan, or this plan that I've read, it's a time to splurge out on glamour projects and all sorts of clever things. I think it's going in the wrong direction. My wife and I don't feel like being the people that finance a lot of these things. We're quite secure where we are, and some of the projects we don't agree with. Instead of focusing on these glamour projects and expansion, I believe the council will be well advised to look into fixing some of the faults in the system. And I don't have time to go into them. I've been watching some of these things for many years. You could start with the Delta disaster. You could move on to the Aurora shambles. Then you could look at the Three Waters chaos, or the invasion of planter boxes and poles and plants intruding into already congested streets. I really wonder at the sanity of some of these moves. I feel fairly helpless being one small councillor with this great big bureaucratic organisation that pushes these things through. And I don't see any efficiency in the way the things are carried out. Part of my engineering background is efficiency. That's trying to get more result from less input. We seem to be going the other way. And in discussion with one person, we came up with the thought that a lot of the people behind these plans have got a thing called negative creativity. Instead of being improving things, they make it worse. So in this brief time, I'm opposed to a lot of these things. The one I've hit on is the efficiency of the council departments and the increase in costs for the ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Very clear. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Stones.
Thank you, Your Worship. As an engineer, you would understand the folly of not doing maintenance, so keeping infrastructure sound. Is that correct?
I do.
So would you also accept that if you put it off, it costs more to do it in the future than it would at the time?
Got to give you a recent example. I went into bat to save a footbridge out on the Tertiary. I happened to build the thing 45 years ago. I built it for the catchment board. It came into the ownership of the City Council in the year 2000, but they've never heard of maintenance. And the paint system on that bridge should have been renewed every 25 years, meaning it was due for renewal, but they did nothing. And it stayed there. It's not going to fall down, but it's way overdue. And then we found it was going to be demolished. No notification or anything. And there was quite a campaign mounted, and wisdom has actually occurred, because now that a fairly competent firm is going to do repairs to that bridge, because it's the only place you can get out of a flood-prone area for about 2 miles in either direction, and it's used by a lot of people. But the council, it was just going to do away with it. And I would suggest that the council, their maintenance doesn't make sense to me. It's a little bit patch here, patch there, instead of doing it properly. And sometimes I just neglect things. I'm thinking of the Star Fountain, a beautiful looking thing, but it got destroyed. I'm thinking of that wee bridge. A small example, but it wasn't maintained. Yes, I know about maintenance, and not fixing things that comes back to bite and cost you more. I agree.
So would you accept that this council has a huge mountain decline in terms of the expenditure that it will need to make on its infrastructure, and as a result of that ratepayers who paid lower rates in previous years are likely to have to take a higher rate of burden?
I look at it that the Aurora one, they neglected maintenance. I believe funding was siphoned away from that and transferred to other departments. As a result, everything's falling to bits, and it's now costing a fortune to patch it up. I don't see the record of many of the council departments doing wise maintenance. Yes, I agree that good maintenance saves money, but I haven't seen that. I've seen the opposite.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your submission. Mr. Miller, Professor Brooking. I'm not abandoning you and withdrawing due to conflicts of interest, and I'll leave you in the hands of the Deputy Mayor.
Good morning, gentlemen. You have 5 minutes, and then we'll take questions if you're happy to answer questions. And you'll get a timer at 4 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I'm Peter Miller. On my right is Emeritus Professor Tom Brooking, and also we have with us Dr. Peter Petchey. Peter Petchey and myself are on the Tugger Southland branch of the Archives and Records Association Committee. This is the 5th year that our branch committee has submitted to Council on annual or 10-year plans on the matter of relocation of the Council's archives from the very unsatisfactory storage area in the basement of the Civic Centre. We have pointed out each time the clearly unsatisfactory situation down there and the risks that the Council is running, that storage area contravenes the instruction from the Chief Archivist under the Public Records Act. The latest version, as we've said in the submission, is February 2020. The archives thereof are of critical value to the Council in performing its function. For instance, issuing an investigation of limbs and hail sites, which the Council has statutory responsibility to get right. If you have a disaster down there from the pipes flowing through that area, the Council will be unable to perform those functions. We have also talked about that the Council has a statutory responsibility under the Public Records Act to look after its archives and provide access to the ratepayers of this city and elsewhere. It has a stewardship responsibility. We also are well aware of the value of the archives to the research community, and Professor Brooking will talk about that in a few moments. Last year, we, in our submission, moved that the Chief Executive be mandated to prepare a fully costed and developed proposal for the 10-year plan with regard to the archives, because we were informed that that was the way things needed to be done. We were exceedingly disappointed when we met with senior staff of the Council a couple of months ago to ask how that was going, to learn that there would be nothing put in the 10-year plan whatsoever with regard to relocation of the archives. They had done a rough order of costs and thought it might cost $10 million to do it, but we have not seen any proposal as to how that figure was arrived at. We cannot believe that the Council can't find any money at all in the next 10 years after the 5 years that have elapsed already to do anything. The archives have been in the basement civic centre since the 1980s, almost 40 years, and minimal amount of money has been spent on their stewardship there. We became aware when we met with the senior staff that the Otago Museum was considering the possibility of a joint project for off-site storage. And we also are aware from the visit Ian Griffin made to you on Monday that he is asking for the Council to be involved in that to the tune of $5 million in the building located in McLagan Street. We think that proposal is well worth investigating by the Council if you are unable to do it yourself. We'd much prefer you did, but that is worth investigating seriously, whether that site would work. But we must have put a caveat on that it must provide public access to the archives there. The museum may envisage that as an unstaffed building, but under the Public Records Act you have to provide access. You cannot say to people you cannot visit and look at archives, and it would not be good practice to have to move archives from that site, say down to this building or the public library for people to use. So we support that. It may be also, as we've said in our submission, and almost in desperation, that the Otago Regional Council is still looking for premises, and we have previously suggested a joint venture with them, and the new building might work for archives for both of you. It may be they would be interested in going in with this project as well, and we have made a submission to the ORC on this matter. That's all I'd like to say. I'll let Professor Brooking talk to you, please.
Okay, very briefly, there's sort of three key groups, maybe four here, that are directly affected. You do have a fantastic archivist, not just because she's one of our former students. So there's really good service there. But the first group are professional historians.
Professor Brooking, you've had your 5 minutes, I'm afraid. So, but we will ask questions if you're happy to answer them. Could you put your microphone on? I'm sorry, and then turn it off when you're not using it.
It's on. I'm sorry.
Just turn it on when you're using it. Turn it off when you're not using it. Okay, we have some questions already. So, Councillor Raddick.
Well, I was going to ask about the museum, but so obviously you're aware of that proposal from the museum, and you're talking about a greenfield site with the ORC. Have you identified any other possibilities of places for the archives to go?
We have previously made suggestions of a joint venture with the Hocken Library, but it's become obvious to us and to senior council staff that the university is not in a position to fund further space for the Hocken Library on their site.
Yes. So that's 3 joint ventures that you're talking about.
And I know council staff have investigated other institutions as well.
Right. You don't have a list of those, or
they've spoken to Archives New Zealand. Yeah. They've considered other council organisations like Toitu and so on. There is also the Presbyterian Church Archives up at Knox College. They've considered a number of these without success.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I acknowledge you have been coming every year. The McLagan Street concept, given that this is a budget document, budgets we're talking about, are you requesting that we put at least sufficient money into this budget for the next 10-year plan to at least potentially make ourselves available to any things such as the McLagan Street option? Because at the moment we have 0 in.
I'm aware of that. I think you need to. In our submission we suggested in the second half of the plan, because you have to get organised to do anything. So I think you would need to put at least a placeholder amount in here, so that at least it is viable then to have discussions with the ORC and the museum about this matter. The museum is asking for $5 million. So at least you've got a starting point there, and you could have a discussion with the ORC and see how realistic this is. But if they're not going to be involved, then the cost may go up, because Dr. Griffin mentioned it might cost $15 million.
Yeah, so just for our purposes of making sure that we hear your submission and act on it correctly, you're looking for a placeholder to be put in after year 3, but well short of year 10.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley. Councillor Walker.
I don't want to traverse, and thank you for coming. Because Councillor O'Malley asked my main question about the budgetary requirements and what we're doing here, but on the Otago Museum proposal, I just wanted to ask, at how high a level have the discussions been with Dr. Griffin vis-a-vis the potential of the archives going in this proposed site?
We have not had any discussions with Dr. Griffin about that. We were made aware from your senior staff that they were considering an off-site storage area, but they have not approached us.
Councillor Barker, finally.
Thank you. Professor Brooking, you're about to make 4 points, and I'm very curious as to what they are.
Okay, the first one is professional historians. For example, Eric Olsen led a very important study of Caversham, which might sound strange to people in the North Island, but got an awful lot of international recognition. And we put together something like 26,000 biographies of the people who lived there in the study period. And we couldn't have done that without the archives here because of the rating books. I mean, they were just fantastic. So that's just one shining example, I guess. At a slightly more humble one, a lot of our students do quite important little bits of fourth year work in a 20,000 word essay and mini thesis, call it what you like. And a lot of those are on buildings. And of course, if you're working on buildings, you have to have those archival records. The third big group, of course, is genealogists who keep our profession going somewhat. And they're very important people as well. And then, of course, there's archaeologists as represented by Peter Pecci. So anybody working on the archaeological side of things needs these records. So, worst scenario, if we had a flood, it would be a catastrophe. Well, maybe I'll just leave it there.
Gentlemen, you've had your 5 minutes. Thank you very much indeed for your time. And I'm going to hand back to His Worship.
Thank you very much for hearing us.
colleagues, in a deviation from the schedule as published, we have Ms. Jan Eli here, submission number 816715, due to miscommunication, was left off the speaking list. We have a space, how fortuitous. And the next 5 minutes, or as long as you need out of that 5 minutes, but no longer than that, are yours. If you just push the button there, go for it.
Thank you for the opportunity, even though I barged in. My name is Jian Ali. I'm student of Leadership for Change and founder and president of International Student Rescue Mission. Being in refugee camp 7 years as a child and being in New Zealand 25 years, both place I missed out on education. And my mission here is not to nag about what happened to me, but making sure that not happens to other people, from local to refugees. And I have a proposal is for every refugee family I bring to this country, I will build 2 houses, one for local who are in need and one for that refugee comes to New Zealand, and prepare both beforehand, before arriving. 5 years ago, when I said, don't bring refugee to Dunedin the way you brought me here, they told me from the first meeting, they told me, you are voodoo, don't come, you are putting the people's support away from us. Look what happened now. 3 years, families now, 5 families in motels, from one motel to another, from Dunedin to Mosgiel motels, because motels here are full. Insanity to repeat same thing and expect a different result. This is my proposal. I recently created a petition and I have 51 signatures on that. We all collaborate. We are human, and let's be human. And instead of blaming the bureaucracy, system, government, let's be a human and collaborate. 25% Housing New Zealand, 25% working income, 25% DCC, and I will raise 25% nationally and internationally to build that house. And I have talked to builders. They say if it's duplicate house, 10 houses can be built in 3 months. So why we are all in this chaos in Dunedin? 4,000 children displaced in New Zealand. My question is, Iraq and Syria have excuse for displaced children because they are in a war. What's New Zealand's reason? This is my proposal, and I'm determined to do what I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Gianna. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your passion. 2 questions. So the first one, just for clarification, you've come here today just related to your concern about housing capacity vis-a-vis the perception of former refugees taking up capacity that could go to other people. Yep?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, and I think that's a real concern. Second question is, I think you mentioned there, and I'm happy if I'm hearing this correctly, that you're prepared to raise 25% of the finance behind this internationally. So the question is, what is your organisation, if you have one, and if you don't have one, how will you do this?
10 years ago, I have started a non-profit. It's called International Student Rescue Mission. And the website is MRSI for... Yes, sure. Yeah, So that's the organization, and I'm not intending to repeat what's available in the community organizations. So that's why I don't have project except at the moment. That's my main goal, and I'm working on it. And today I'm meeting with WINS regarding same project.
Okay, you've slightly answered my final question is, what other organisations have you met with prior to coming here today?
New Zealand organizations, whoever I meet, they say this is to do with refugees, we are not part of it, or they tell me, oh, you have to talk to the policy makers. So and this is my first year starting this project as part of my study. So, and I'm meeting next month, meeting with sponsoring refugee, the new program for bringing more refugees into the country. So that's recommended by the immigration minister to connect with them. And I have not connected with organizations mainly because I want to get the permission from immigration to do that first, then go into bringing and promising to do the building, because my first priority is refugees left in the refugee camps 5 to 10 years and expected to come here to be normal. Last year when I came back from Canada, my both parents were in hospital. I was like mad driving between office and to office, sleeping in the car with 6-year-old daughter. I was on a waiting list until now to see a counselor. Half of Dunedin need mental health services. It's no disrespect, but what's the DCC is doing about that? Wanting to spend $11 million on a hall to rent it out when there is no waiting list, 300 people on a waiting list for a house or for a specialist to see? Do they need people to cut themselves then to be taken to the emergency, even though I called the emergency? And I said, I'm crying and driving, and my parents, I talked to them over the phone, they are crying, my dad with dementia, shouting my name. I drive and cry, I need to see someone. She said, oh, I will send an email to your family doctor and go back to your family doctor. I said, do you want me to cut myself, then take me seriously? There are those issues, why it's so big. Like last year, I decided New Zealand is not alive for me. I gave up. I booked ticket to go back and work in refugee camps. Unfortunately, COVID stopped me from airport in Auckland. What's the problem? We all blame the system, but we don't see the people. Refugees been in the camp, struggle, displaced, not just that period being in camp, 10 years before that. My issue in the country started the day I was born when they denied my Kurdish name. Until I was 14, I was running from Ba'ath regime from city to city. And when I became a refugee, I became 7 years in refugee camp. I am the lucky one. From refugee camp, I was into writing. I kept myself busy. I came to New Zealand, first thing I decided to look after my parents. I had purpose. Those families, just yesterday, or in the weekend, I have open space for new citizen children to come just express their feeling through painting. One of the parents said
thank you,
that...
Ms. Eli, thank you. for your presentation. I really appreciate the perspective and great that we've been able to accommodate you. So thank you. Teresa and Stefan Cadigan. Sorry. Ms. Cox. Apologies, don't want to get anyone unnecessarily excited. Welcome, Michelle. The next 5 minutes are yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay. Kia ora, my name is Michelle Cox. My background is in zoology, resource planning, organic growing, permaculture design and education. I run an education business called Organics on Earth from my home in Waikouiti and have been teaching people how to grow their own organic food, care for their soil and make life-supporting compost for over 20 years. I have run the Composting Made Easy workshops for the DCC for about 12 years. My submission today reflects my hopes for action in the face of climate change, both as individuals and as a community. I'm sorry, I'm quite moved by this lady's presentation. It relates closely to this, because our children can't afford for us to be still. My submission requests that Council take immediate action to reduce greenhouse gas production in relation to our communities, production and consumption of food, through supporting localised, homegrown, food-grown education on food waste reduction and home-based composting, and that all efforts are made to enable people to produce aerobic, soil-enhancing compost from any nutrient-rich food waste, rather than allowing it to rot anaerobically in landfill and release methane. As many of you will know, landfill gas emissions are made up of about 50% methane, 50% carbon dioxide. Aerobic compost gas emissions are mainly carbon dioxide. This must start with education at the household level right through to hospitality and food retailers such as supermarkets. In particular, actions to significantly reduce methane gas must be prioritised above those efforts which focus on less effective climate change solutions, for example, the uptake of electric vehicles and LED lighting. Very recently, the UN released a report, 6th of May, entitled Global Assessment: Urgent Steps Must Be Taken to Reduce Methane Emissions This Decade. A reminder here that methane has a global warming potential 28 to 36 times larger than carbon dioxide. They state that cutting methane is the strongest lever we have to slow climate change over the next 25 years and complements necessary efforts to reduce carbon dioxide. The benefits to society, economies and the environment are numerous and far outweigh the cost. Globally, wasted food alone contributes 8% of human-made greenhouse gas emissions. This report mirrors similar findings from Project Drawdown's publication in 2017. In the summary of solutions by overall ranking, the top solutions include 4 which either directly or indirectly relate to food. Number 1 is refrigeration. Number 3 is reduced food waste. Number 4, a plant-rich diet. And number 9, silvopasture. Compare this to electric vehicles at number 26, commercial LED lighting at number 44, and household recycling at number 55. Unfortunately, they rank New Zealanders as some of the worst food wasters in the world. So in order to effect change, I submit the following actions. The first is to amend food control plans in consultation with MPI to require that kitchen staff manage compostables by separating out all food wastes and compostable packaging. We need to get food out of the waste stream to landfill immediately to stop that methane. Even though we can collect it from the landfill to produce power, the ultimate goal should be to subtract it from the equation altogether. Secondly, the DCC to provide low-cost homegrown gardening workshops, including mulch gardening techniques. These are very simple, straightforward. They utilise many raw compostable materials in their construction. You can go from a bare lawn, grassy area or a concrete slab to a vegetable garden in a day. So this is a highly recommended technique which also takes waste from landfill. A recent article in the Journal of Applied Ecology looking at urban cultivation recognises that home growing makes an important contribution to food security in urban areas globally. The paper states that consequently policy and planning at local, national and international scales should seek to capitalise on this resurgence in interest and further encourage urban agriculture as a means to improve food security within cities and towns. And thirdly, to incentivise home-based solutions to managing food and garden waste whilst reducing council costs for curbside collection. If we can reward people for getting smarter about food purchasing and helping them to grow their own fruits and vegetables, less waste will be generated. But if we can also help them compost at home for the benefit of their own food gardens, everybody wins, and this behaviour should be supported and rewarded by local government. As quite affected by the lady's presentation.
That is also your 5 minutes, Michelle,
yes.
so you may be saved by the bell.
Okay.
You happy to take questions?
Sure.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms Cox. Through response to our curbside proposals, what I've noticed a thread coming through that either people are already composting or that there's a growing desire for people to learn to compost. What feedback have you had from the people participating in your workshops?
A lot of people, so the dynamics of the group have changed over the years. They were semi-retired, mostly women, 10, 12 years ago. Now I'm seeing a lot of families, a couple of generations coming along, younger people and people across the spectrum who have never ever gardened before. They're wanting to food garden and they're beginning with the composting. And my goal would be to see them bring together those desires and build their skills quickly. So relating to the issue of refugees coming to New Zealand, we could all end up in that position very easily through resource depletion, fighting over food. It doesn't take long for that to unravel. So for us to be secure, if we go into lockdown again, we saw what people did there. They rushed out and bought seed and plants to enable their own long-term food security. So people know this is terribly important, but there's a gap because of the generational changes and convenience of buying things in the store. We've forgotten how to garden, but it's something that people take to very quickly. So the desire to do so is growing all the time.
Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you for your presentation. So how many workshops do you run under the DCC?
Currently I run approximately 7 for our composting workshops per year, and they're run during the growing season.
So would you like to see more funding given or
Yes.
to developing that
I think
further?
that the multiple goals, so working with Kath Gledhill, we've looked at developing community-based composting workshops where we're hoping to bring in neighbours and collectively think about food waste and composting together as a community, as well as those which are openly advertised to anyone in Dunedin. And I would like to see both expanded, because as we've moved into the community group focus, we've lost the ability to support people in the general community who want to get composting.
There was a person presenting, and we did used to have a good food person under
Yes.
economic development, and would you see that as part of a role of someone who was working with good food?
I'm not sure that the pursuit of this goal is strong enough in that role. I think the energy is spread through marketing and campaigning for great food experience in Dunedin. This needs to be about our food sovereignty, about skills going into the future and providing our children with this food security.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Michelle, I see you took yes to the 4-bin option on your submission, and obviously those who don't have a space can't compost, and that's why that's sitting there in the 4 bins. But in regard to your presentation and those who would potentially be able to do it, would you be looking for the city to have an integrated approach here on how it deals with organic material, so that those of you who are offering alternatives in methods other than just the green bin to be taken to a facility to be composted could contribute to the design of the system, so that as we roll it out, we're working in a more integrated manner? Because from my perspective, there's a lot of good people doing good stuff, but
yes,
they seem
so
to be
we
operating
need to bring those threads together. But ultimately, I think, yes, there are people who will never compost or can't, elderly, not into it, whatever it is. But for those who do want to compost, they need to do it at home. You know, we're adding to the problem by transporting our food waste away to process it somewhere else in order to bring it back. So if we can cut that
precisely,
process
that would be one part of the integrated process.
Integrating the skills across. Dunedin has a lot of great growers and people with these skills we could bring in together to help people at home and in the neighbourhood to make compost which would support their home growing without it travelling anywhere at all. Yeah.
Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Once more with feeling, the Cadigans.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Already, I haven't got to press the button. So I'm going to start. I'm Teresa Cadigan, my husband Stefan and I met here in Dunedin. We're global citizens. We've both started out in Europe, have the experience of how it is living in other countries, and have chosen Dunedin to be our forever home into the grave, which brings us to one of our items on the agenda. So very passionate Dunedinites and 16 years in.
Yes.
But we met here, so we both come from separate places and have a joint, separate experience and bring that wisdom together. So we've added words to several of the questions here, but to be honest, they have a common thread. Our additional comments, one was around household waste, about how Michelle has mostly spoken to what we were going to say.
Yes,
so I won't reiterate that. But definitely the idea of communal composting in some way. If we're going to talk about a fourth bin, why not a bokashi bucket free to every home? But there are other ways of encouraging composting. But I, as a refugee helper with the Red Cross, have witnessed how other cultures, composting is just anathema. You won't talk them into composting. They want to throw it all in the one bin. So, some other kind of assistance that is from the council generated rather than relying on the individual making the right choices is, I think, going to be helpful. So the other common thread was we already do our best as individuals with carpooling, using as much public transport as we can. We recycle as much as we can. There's only so far we can go as householders or individuals. So we need the council's assistance to take it one step further, and Stefan will speak to that at the end. I added a comment about toilets, extra toilets. It's wonderful that we have cycleways and walkways growing all around the harbour and the city. Can we have some more toilets? Some of it, at the moment, people like myself who maybe only get a 10, 20, 15-minute warning at best, if we want to suddenly go, it cuts us out from choosing to use some of these services. We know we've got to ride an hour before we see a toilet, so we're choosing to use cars because we need to go somewhere fast, some of us. And so that's what I added on that. On the general feedback, the community housing, we're very heartened to see that permission was given to the community housing on High Street. I'd like to see more of those, where people have intergenerational knowledge, communal kitchen, communal gardens, communal car park, and they all have their units easier to house. It helps with mental health. You have as elderly people that are on their own, away from their families, who are overseas, for example. That can help with mental health and intergenerational knowledge not getting lost, teaching younger families as well. So I would just finally read my section that we wrote on the general feedback, and Stefan will do the last part. So in the last 10-year plan, we advocated as members of Advocates for Natural Burials Dunedin with a wider group, and we were delighted that this was approved and now natural burials occur at Green Island. This cycle of 10-year plan, I would like to see the scheme expanded and permission to do the natural human burial in other sites. Now that in principle it has been agreed it is safe, so why not allow people who have QE2 covenant on their own land or as part of a community-owned land, and if they want to be buried there, please allow something in the law to allow that to happen as well. So just to see that expanded, and Stefan's going to read that part and do
Thank
this
you.
thing.
Yeah, because in a long-term goal to reduce and recycle waste would be met by bringing online a waste-to-energy plant. It's a big thing, I know, but it's certainly going to be a leader for New Zealand, and it's common in Europe, but not here. If we build to EU specifications, it would easily convert waste, including tyres and plastics, into power and heat. We already have cement works in the North Island that is using tyres as a fuel source. It would be possible to produce oil fuel as well, and this would be a green alternative as emissions are well within world standards. The companies such as Vaiello and Caventa are producing a huge amount of energy in Sweden and Norway. Veolia is V-E-O-L-I-A and Caventa C-O-V-E-N-T-A. These are so efficient that they need to import waste. We don't need to do that. We have the reserves of waste that are already in the ground and can be remined and recycled. We would be a leader in New Zealand. We would be producing energy and profit for the city and for Otago and for New Zealand, because...
Thank you. Sorry, that's your 5 minutes.
That's
Thank you, Aaron.
All good. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thanks for your submission. Thank you, Your Worship. In the context of the comments you made in your submission, I'm interested in the no to the Central City parking management line, and I'm wondering, it just didn't seem to be consistent, I'm wondering if you could perhaps help us. There has been some confusion about what Central City parking management means. Could you tell us what you think that means?
Sorry, I don't believe we've spoken to that subject. What are we talking about? Parking management?
Somewhere on the form we put no for the Central City parking management.
It's the fourth or fifth. It's one of the ones in that list of things you've said yes or no to.
Oh, right.
It's the second one. And I'm just wondering, in the
that
midst of a lot of yeses, could you tell us what you think that actually means? Because it's not... It is
Central
explained.
City parking management. Just that I feel like you're doing okay already on that.
Yeah, I think everything's just...
Yeah, mainly.
As is.
Do we need more?
Yeah, I think it seems to be managed very well at the moment. So if it isn't broken, why try and fix it? It's
I think that's what we said, wasn't it? Yeah.
So you're saying there's plenty of parking in the city, so we don't need to spend money on trying to point people to where parks are?
I think you're already doing a good job there.
Yeah, I think you're doing a good job anyway. Yeah.
But I think there's other things that can be going on, which is why when we felt our question was either an either-or question or a priority question, which would be your priorities of spending money on, that one came lower down the list, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Stefan, you're quite passionate about waste to energy.
I am.
And quite often we hear the fact that the city's not big enough, and you talked about mining the previously rubbish. Do you still think there's enough supply, and would that also be suitable for heating the hospital and the hot water loop through
Absolutely. The city? One of the... I'm not an engineer, but the place that is already an energy centre, which is right next to the hospital, can be, as far as I can see, would be an ideal place to put a waste-to-energy plant. In places like the Shetland Islands, in the north of Scotland, they have one, and the Shetland Islands will be pretty close to the equivalent of Dunedin for amount of waste it uses. If you had that there, the heating for the hospital would be virtually free because it would literally be across the road and be piped. Electricity would be 30 to 40,000 houses. In the Shetland Islands, they virtually run almost entirely on wind and waste-to-energy plant. Some of these places require, once they reach full capacity, they do require input from other places, which would mean that cities like Invercargill or even Christchurch could ship garbage here as a fuel. They would have to pay us for that. So that's an income coming into the city. And then, of course, the selling of that electricity back to the grid would also be an added benefit. So we'd have a win-win situation. We'd have a cleaner city. We'd have a revenue stream coming in that would run 24/7. You'd also have the wonderful thing of strategic reserve, because a lot of these plants can produce fuel oils. If you're using a gasification system, a lot of that can produce fuel like petrol and diesel that when in times of COVID, you don't know how these things are going to be affected. New Zealand would then have an effective strategic reserve of energy fuels. So we would be win-win situation all the way. It is an outlay, a big outlay, and that can be a bit of a handicap. But with government help, I think that it would be a real benefit for the South Island. We need it.
Just to add to that, I understand it's more about supply of waste. Why not be the hub in South Island for waste? One of our other things we added on our comments was we'd like to see the train lines extended, passenger trains, everything else. Why not have train lines bringing stuff in from Invercargill, Christchurch, other parts of the South Island? Not only would we be walking the walk, Dunedin, the Green City, talking the talk, walking the walk, it's setting an example. Why not?
Thank you both for your submission and your presentation. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Yep. We have the author of a submission present, but not the presenter of it, I understand. My hearing's better than you think. So talk quietly amongst yourselves, remembering that your conversations are currently being live streamed.
go on off, and just make sure you. Oh, you probably, if you get it close, you can probably just do that.
Okay, so to get it going, can you just put it past me again? Okay.
Loathed as I am to interrupt sidebar conversations, welcome back. Welcome Andrea, welcome Kimberly. The next 5, you can stand if you're comfortable standing. The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Okay. My name is Andrea Bossard, and I'm speaking on behalf of Save Fulden Mar today. It's a small group including scientists, ecologists and filmmakers who came together in 2019 to coordinate and lead the fight for the protection of Fulden Mar. The last time I spoke to Council, the last time I stood here, was in May 2019, when its destruction was imminent and the international geological importance of the site was still very much off the radar. But as a result of a concerted fight back by the people of Otago and wider New Zealand, along with international and local scientists, Fulden Mar is now undergoing a process whereby it will, in time, be placed in public ownership in perpetuity through the Dunedin City Council and hopefully the Department of Conservation. And Save Fulden Mar would like to take this opportunity to thank the Dunedin City Council for recognising its importance and following through on its commitment to the complex and incredibly lengthy process of bringing Fulden Mar into public ownership. We feel it is important that while this lengthy process is taking place, that we begin to develop a vision for its care and its long-term management. So first and foremost, in an era of escalating climate change and chaos, Fulden Mar must be maintained primarily as a workable scientific site for continued climate change and geological research for the common good of all. Working together with Professor Daphne Lee, we have been considering how Fulden Mar can become a model of sustainability and environmentally conscious stewardship. We've all come to the conclusion that the only legitimate mandate we have is in returning this unique site to the children and the youth of today and to future generations so it can help them develop ways of adapting to and understanding the implications of climate change. Save Fulden Mar's emphatic position is that Fulden Mar is not to be capitalised on. This is the very issue that got it into trouble in the first place. And this includes tourism, of which the environmental impact is increasingly apparent. The Otago Regional Council, in its Regional Policy Statement 2020 survey, says economic and domestic activities use natural resources, but do not always account for the environmental stresses and future impacts they cause. Tourism, which also relies on the environment, can also add to that degradation. It is critical that we consider Fulden Mar with the broadest of brushstrokes, that we consider it from a macro perspective, holistically, with imagination, and with a responsibility towards our children, and that we don't get bogged down with details, logistics, and economics in these early stages. We come from the perspective of how Fulden Mar can contribute to the greater good of nature and humanity, now and most importantly, in the future. We have considered the details, but it is the big picture which must come first. So under public ownership and freed from the commercial imperatives and restrictions imposed by private mining businesses, it is more than likely that scientific research at Fulden Mar will escalate. While no longer a commercial mining site, it will nevertheless remain a work site with a pit, with excavation, tailings and on occasion heavy machinery and equipment. Any broadening of access to Fulden Mar must be carefully managed without compromising scientific research. As Daphne has said, we can't just have people swanning in for a little look and a little dig. The purpose of broadening access would be to increase awareness of our geology and climate change challenges with the focus of inspiring young people to become involved. And for this reason, we'd like those New Zealanders under the age of 26 to be priority visitors to the site, free of charge, as are art galleries and museums in France. It is a legacy they deserve. Although numbers to the site would be low, we would nevertheless like to create a focus on Fulden Mar in locations beyond the Mar itself. Middlemarch can be justly proud and protective of its unique landscape and its geological heritage. A new wing augmenting the already wonderful Middlemarch Museum, dedicated to the geology and science of Fulden Mar and the Greater Tertiary region, could provide such an opportunity. And such geological museums already exist in the volcanic Eifel region in Germany.
That's your 5 minutes, Andrea.
Oh, I've got one long paragraph. Can I do that? No. Okay.
Apologies.
Okay.
Thank you, though. And you're happy to take questions, I presume, but I'm sure you can shoehorn that paragraph into. Questions?
Got a lot to say.
Councillor Vandervis.
You said we can't have people swanning in to have a little dig. How do you propose that that be policed, and who would pay for it?
Well, actually, as the site has been managed with the Geology Department over the last 30 or 40 years, it has been done through the Otago University. The Geology Department has taken the lead in that, and they have managed the site in terms of health and safety and all of those issues. And it actually hasn't cost. It's been a management thing, which the scientists have actually managed at that stage. And as we said, it is the big picture that is incredibly important. If we continually looked at the little picture and the nuts and bolts of everything, Fulden Mar would have gone a long time ago, because we would never have said, well, it's worth saving, and we can do it.
So the answer then is that the Geology Department would continue to essentially keep a lock on the gate or whatever?
I don't know what the actual bolts are in this instance. What we had imagined, that is in the short term, currently scientists are not allowed on the site. Nobody is allowed on the site. For the first time in its history, there is no research being done there. And it is crucial in a time of climate chaos that we get those scientists back on site again. And so what we had imagined that in the immediate future, that the systems that have already been in place for the last several decades would simply carry on.
Okay. You also said, and I'm not sure if I heard you right, that you would want to allow people under the age of 26. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Why this ageist rider?
I think there's a focus on allowing, for example, schools to go out and visit from Dunedin. It's about education and integrating it into the curriculum in a way where students can see the local impacts or local context for their learning. And already we've seen a lot of interest in Fulden Mar from an education perspective. It has been featured in a New Zealand school journal outlining some scientific queries relating to the curriculum. So I wouldn't say that it's an ageist approach as such. It's more that we would like it to be a focus on education for younger generations who inevitably will be seeing the impacts of the very information that it contains in the future.
So nobody in this room, for instance, would be able to accompany these young people?
If I'm being honest, there's not particularly a lot to see from a walking to Fulden Mar and looking at it. It is still a paddock, and a lot of the value is under the surface of the ground, and that is why we're proposing the Middlemarch Museum would host a lot of that experience for people to actually go and find out more about Wharekirauponga and to be in that local context where of course you do see a lot of that beautiful geological history in Middlemarch. So even if I think we were to allow people onto that site from a tourism perspective, I don't know that there is a lot for people to see, whereas that scientific research that would be able to be carried out is a much more valuable use of that land.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I'm just checking, I mean, the negotiations obviously are still ongoing. Yeah. What price do you put on something like this to save it? Because this is a budget meeting, you know, like, I mean, where do you draw the line? Or is the sky the limit?
My feeling is that the line was drawn at one stage by the DCC, the Otago Regional Council, and various regional organisations who said short-term economic development is where the line is drawn. And it was the information about its significance was completely overlooked. It was put under the blanket. It was withheld deliberately. And so I think to start talking about budgets now at this stage is a bit of a moot point, really. That if we had have said what is possible when we started the fight to protect Wharekirauponga, we said, God, we're two people who have done a little bit of research. We've dug under the surface, and this is what we've found out, and we must be utterly bonkers to even think that we could possibly win the fight. But we did. And so I think that in a way it's the attitude that we have to take is it's invaluable for humanity. And humanity and our lives cannot be measured in monetary, in a monetary paradigm. And so I think we have to have the imagination to look beyond that and really start thinking what is important and what isn't important.
Thanks, Andrea. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting until like 11:15. Seconded Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you.
Checking microphone 1, 2. Up. Double check, mic check, double check, room check, mic's walking past.
Johnson, welcome. Next 5 minutes are yours, so you'll get a warning at 4.
Right, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to make a submission and also to talk very briefly to it here. I'm more than happy to talk less and answer questions more in the time we have. Basically, as you would have read in my submission, I'm concerned that the existing flood risk in South Dunedin isn't being addressed by DCC. I accept that it is looking seriously at potential impacts of climate change on flooding, but there are, as we saw in June 2015, which is shamefully, in my view, almost 6 years ago, very little, if anything, genuinely productive is or has been done to reduce the flood risk for citizens and businesses out there. The issues that the 2015 flood highlighted, some of them have not been well documented or discussed publicly, at least, since the flood, but they were all known or made known to Council back in 2010-11 in an extensive reporting process by 2 major consultants, URS and one other, which I can't remember at the moment. And that report cost Council and its ratepayers, if you like, something like $4 million for the city, and it pointed out all sorts of issues in South Dunedin, including most particularly overland flow issues, and even more particularly the incidence of bottlenecks across the whole drainage system. Based on the research that I have done, and it is my field of expertise, the major one cause of flooding in South Dunedin were those bottlenecks. It wasn't the only cause, but it was the major cause. There are others. 1 or 2 of them have been dealt to, such as the mud tanks, mercifully, and also it should have happened in 2015, but didn't. The lawyer's head outfall has since been utilised in minor rainfall events, but it wasn't utilised back then. So there have been some steps forward, but the major steps that have required have not been taken, and it appears to me that they haven't even been looked at. I believe they'll be very expensive to fix, and I think that might be one of the reasons they haven't been looked at as closely as they should have been, and I seriously doubt that the loosely budgeted $37 million over 10 years will go anywhere near bringing South Dunedin up to an acceptable standard of urban stormwater protection. And again, the literature that I've seen, there was no desired or aspired to standard. There was just fairly loose talk about doing some capital works and spending some money over 10 years, but not soon. I don't think that's good enough. And I have included I did include some photographs, I have other ones here, of some of the sorts of flood issues that still perpetuate when even in times of comparatively minor rainfall, and that demonstrates to me that these issues of overland flow, bottlenecks, etc., issues at the pumping station remain unresolved and need to be urgently addressed. And if I can just finish with the last little comment I have in my little cheat notes here, I've said that much of the 2015 flooding was demonstrably avoidable, but unless attitudes change rapidly, the cause of the next disaster will be willful DCC neglect. Thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Thank you, Neil. I just had a question because there was a very active group obviously after the 2015 floods, that your point made there that they were avoidable. There were screens blocked, there was mud tanks not cleaned. Those things have been done, and in future and in subsequent events, the screens have been checked and people are on hand to make sure those things are done. So are you saying now that what council said at the time was those things contributed to the flood? What you're saying now is that the system itself was adequate but not being used, or?
No. Well, firstly, the system's not adequate because of primarily because of the bottlenecks in the system. But with regard to both mud tanks and the blocked screens at Pullabella Road pumping station, council didn't say that the mud tanks were responsible for the flooding. They said exactly the opposite, and most particularly through the former mayor repeatedly. And all blame from a council perspective was placed on the blockages, so-called, at the pumping station. My analysis shows that the actual impact of the blockages at the pumping station were minor. The problems occurred upstream. The desired design flows can't reach the pumping station, regardless of whether or not it has a degree of blockage, and it can't reach the pumping station because predominantly of the bottlenecks in the system. The same thing occurred in 1968 in a bigger rainfall. In that event, mud tanks were working properly, Lawyer's Head was utilised, but only 5.3 cubic reached the pumping station for exactly the same reason as now, that the system is inadequate because of bottlenecks.
The group at the time after the event said that once the screen was cleared, all the water disappeared off the flat in 30 minutes or something like that. So that leaves me to think that the problem's not so much bottlenecks.
Well, you're in total disagreement with all the experts, including the URS and the other major engineering company that furnished that report. Secondly, the water didn't disappear off the landscape in 30 minutes in 2015. Just look at the photos.
No, that was after the screen was cleared. That was what we were told by the group from South Dunedin. Oh, 3 hours, sorry, yeah. We were told by a group that once those screens were cleared, it took 3 hours. Sorry, I've made a mistake there. It wasn't 30 minutes, 3 hours.
2015? That's
what we were told.
Well, that's a total nonsense, because the group was cleaning the screens. They didn't get there until almost noon on the day of the flood, and they were there off and on throughout the whole afternoon. So how could it possibly be this instantaneous clearance of water? They believe for hours.
Well, that's what your group were telling us back then.
Well, I was never part of the group that told you that, and you know, I would describe that as veritable inaccuracy, nonsense.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, thanks for your submission, Neil. There's a lot of data in there. Thank you. An earlier submitter yesterday suggested that for South Dunedin there should be an alternative, an extra pumping station somewhere, and he kind of suggested, in particular, Bunnings and Mitre 10 were two places that he mentioned, presumably because of the large roof space that they have now, and there might be a reduction in vegetation and ground water absorption in the area. However, do you agree with that an alternative pumping station, perhaps at Arari Street or somewhere, would be helpful?
There certainly needs to be additional pumping capacity, and to have that additional pumping capacity, you need to have the piped infrastructure to get the water to the pumps. It would be better to have more than one pump location, as we do at the moment. My expectation, without studying the lie of the land, existing pump infrastructure in detail, would have been for a pump station at the extension of Hillside Road. Is that Arari Street? I think it is. Yeah. So
Yes.
that would to me be the soundest and quickest mode of increasing flood protection out there to an acceptable standard. You know. Bearing in mind also that since the 1968, since the scheme was put in the early 1960s, it's well known that the proportion of impervious surfaces has increased by somewhere from 47% or 45% to 60. That's a 30% increase. That's putting huge additional pressure on the pumping system, and nothing's been done for it. And it's patently obvious that it has to be.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate your submission and your presentation. Ms. Gary.
Hello everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all.
Sorry, order. If people could stop talking and start listening, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Try to make most of the time. So this isn't addressed specifically in a 10-year plan, but because of my personal experience and things I care about, I thought I'd come and speak to it. So I'd like to address the future of sustainable tourism in Dunedin. Looking at the research currently, there's lots of evidence to show that to transition to low-impact tourism, we need to embrace people that stay here for longer, such as backpackers, and the traditionally sort of low-budget traveller groups, rather than the high-impact tourism that comes from cruise ships and things like that. And looking at the net positives and net negatives, which include social, environmental, and economic dimensions. So that particular research, if anyone's interested, there's a lecturer at Otago called James Higham, or Higham, I'm not sure, who's written about this, and he says in one of the articles I found that backpackers, for example, have a much lower carbon footprint, greater economic benefit over a longer period, they support regional economies because they are more geographically dispersed, and they are a great source of seasonal labour, which because of COVID we all see was really important. He also mentioned how important it is to strengthen low-carbon infrastructure such as cycle trails and walkways, and to promote regenerative tourism initiatives, which include things like conservation, education. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Te Aki Promise, another really important aspect of that, and promote ways to offset unavoidable carbon emissions. So that's sort of the context for what I'm looking at. So my personal background, the last season I just finished 2 weeks ago. In the season before, I worked as a DCC and dock summer ranger. So as part of that job, the three of us, we're out every day around Dunedin, lots of different places, doing freedom camper education and liaison, gathering data about bylaw compliance, which included things like driving on beaches and dogs on beaches, but also freedom camping stuff, and doing wildlife advocacy. And generally, in addition, sort of being ambassadors for Dunedin, answering questions about all kinds of things, and trying to give people the best impression of the city. So in this job, I guess I'd like to draw everyone's attention to maybe a lesser known impression of freedom campers, that I met plenty of different kinds of people, 99% of them absolutely lovely. I've met whānau with young children, older retired couples who live full-time in their camp van. I've met people who have come from overseas, who've been stuck here, been travelling around, and people who've come from other parts of the city, country, to visit our city for the first time. And the resounding feedback that all the people on my team got was that we are the gold standard of freedom camping in New Zealand, and people were so impressed with our facilities and with the hospitality and friendliness, that word was used a lot, friendliness of Dunedin. Especially impressed with the educational approach and the accessibility of freedom camping. And I guess my own impression is that most of these people are very respectful and anxious to do the right thing, and just wanted to know where they could find right facilities, how long they could stay for, that kind of thing. So I guess my overall point is that supporting this kind of tourism is key in that transition away from kind of tourism we had a lot of before COVID, perhaps, with lots of cruise ships and high impact, very short-term traveller groups, and additionally, aside from the environmental and economic and social benefits, I think for a lot of Kiwis, I met lots of locals staying at Warrington, for instance, or even Ocean View, and lots of people said they can't afford to camp anymore. So the only way for them to take their kids out for the weekend and go camping is to stay in their own city, which is, they loved it. They were really happy that the council offered that. So yeah, I think that as part of the planning for resources and spaces in the city, considering freedom camping and backpacker sort of demographics of travellers is really key. Cool.
Kia ora for that. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Risha. Kia ora, Beth. I just have a couple of questions. I was curious too, as a ranger, if you observed many impacts on the wildlife on the beaches in your educative role.
So it was really handy having worked both seasons, the one before COVID and when COVID happened, and currently this last season. I would say the majority of incidents that I witnessed could be split into two categories. To summarise, locals who don't care and overseas people who don't have the information of what to do. There were a few people from overseas who didn't seem to care, maybe got too close to a sea lion, but I have to say that dogs, locals with dogs, is the biggest problem for our wildlife, not overseas visitors. And most people, when I talked to them from overseas, were very receptive and took a step back and said, "Oh, sorry, I didn't realise," which I didn't always find the case with locals. So, yeah, that's what I'd say.
Did you think we had enough information at our beaches for locals around the impact of dogs, etc., on wildlife?
I think the new signage that's gone in, which we were part of giving feedback on and sort of crafting, is great. It's really clear, it's good visually, and I think past that point, it's people completely disregarding the information. Enforcement is one area which is tricky. You know, you can't have somebody at the beach all the time, but trying to actually get the message home that there are consequences. So, yeah.
My other question is around the Dunedin destination thing consultation going on. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay, it closes on Friday, and I think it would be really great for what you've talked to us about today to pop something online and we can talk about that then.
Thank you. Cool.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Beth, for your mahi as a ranger. Much appreciated. Two questions. You mentioned in your submission that there's research showing benefits of long-term low-budget tourism. What's the crux of that research, and is it primarily related to environmental issues, or is there more?
So that particular research I drew from that professor, James Hyam. It looks at holistically the benefits and disadvantages of tourism, so it does address the impact of distance. You can't help really with a lot of tourists unless it's domestic or from Australia. People fly here or potentially sail here, but they fly here most of the time. So that carbon emission is the same, but then the ways in which people travel once they're in the country are dramatically different. So the long term, say the people that buy a van and travel around for a few months, and even longer on working holiday visas, the impact of that is overall significantly lower, and those people spend, so socially they are more dispersed, they spend money in smaller areas, generally are more engaged with, they might work for a bit, they might settle down in the community for a bit and then move on, whereas the people that come here, say, for a week or two and then leave are often flying a lot more or engaging in activities which have a high impact environmentally and less likely to engage socially in a wider way. So that was what I gathered from his research.
Gosh, I should know how to work these by now. My second question, I think I know the answer to, but I want to ask it anyway because I think it will inform many people who have fed back on the positive and negative effects of freedom campers, backpackers. So the question is, with your experience as a community ranger over a couple of seasons, has that informed and or changed your thoughts around backpackers stroke freedom campers?
I guess going into that role I was lucky. I had a bit of experience myself overseas, travelling around on low budget, taking trains and staying in hostels and camping and things like that. I definitely think there's an unfortunate perception, which is easy to find in a wider public, that freedom campers are, for the most part, irresponsible and looking for freebies and exploiting the natural world and that kind of things, being careless. In my experience, I have overwhelmingly found the opposite. I've met such a wide variety of people. I've met lots of older single women travelling for the first time, or full-time now. That's how they live in their vehicles, or people with young kids, toddlers even, babies, all different kinds of people, and most of them very warm, receptive, friendly people, and conscientious. I think that's a word that I would use as well for a lot of them. And quite frustrated with the perception of them in the general media. And some people have commented that it's been very interesting this season with a lower number of overseas visitors to see how Kiwis themselves actually behave. And for a lot of people it's been a wake-up call because they've been blaming it on the overseas visitors the whole time. And yep, there are a few people that cause trouble, sure. But actually it's been not just them, it's been a lot of locals too. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Beth, for your submission and for your presentation. Ms. Podolsky. Welcome, Raywin. We can't all say the same. If you turn your microphone on, the next 5 minutes are all yours.
Okay, well, you would have read my submission that I put in, and so I won't kind of go over the points of that. I guess my first main point was that I actually believe that sitting in Dunedin City Holdings is not really the right place for the train. This is just my personal opinion, and an indication of that is the fact that they devalued it in the books down to less than 10% of what it was initially worth. I have heard stories that there were reasons for that, about them wanting to borrow money and because of the loss of the cruise ship people, but I do kind of think that there are more markets than cruise ship people, and that was proven over the summer. The little breakdown showed that it broke even doing Waitati and the up the gorge. The other thing about it is that I did have a chat recently with one of the key people that is actually working on the train, and he said to me that the longer they are off the Kiwi rail tracks, the more difficult it becomes for them when they try to get back on. There's continual sort of non-compliance things with Kiwi rail. They have to keep going through the same procedures again. So I kind of think it's urgent, and you probably all do too, that it would be nice if, once the report comes out, that even, I don't know, once a month to Waitati, once a month to Port Chalmers. I haven't canvassed the businesses at this point about whether they would like that, in case it doesn't actually become an eventuality. But it was very easy to get them all motivated and all involved within a few weeks. We worked out that it would be about $40 per business if we had to pay to hire the train again. So we do have it in our minds that maybe we could afford to do that once every 6 months. But it would be lovely to be as privileged as Waitati and get it once a month, because even over the winter time, there's a lot of people come down for our markets. So that's pretty much, plus the park and ride, sorry. And that was the other thing that I talked to the guy at the railways about, because it is difficult getting off and on Kiwi Rail tracks, and I said to him, but what about if it was come from Mosgiel in the morning and go back in the afternoon? And he said that should be pretty easy to work out. So when you do get into thinking about your park and ride sites, it would be nice to have some kind of long-term perspective there. And recently, with the government putting an emphasis on trains, maybe there'll be some money in there for subsidies or something like that. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks, Rowan. I just want to, in your written submission, and you're talking about the structural relationship of the railway with DCHL.
Yeah.
You're basically asking that we consider that structure and how it is actually, whether we keep it as a CCO and a DCHL, or whether we put another structure in it, and in doing so, maybe change the speed at which it can make decisions.
And also, like, you know, the eyesight that this, you know, and Enterprise Dunedin have it is their job to talk about Dunedin as an investigation, and I kind of think, you know, with the $90,000 fee from Dunedin Venues Limited, I mean, you do have to use staff time, but there could possibly be people within those other parts that would just kind of melt in there and not have a huge cost.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. My first question's been asked. My second question was just, are you aware about that the Dunedin destination plan is out for consultation at the moment?
No, I didn't.
That closes on Friday. I just wonder whether you might think it was a good idea to submit to that as well around the railways and the link with the eyesight,
Is it online?
It's online, yeah.
Okay, I'll look it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Rowan.
Thank you.
Dr. Royden John Somerville, QC Chancellor.
Your guest, Worship.
Only halfway through the graduation season. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Your Worship, Councillors, I thank you very much for the opportunity to submit on the plan. I have with me Mr. Kevin Wood, who's our strategic resource planner, so hopefully if there are any questions I can't cope with, he can. Now the drill, I take it, is I just say a few words and then it's discussion.
You've got up to 5 minutes and then we can take up to 5 minutes for questions.
Good, thank you. Well, the councillors will remember that in 2008 we established a strategic partnership with the City Council, the Polytechnic and the university to deal with the tertiary sector, and that got underway, and it was a very collaborative process and has continued to be, I might add. Then in 2018, and that was the time I drew the short straw and became Chancellor, I remember coming here to submit, and it was a very exciting time because we were talking about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 target. We were talking about sustainable futures for the city in terms of the harbour basin, various other things we were talking about. In terms of the tertiary precinct, the structure works with a high-level tertiary sector group, which the Mayor chairs, and then drops down to various action groups. During that period, until now, the university and the city has progressed aggressively in terms of the precinct. as you know, the landscaping, the urban design work, the university put in $8 million and the city put in $2 million into the infrastructural side of improving the campus, which desperately needed it. The regional council put in a considerable amount to do with the Leith area. That has been very successful, I might add. It's lifted the public access to the university. A lot of people now visit the university, mainly because it's a very attractive environment if you're visiting the city. During that time, and since I have been Chancellor, we have opened a number of new buildings. As you know, the dental school, both the new clinical services block, the refurbished Walsh block, the Eccles building, the performing arts building, and we are now underway. At last, we're getting out of the ground at Albany Street with the new 450-bed residential college. During that time, the work with the city and the Polytech has been looking very much at the public spaces in terms of the streets, the transport connectivity, the infrastructure, and safety. And they're the issues around the campus. Of course, there's also the ongoing issue of waste disposal as well. We have then moved on and had a very effective collaborative approach to addressing the tragedy of Sophia Cristani, and the charter's now in place. And I must say on behalf of the university, thank you very, very much for the work everybody is doing in that space. So we're at an interesting time, and when I read the annual plan, I became a little anxious that we don't ease back too far, that we keep moving, because in terms of, if we take transport and sustainability, to actually electrify and keep that whole area extremely walkable and safe, and with a lot more calming and dealing with street management, and in the way we did with Castle Street, where you closed streets so we could integrate the campus. And of course the campus is very integrated with the Polytech campus, and the Polytech have done some marvellous work, as you know, and continue to do it with their buildings. So we are totally committed to continuing to build up our infrastructure and to plan in an integrated way right through the health side of our campus as well, on the western side of the main highway. So there's a lot of work, and Kevin can tell you what's going on there. Of course, we have a business case that we've worked up with the council and the Polytech in terms of this work. I understand that from the 2018 discussions that we do have there's general budget. The budget constraints may not be the issue so much as the prioritisation of work, the timing for infrastructure, and so forth. So my concern is that we work together on trying to keep moving forward, because 2030 isn't far away, and that is the window that we're trying to work to in terms of our commitment to the future of the city and to its community.
Thank you, Chancellor. Your 5 minutes is up.
Right. It's like a quiz show.
Just warming up, I'm sure.
Yes.
You're happy to take questions, I assume?
Yes, please.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Chancellor, when I look at your discussion around moving around the city, moving around the university, I would summarise that you're talking about modal shift. And I see the possibilities of really opening up the campus a little bit more for cycling and scootering, that use the crossway system through the university as a more positive way than using the highway and some of the busiest streets. Has the university got any plans to do that?
Absolutely. The university's ultimate goal was to have a walkable campus, totally walkable. We've kept Lime scooters out for the very reason that there are issues, there are conflicts with walking and Lime scooters. The whole point is to have that campus as a place where it's not dominated by a sort of a skeleton of public streets in terms of infrastructure. So rather than it being planned in terms of where the streets are and where the bus routes are, it's planned as an integrated, walkable environment. So yes, we're totally on board.
So cyclists people wanting to cycle from the Polytech
Yes.
To Queen Street or up on the hill have no ability to cycle through the campus or use a motorised scooter through the campus. Wouldn't you think that would be a great way to enhance modal shift?
Well, yes. I don't think a huge modal shift because we've got the main highway, which is a real issue. It actually severs into the campus, so it's very hard to integrate. But we're putting a lot of work into cycle connectivity, not only that way, but also from the harbour end as well.
Okay.
Through. So yes, the answer is yes. We don't see it as a modal shift. It's something that is progressively happening. Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be.
Okay.
We're not doing this and now we'll do that.
And just touching on the rubbish issue that you have in your submission,
Yes.
Do you think that increasing to a weekly collection rather than every 2 weeks would enhance and improve the campus area in that sense?
I'm sure any more regular collections would certainly help, but I understand we're talking about the 10-year plan here, aren't we? So we're talking about a framework for the future. I think we've definitely got to get on and do more about that, the contemporary issues such as, I realise it must be integrated into your waste policy, which is pretty ambitious. We have real issues because of the number of students that are in the flats. The build-up of rubbish is a major problem. Glass is a major problem. I know the council's very aware of it. We're doing our best. We're trying to work together. The more resources we can put into that, the better. Yes, thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you for coming today. Nice to see you, Mr. Somerville.
Yes, thank you.
I've sat through a number of these situations where the university has come and presented here, and almost invariably they've talked about cycle connectivity, but equally invariably they have completely outlawed any possibility of a cycleway through the campus, forcing cycles essentially onto the heavy truck routes of the main arterial routes. Are we going to see a change finally? It's been at least 10 years to my memory now that the suggestion that a cycleway, say, from the gardens through the campus through to Leith Street would give a safe off-arterial route cycleway, but the stumbling block has for many years now been a refusal by the university to allow a cycleway through the campus.
I see. And that's the point you make. I see. Sorry, I wasn't exactly on target there.
Oh, it's a bit of history that goes back quite a long way, actually.
So your concern is that, are you basically talking about through the spine of the campus along the Castle Street, rather than just pedestrian, that should also include a cycle? Is that what we're discussing here? So it's that way rather than that way?
Well, north-south certainly would be the biggest issue in terms of our cycleway connectivity, as I see it.
Yes. Well, I really think we must absolutely in favour of cycleways and connectivity, but we've got to work with you on that because that's got to involve the public streets as well, rather than straight through the area where we're moving huge numbers of students between lectures and things in front of the clock tower, between the library or that building through to Selwyn College, even further north on Castle Street. That the pedestrian movement there is huge. So if we're looking at cycleways north-south, east-west, we're going to have to integrate it into the public spaces as well as campus spaces. Yeah. But we're very keen to do that, I might add, particularly also from where all the because the campus now, the tertiary sector, it's quite a large area, if you look at the maps now and you look at the boundaries of the area, and it's so integrated with residential as well as academic buildings and infrastructure and so forth. So I think it would be good to sit down that group, that working party group, and come back to you with an integrated system as far as cycleways, if that's really concerning councillors. Yeah.
Thank you, Royden. And thank you, Kevin, for your submission and not having to speak to it. Well played.
I was hoping we'd get a question on the harbour basin, but I'm sorry about that. Thank you very much.
Ms. Blundell?
Kia ora koutou. I'm a little bit nervous, I've never done this before. Speaking into a microphone. Yeah, I wasn't sure what I should say. I thought I might just pick out some of the main points that I wrote about.
The next 5 minutes or up to are yours to use as you choose.
Wonderful. Maybe I should do a little dance. I was thinking about that too. No, yeah, I think community housing is really, really important, and I pay rates, and as a ratepayer I am a big fan of moving money towards those who can't afford to buy a house. I was surprised at how few houses it seemed that amount of money could provide. I don't know, I've seen some examples overseas of co-housing in Sweden and was quite impressed by their design and how they've managed to accommodate a lot of people in a quite a social environment, quite a healthy environment, and I just wonder if that's something that we could emulate here. The question about the over 65, prioritising folks over 65, I don't have a lot of connection with that age group, so I can't really speak to that. My first impression was that that it should be available for those most in need, whatever that looks like, and maybe that's people over 65, but maybe there are other factors to take into account there, families and whatnot. I'm generally not a fan of building more roads. I'd like to see a transition away from roads and fossil fuel use in general. I cycle everywhere. I'm lucky to be an able, fit person, and I'm able to cycle everywhere. The cycleways are great. I'm really grateful for them. And there are parts of them which are quite dangerous. Sometimes I get the feeling that they weren't designed by a cyclist. And so yeah, I would like to see more safe cycleways with maybe, I don't know, if I presume that there was consultation with maybe the cycle advocacy group, but I don't really get a sense of that as a cyclist when I'm cycling around. I don't see them as capable of taking on a lot more cyclists because they're just a single lane. So people who are actually seriously trying to commute fast into town on a bike would struggle if they were having to wait for other people. And yeah, just more cycleways in general would be great. I commute over 3 Mile Hill, which is a super dangerous road to cycle on. Even just more signage or just making people more aware that this is a thing that people are cycling around. The thing about the cycle hub in the middle of town, I think it's a nice idea. I don't know if I would actually use it. I feel like the journey is more important than the destination in that regard. I think that what puts people off with cycling is not having somewhere to park in town, but the fear of death along the way. So I'm not joking. It's pretty scary out there sometimes. So yeah, I think even just like little like covered parks around town would be a better solution than a big fancy something, whatever you're planning. Not really sure. What else? I like the idea of free buses. When the buses were free after lockdown, I took the bus everywhere. And I mean, I know it's only $2, but somehow there's a mental block for me around that. I know that for some people, even that amount of money is too much to be paying for multiple journeys. And I was just thinking that, like, if the buses were free, that might kind of offset the inconvenience of taking the bus mentally somehow. Yeah, a lot of these things that I'm talking about are the practicalities of doing them are quite beyond my expertise, but it's just feelings that I have. One area of expertise that I do have is that I work as a commercial beekeeper, and there's a lot of concern in the beekeeping industry at the moment around the use of glyphosate. there was a shipment of honey returned from Japan just recently because it had too much glyphosate in it. So that's one of my take, one of my things. And yeah, I would like to see a transition away from pesticides and mowing, spraying, whatever, planting up the roadsides. I've lived in Germany for some time, and the roadsides there are beautiful with flowers and trees, and they've become wildlife corridors and habitat for bugs and whatnot. So yeah, just like to see more initiative around that. What else? This is also an area quite outside my expertise, but I feel like I would just like to hear more from mana whenua and from Māori in general, in decision-making spaces. Like there was a little bit about that in the 10-year plan, but it felt a little bit token, and I'm not probably, I can't really comment on that. Maybe the establishing of the position that you're proposing is adequate in their eyes. I don't know. But yeah, I would like to hear a lot more from local Māori about the decision making in this community going forward. I think that's probably about it.
Perfectly timed,
Oh,
both
great.
in terms of your presentation and in terms of your scheduling on the speaking roster. You're happy to take questions.
Sure.
Take it, Councillor Walker.
Thanks, Tamsin. Excellent submission. And I was delighted to read. You're probably the first time I've ever read a submission where somebody advocates for more bugs. Well done. Good on you.
Yeah.
You have a long list of asks. But why do you think, incredibly, that we don't have a pedestrian crossing on Albany between OUSA and the library? And do you think it's something we should be advocating for?
I mean, I
more
think that's
strongly?
it's a minor thing, but I just thought I'd stick it in there. I mean, I go between those two buildings and cross that road daily, and there's always people trying to cross the road there, and there's always loads of cars, and it just feels like that would be an easy thing, an easy, safe thing to do.
Okay, and like you, I'm a daily cyclist as well. I just want to ask you, do you, like me, have ongoing problems related to impediments in the cycleway, particularly in North Dunedin, related to things like glass?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, I actually bought specific like glass-proof tyres. I know that others can't afford glass-proof tyres, so I feel like that's something that would be a put-off. But yeah, it's a pain. It's not the bane of my existence, but it's a pain. Yeah, I feel like getting run over is more of a pain. And there's a particular stretch just out there outside of McDonald's where people are like swerving off the highway trying to get into McDonald's, and the number of times. And also trying to cross the road just before the State Highway 1 comes through, before coming into the valley, is also pretty hectic. And people aren't looking over their right shoulder to see if cyclists are trying to cross them to get onto the other side of the road. So, and there's a whole lot of different points around the city that I could point to, if anyone's interested later. No, I know, it's happened 3 times, that's why I've got this bung finger.
Councillor Elder.
Oh, thank you for your submission, and I'm really glad to hear you do beekeeping. I was going to ask actually, and you hinted at it, more safe cycleways and more intuitive cycleways, and I was just wondering what some of the issues are, and also whether you can actually send them through to some of us. It's a bit hard to put you on the spot at this moment.
Yeah, think about all of the spots.
You can send us an email.
Yeah, I'll think about it. I think it is the parts where people aren't expecting you to be on the right side of the road. I think people usually expect cyclists to be on the left side of the road. So that's one of the things. Crossing the parts where you have to cross the road can be strange and feel awkward.
Yes.
Particularly that part that I mentioned in North Dunedin. And yeah, people are trying to pull off the road over the cycleway without checking that there's a cyclist coming, because there are cars parked in the way and maybe they can't see. There's like the highway, the cars parked, the cycleway, the pedestrians, and people are trying to walk across the cycleway to get into their cars without looking. That's happened quite a lot. Sometimes running out of a building to go straight across the cycleway to their car, and I almost run into them. So there's just, there's quite a lot of things.
And you talked about more emphasis on pre-colonial, like art and murals and things like that. What would you like to see specifically?
That's a great question. I would just like to be able to walk around this town and have a sense of what has happened here, and a sense of what is still happening here, rather than a sense that everything's fine. And I think that art and statues and murals and memorials are a great way to do that. Maybe tours, so that people can go and learn about history and present. Yeah, just to know what the special places are around here, what the land was like before the buildings were here, what was going on here, what spaces were important for people. Like, I feel like the influence of the Parihaka prisoners of war was huge, and I just feel like their presence is not acknowledged in this town.
So some storytelling and some visual. Thank you.
Kia ora, Tamsin. Thank you for your submission and for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Ms. Mayhe, welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Before I actually give my submission, I'd like to deal with a couple of housekeeping matters. I'd like to acknowledge the contribution that each and every one of our councillors makes, that you've stepped up on behalf of our city. I'd like to acknowledge the passing of Dave Carl, Moi mai rā Dave, and the contribution that he made in his time. And I'd like to acknowledge the fabulous appointment of our new CEO, Sandy. Great to have you in that role. To turn to my submission, I apologise for the mess of the scribble that I made, but really I just wanted an opportunity to talk to you all. And actually I felt I would be a lot more organised than I am, but I'm not, because of the pressures of life, which you're all familiar with. But here I go. Mā waira e taurima te marae I waho nei mā te tika mā te pono me te arohae. I had the pleasure of being kaikaranga on Friday at Araituri Marae, and we sang that waiata, the four of us that were present from the Hokainga. That waiata says, who will care for the marae now? And the answer is truth or justice, tika, honesty and love. So those are the words of that marae, and it is largely as a tūhoi wahine living in the whenua of Kaitahu that I come to speak to you today. I do not represent the Araituru Marae Council. I come to speak to you as an individual member who affiliates to that council, who considers that council to provide her with the sense of belonging that she needs to thrive as Māori in this community. And I need my councillors to understand the difference between Māori, mana whenua, tangata whenua, and mā tāwaka. If you do not have that understanding, you have an obligation to go and get that understanding, because your obligations are to Māori. Now, I will bow down at all times to Kaitahu as mana whenua, the people that have mana over this land. They are the group that you should be working with to shape the city, what we want it to look like, how we go about our business, and provide a space for all Māori. However, this idea of a Māori ward, which I understand is not on the table of the council at the moment, and is a decision for each and all of you collectively, provides a seat at this table. Not an advisory group that you can pick and choose what issues you take to and take or leave their views, but an actual seat at this table. Now, I know some of you whakapapa as Māori, but the person in this room that I consider as a member of the Māori community best represents our interests is Marila Fiscal, one of our Samoan Pacifica sisters, because she is a contributing part of our community, both Pacific and Māori, and understands the issues. And I implore you to utilise her understanding and her knowledge to take those into consideration when you're making your decisions. I'm asking you to put the Māori ward conversation back on the table, because from my understanding, I understand you've only spoken with mana whenua about that. And no disrespect to mana whenua, I love them dearly. I am privileged to say that they consider me to be part of the fabric of their community, which is a true honour. But your obligations are to all Māori in your community. And you have a lot of Māori here who do not know where they come from, who do not understand what it is to be Māori, who are struggling to have thriving whānau. And I firmly believe that wider perspective around the issues that Māori communities face would be represented by somebody who wants to advocate for Māori, not somebody who whakapapas as Māori that you look at expecting some kind of knowledge that they don't necessarily have, but somebody who actually is willing to step into that role. So that's one thing I'd like to ask of you, to reconsider or to have some further conversations. It may not be something that happens here, but I'm not sure you've explored it widely enough. The second thing I'd like to talk to you about is araitu marae, and I'm conscious that I can't run a decolonisation process in 5 minutes, just saying. But araitu marae is therefore mātāwaka, which is all members of this community. We provide a beautiful front of house experience. We welcome our refugee community. We step up in civil defence issues. We're located centrally. We could be the tertiary marae. That relationship could be grown more strongly. The trustees are kaitahu, and that marae, front of house, when you guys come, it's beautiful. You get well fed. The manaaki is stunning. Out the back end, we're reliant on rent from the kaumātua flats that are not currently compliant with the new law to pay the power bill. The place is run wholly by volunteers. We have burnt through several whānau over the years who have given all of themselves until they actually feel sick to come in the door. And that marae is actually truly the hub of many of the fabulous initiatives that we see today. Initiatives like Te Kaika. Araituru Whare Hauora came out of the marae. Te Hauora Whānau Services came out of the marae. The Māori midwifery movement came out of that marae. It was the first urban marae established in the country, and we as a city did not celebrate its 40th birthday. It's a tragedy, actually. It's a significant asset to this city, and I'm asking you to invest in it. I'd like you to look at place-based funding. I'd like you to consider having more regular conversations with that community. I'd like you to consider whether or not one seat on the Māori Participation Working Party is sufficient. I have moved into a new role at Te Puni Kōkiri, where I now am the regional advisor for community for the Otago region. I would like to request to have regular hui with you, Sandy, in our various capacities. I've already had a hui with Jeanette, and I also congratulate you on that appointment. Long time coming, well done, good selection. But, you know, we can achieve a lot through conversation, forming common understandings. I'd like to mihi to our last submitter around having more presence, more understanding of things Māori. Art in public places is fab. I acknowledge again that the kuri's a bit sort of stuck down in the back end by the rowing club, but it is a kaitahu piece of work and it does tell a story. I acknowledge that you're working on those pūrākau, those local stories, that there is some work happening in that space. I'd like to request of you to consider how you can adorn our wharenui at Araituru Marae. 40 years old and we still don't have any carvings on the wall. I'd also like to raise the issue of rates. When the marae burnt down and we rebuilt, the council promised that the marae would not be charged rates. I am not quite sure where it got to, but I believe that, and I know that rates is not inclusive of services, but the water rates are, I believe, are being charged to council, and I'd like to explore what opportunities there are to provide further relief to what is effectively an unfunded asset that's delivering a lot to your responsibilities.
I'm loath to interrupt you, Desiree, because I've tried to do that before, but
yep.
the time is up. I'm far enough away to warrant the effort. You happy to take questions?
You can, you can.
Councillor Elder.
Thanks for submitting, Desiree. That was a really, really good submission, and I really I felt for what you were saying. You talked about volunteers and burnout, and how would you see something like a place-based funding helping with that?
So similar to the North East Valley project, I think that there are a whole lot of initiatives, a whole lot of goodwill, a whole lot of knowledge mātauranga within the community. But because we're dealing with the urgent of the day-to-day of the needs of our community, tangihanga, bringing in new citizens, etc., we don't actually get the time that's needed to invest in ensuring that the marae has a baseline from which it can operate. So I would see place-based funding providing support to bring somebody in to then look at establishing other funding opportunities, and also to tidy up some of the policies and procedures that allow for higher function, more effective function across the marae council, and some development within that marae council to understand what could be. Probably also to support the bringing together of Māori as a community. So that's the other thing I'd mention, is not all Māori are actually associated with any of the marae. So we've got a whole range of communities within Māoridom.
Councillor Barker.
Kia ora. I have the pleasure of my Te Reo lessons every Tuesday at the marae, and I really appreciate your manaakitanga. I had a discussion with someone at the marae about the waste minimisation fund, and I'm looking here, maybe about 20 funds.
Sorry, Desiree, can you turn your microphone off when you're not using it?
I just wonder, first of all, whether you were aware of all of the funding, obviously aware of place-based funding, but of all of the other opportunities.
I'm very aware of all of the funding, and I have some views around how we could change the way in which we look at funding, but that's a different kōrero. I'm very aware of the funding. I have sat on the funding panel here as part of DCC. The reality is there's no capacity across our people, and if I'm honest, there's only so much rejection you can take.
Thank you. Thanks, Desiree. It won't be the end of this conversation. Kia ora. Ms. Lucas.
Thank you. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Otago Farmers Market, and we would like to talk in particular about the lack of provision for any additional car parking in the 10-year strategic plan. And I think, in Council, you know that it is an issue. Your 2020 Residents' Opinion Survey, your least satisfaction was on the availability of parking in the central city, only 20%, and 23% was the availability of on-street parking, of metered parking. And I think we're all aware that with the proposed hospital build, that issue is going to get even more. And I think this is an opportunity that the council can show some leadership and put a provision for additional parking into the central city. I would believe that probably everybody around this room has had opportunity to visit the Dunedin Hospital as it is, and is aware that parking is a major issue. We've got an ageing population. The hospital not only services Dunedin, it actually services the wider Otago and Southland community, most of whom are going to travel by car. Much of Dunedin lives on the hill, and they're not going to cycle. You're not going to cycle or use public transport if you are going to the eye clinic, you are having cancer treatment, you're going to the fractured clinic, you're going to ED. As somebody who has gone to ED to the point where I joke that I needed a frequent users card, I know it's a major issue, and it's another stress that you do not need if you've got elderly, friends, family. And I think under many of us during COVID, befriended maybe became the point of contact for a lot of elderly people who needed, taken to hospital and things like that, and the issue is only going to get more. And as the Otago Farmers Market, we know that parking is already an issue in the area of town where the hospital is going. We utilise, obviously, a time of the day on a Saturday morning when parking is obviously easier. A lot of the parking is leased Monday to Friday, and we have the ability to use what we still call the Cadbury's car park, and our understanding is that is not going to be available once the hospital is built, and we think now is the time that council needs to be taking the leadership role and providing some additional parking. I understand that in the past that new parking facilities is generally funded from the parking reserve fund, so it's it's a sound capital investment. It's not normally an extra burden on rates, and it's a very good, I guess, guaranteed investment. And I would suggest that now will be the time to start that before the hospital cranks up, and then construction workers are in more demand. I mean, I think, as I said earlier, this is a real opportunity for council to show a real leadership role and to actually address what the people of Dunedin see as a really big problem. And I cannot believe that looking through that 10-year plan, putting up signs to tell people where there are parks available in a car parking building, and to provide park and ride possibility maybe in Mosgiel, actually you think is going to address the problem, because it actually isn't. And I just think, as I said, the farmers market is somebody who is in that area and sees the issues on a Saturday. We utilise, we think, 400 to 500 parks on a Saturday, and the turnover is probably at least 2-3 times an hour, probably more. So, and it's already, I mean, I can see regular customers for the market, Councillor Barker, Councillor Vandervis. I mean, I'm sure that they can attest that parking is often an issue. And the other issue we just want to highlight is that if council does go ahead with the waterfront bridge concept, we think there needs to be some other planning around development in the waterfront area, and the farmers market would like to be a party to any of that discussions or conversations, looking at the future in the long term about where the farmers market might be placed in Dunedin. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Lucas. Was fortunate enough to get a park right outside on Saturday morning. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, thanks very much for your presentation, very succinct. Have you identified a range of sites where, that you think might be suitable for additional car parking in town?
Well, I guess the obvious would be to build a building, probably on the on the council St Andrew Street car park. I know that you've recently invested money, which yes, that had issues obviously while it was out of action. But that, I mean, that would be an obvious site. I mean, and there's some obvious sites obviously on that other side of the railway line that are currently flat parking.
Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Just listening to your concerns, do you feel that long term, if there isn't parking made available, that the viability of the farmers market is compromised?
I would think so. I mean, as I said, we currently utilise that Cadbury car park, which my understanding will not be available once the hospital is built. And that's probably, I think it's close on 200 parks in there, 180, 190 I think it is. And that is probably the primary, I would think, the primary site for most of the customers to use. So you take that out. And we have, on a bad Saturday, we probably have about 5,000 customers at the market. So that's pretty hard to try and accommodate. And most of those, I mean, a lot of the students walk and there are a lot of cyclists, but I don't know where they're going to park, and I think it will, it definitely will affect the market.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you for the submission. I go to the market every week by bike from Port Chalmers. My question is, why are you not here today advocating for more parking infrastructure, particularly around for bikes, parking for bikes at the market? Because I know that's an absolute impediment to many people I know who want to bring their bikes but can't. So I've heard a demand today for car parking, but nothing about bike parking.
I'm relatively new to the trust. I'm not aware. I hadn't heard that that was a major issue. So I will we'll follow that up. We've got a meeting next week, so we can discuss that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. Mr. Brimble. If you turn your mic on, John, that would be helpful for those of us more hard of hearing.
Is that better?
Go for it.
Right. Your Worship, your Mayor, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to submit on the DCC's long-term plan. Firstly, on behalf of the play, active recreation and sports sector, I'd like to acknowledge and thank Council for its investment and commitment to the provision of play spaces, recreational amenities, sports fields, facilities, and tracks and trails. Local government makes the most significant investment into the sector through what you provide. And that's an investment in people and community well-being. And sometimes, too often, we forget to thank you for what you do. And in Dunedin City's case, your commitment to Active City. Now, you've got our substantive submission, so I'm not going to repeat the contents of that, other than to raise with Council the Dunedin City Skills to Swim program, which we did highlight in our substantive submission. This is arguably the most successful water survival and swim school program within New Zealand. It currently involves 66 Dunedin schools that are participating and 89.4% of the children actively achieving the program outcomes, compared to a national average of around 22%. So we are the poster boys in terms of what we're achieving here in Dunedin and Otago in general. And approximately 4,000 children per annum pass through that program, and over the past decade, 40,000 children have benefited from that program. And that's showing through in terms of low incidents of drowning and water-related incidents. The schools pay $2 per head, which covers the swim and survive instruction, and Aquatic Services provide a $30,000 grant to subsidise the pool entry. And the balance has been met from a portion of a grant from Water Safety New Zealand and the Sport New Zealand Kiwi Sport Fund that Sport Otago administered. However, our problem is that Kiwi Sport ceased last year, and consequently the program now faces a shortfall of $25,000 that previously offset the pool entry costs. So other than passing that shortfall on to the schools, who are already under substantive pressure and struggling to meet ends meet, as are the parents, we would ask that Council consider either increasing the grant by the $25,000 shortfall or waiving the entry fee. At the moment, that $30,000 grant from Aquatic Services is paid to Sport Otago. We in turn then pay it back to Council, so it's a money go around. So we just ask you to consider meeting that shortfall or waiving the fee in order to ensure that this very highly valued, beneficial program continues. Thank you.
Thank you, John. You mentioned car parking in your submission as it relates to the central city, but there have been suggestions made this week around the issues, car parking issues as they relate to particularly junior sports and the way that sporting codes organise themselves for everyone to be playing at the Oval or everyone to be playing at the Edgar Centre, and the challenges that provides as opposed to a more dispersed network of venues. Is that something that Sport Otago has given any thought to, how to ease those pressures?
We have, and part of that work in conjunction with your Parks and Rec department is to develop more of the outer suburban play areas, so you can have other destinations rather than having everything focused on Logan Park, for instance, which is being thrashed. So if we can develop places like Mosgiel to a greater extent, Sunnyvale, and make them destination sports areas, upgrading and improving those amenities, that would take some of the pressure off of the car parking issues. Yeah.
In terms of indoor sports though, like futsal, which I know is growing, and there's no reason why. I mean, we've had schools in suggesting that they could be played in school halls, for example, rather than at the Edgar Centre.
School pools are actually used to their maximum now. I don't think you would find any school hall that's not being halls. I don't think you'd find any school hall that's not being utilised to its maximum now.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. In discussion about the the program for teaching swimming and in relation to the decreasing drownings rate. Is there capacity, do you think, for a slight raise in the user charges of the schools and then less of a grant needed? Do you think there's any room to move on that? What feedback have you had from schools?
The schools already contribute $2 per student per head, and some schools struggle in meeting that through their local community. And that's why many years ago the council agreed that they would cross-subsidise to take that burden off the schools.
So your feeling is there isn't a capacity to increase that even slightly?
Well, if you think back to the impact of COVID, we've got a lot of families in a lot of the schools that participate in this program that are really struggling.
Thank you. Yes, I've had people come to see me about and complaining about the Oval, you know, how they can't get a park on a Saturday morning, particularly when there's football on. I mean, I've had the same problem with my kids, and it's a nightmare, you just can't get a park. But when we went through that discussion, it came back to, I think, is it correct that Football South say, okay, that all the games are played at the Oval? Is that how it works?
I would have to talk to Football South just to assure that that was the case. No, my understanding is a lot of the suburban grounds host junior football, so it's played across the city. It's not just concentrated on the Oval.
That's interesting. I didn't realise that, and I don't think most of the games seem to be at the Oval, but are you saying they are spread out?
Yep, they are. Yeah, a lot of the club grounds are used.
Okay. Thank you, because it is quite an urgent problem that needs to be fixed.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you. I note that you support the extra funding for parks and recreation investment, and in particular, the play spaces plan. Have you got any commentary about the playgrounds? Because I hear from lots of young families that they feel the playgrounds are inadequate, especially after they've been to Christchurch or Auckland and looked at theirs.
Well, I know through discussions with the council staff that there is a plan to focus on destination playgrounds and upgrade those. But I think when you look at the range and depth of playgrounds we have around the city, a lot of them are very aged. A lot of the equipment's quite dated in comparison to other centres. And it wouldn't take too much and not at a great cost to upgrade and redevelop some of those and just bring them up to a reasonable standard. Yeah, and that's conveyed in the play plan. Yeah.
Councillor Stones.
Thank you, Worship. Just interested in your submission in relation to you're supporting more parking in the city, but you're not supporting a bus lane, which is part of getting buses through faster so that the park and ride works better, and in doing that we reduce the number of cars in the city. Yeah. It just seems a bit of a quandary.
There's a correction there. What we're saying there is a current shortage of car parks in the city, but there's no provision for multi-storey car parking, which would relieve some of the pressure. And we're not disagreeing with council's move to using buses to a greater extent and having a bus lane. All we're saying is that has the potential to narrow the carriageway, so are you removing cars from that part of town? So we're not disagreeing with you, we're just saying, is there an issue in terms of having car parking where the buses could actually run, as they've done in Auckland? They've removed the cars from those areas.
Thank you, Mr. Brindle, for your submission and for your presentation today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And welcome. I'll offer it by way of welcome, Ms. Bridger, Mr. Baker, and I will sit back and leave you with the Deputy Mayor.
Welcome, Ms. Bridger. Welcome, Jeremy. So you have 5 minutes. There'll be a warning at 4 minutes, and then take questions if you're happy to do that. The floor is yours.
Great. Right. Hello everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission today on behalf of the Cosy Homes Trust. I am Barbara Bridger, the Deputy Chair of Cosy Homes Trust, and to my left is Jeremy Baker, our Project Manager. I would first of all like to take the opportunity to thank the DCC for their commitment to date to the work of Cosy Homes Trust. We have been in existence since 2015 when the establishing trustees saw merit in setting up the trust with a view to make every home in Dunedin warm and cosy by 2025. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the huge contribution of the Trust's founding chair, the late Dave Cull, whose contribution to this work has been invaluable, and many residents have benefited from Dave's foresight and commitment to our objectives. Obviously, the goal of a warm and cosy home by 2025 is very lofty. However, since 2015, our establishment, several thousand homes have been insulated. And the Trust's role, we believe, is to advocate for better housing for Otago residents. In doing so, the Trust connects homeowners with insulation providers and access to additional funding from philanthropic trusts, so that many instances this work can be done at little or no cost to the homeowner. And to this day, we appreciate that we do have an invaluable role to play in educating not only homeowners but also those who work with vulnerable communities about the existence of this program, because to this day, still, since the ECA program has been in existence since 2013, there are still people out there who believe that if something sounds too good to be true, then it, isn't true. And every day, Jeremy is telling people this for the very first time, which still amazes me. I would now like to pass over to Jeremy, who will discuss more about the day-to-day working activities of the Cosy Homes Trust.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Barbara, and thanks the Council for having us to present on our submission. First, in addition to thanking Council for its support of the Cosy Homes Trust, I want to also acknowledge and thank Council for its leadership in the housing space in general. Programs like the Warm Dunedin Voluntary Targeted Rates Program, in particular the Eco-Design Advisor Service that Council offers, and most recently the Home Energy Audit Toolkits that have been placed in every library in Dunedin. These are programs that are making a real difference to people's lives, and we hear it from the community all the time, and I also refer people to those resources as well. So again, that's much appreciated in making a difference. Just to elaborate a bit on the insulation grant program, the bulk of the funding for that comes from the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority's Warmer Kiwi Homes program, and so we're topping up those grants with funding from DCC and the Otago Community Trust so that insulation is completely free for qualifying households. Last financial year, we insulated 486 homes in Dunedin under the program, and it's going to be a similar number this financial year as well. In addition, this year we introduced heating grant top-ups for the first time. We had not been contributing extra to that program, but we're now topping that up, so there's a total of 3,300 available for qualifying households to get a new fixed heating appliance, and that program just came in late last year. The uptake has been strong on that as well. We've also been busy advocating for improved standards for rental properties and to improve the thermal performance that's required in the building code for new homes, so that we can ensure that going forward homes will be warm and dry and more affordable to heat. And we often do that in collaboration with DCC staff, I should mention. And I just want to close with a brief testimonial that we got from one of our clients. This just came through the other day, and it's indicative of the feedback that we get. They wrote, "Thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts. We are still both in awe that we could get our home insulated for absolutely no charge to us." So again, we want to thank you for your support, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you, Jeremy. I just want to kick off the questions with, and you've covered a little bit in the comment, but could you tell us a typical story or a story of the kind of, from beginning to end, just briefly, of the difference it makes to a family, the kind of situation and the difference on the ground for health and so forth?
Yeah, I think there are two kind of scenarios that come up pretty frequently. The first will be with older homeowners. They might be less mobile, maybe, disability type issues are increasing, so they're, not as active and more homebound. And, for those folks who have often, just gotten used to living in what I would call substandard housing, just having the insulation in the ceiling and underfloor, makes a tremendous difference to their warmth. One of the other pieces of feedback that I got here is just thanks so much. Her feet feel so much warmer. So that's the kind of impact it's making for people. And again, it makes the home more efficient to heat, and whether that comes through as a savings on the power bill, or whether it just means that they can actually keep their home that couple of degrees warmer, so they can be more comfortable. So yeah, elderly folks is kind of a frequent client of the program, and the other one is first-time home buyers. A lot of people now obviously paying quite a bit of money for entry-level homes in Dunedin. A lot of those are not well insulated, as will come as no surprise to you. And so for those folks, being able to access the program when they've just put all of their life savings into buying the house and actually do a meaningful upgrade that improves their quality of life, again, it's making a big difference for people.
And presumably a lowering of hospital visits and such like.
Exactly.
I've got quite a list here, so we'll start with Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, I know the Mayor and maybe one other council representatives go along, but is it possible for all councillors to get an invite to go along to Cosy Homes? Because all of us probably won't be able to go, but if we can, I'm sure many of us would like to come. If that's possible, that would be great. Thank you.
Can I just answer? We have stakeholder meetings twice a year, and so I'm really happy to make sure that you're on the invite list to that, and then you'll hear about the work of our trust and also wider other stakeholders.
I've certainly attended some of them, but it would be good to go along to the ones we have, the group, the members going and people talking that are benefiting and part of that Cosy Homes, the whole process with it. It was really beneficial. So if we are able to go along, I think that would be really good. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks for your mahi. Jeremy, you had very, very big shoes to fill, and you filled them excellently. Well done. It was a very upbeat submission. So my question is basically, if we were to give you a magic wand, other than money, what can the DCC do better to help Cosy Homes Trust? Dream big, Jeremy.
I think, one thing that, and again, I want to acknowledge that Council has taken some steps in this direction, but just working together to increase the awareness of the community of the importance of warm, dry homes for their health and well-being, and of the steps they can take to make a difference. And also working to facilitate or potentially incentivize, new builds or significant redevelopments of property to actually take steps to go above and beyond the building code to get that high thermal performance to, again, ensure a warm, dry home that is going to be cost effective to operate over the long term.
Thank you, and I wasn't implying you shouldn't ask for more money either.
Councillor Elder.
I just want to thank you for all your hard work, and the Cosy Homes Trust has done an amazing job. One of the things, I was just listening to what you're saying, and getting that message out there is quite hard, that lots of people don't know about what's happening. Could you just unpack that a wee bit? How can we help with getting the message out there? Because we want everybody to be able to access this who can.
Yes, that's always an ongoing challenge, and as Barbara alluded to, it's we're sometimes surprised that that so many folks aren't actually aware of the program or are skeptical. How can it be free? That can't be true. So really, it's just a matter of continuing to work together to spread that message. So just one example, just last week I emailed the community development team at DCC and asked if they could include information about the insulation subsidy program in the Panui newsletter that goes out, I think, fortnightly to hundreds, if not thousands, of subscribers across the city. So just using, the existing channels like that to continue to get the messaging out of around the program. Sometimes it feels like I'm just continuing to sort of, beat the drum, but actually we need to keep doing that. Another effective tool for us has been interagency meetings where different social service agencies are coming together. Then we can speak to all of their staff in one place and help leverage that to get the information out there.
So effectively there is a bit of a map of Dunedin and the decile areas or whatever. So people who own their own homes in lower decile areas are quite likely to be able to get free insulation or help with heating. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Elder, and that information is available online, and we can also help people to figure out if they're qualify or not. But for decile 8, 9, and 10 areas, all owner-occupied homes there are eligible for the insulation and heating grants.
So decile 8, 9, and 10, so they can look at a map and go, hey, I'm decile 8, I can apply for this. Cool.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you for your mahi.
Good to see you settling in there. Yeah, go for it.
Right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this submission on behalf of the Otago Community Trust. I am Barbara Bridger, the Chief Executive of the Otago Community Trust, and as outlined in the submission, Otago Community Trust would like to explore with the DCC a partnership opportunity, namely the establishment of an ongoing funding pool to support local Māori and Pacifica organisations. The Trust and the Council have had a long tradition of working in partnership. The Trust has provided significant funding towards a large number of now Council-owned community facilities over the years. But in addition to those flagship funding opportunities, there have been another significant number of initiatives which we have jointly worked through, some of which are operating well today. Specifically, I refer to the Joint Annual Arts Capability Fund, which sees both organisations jointly provide funding to arts organisations to undertake capability projects. The Matariki celebrations is another example of a partnership arrangement between the Trust and the Dunedin City Council. In each of those situations described, the funding decisions are made by expert panellists, which means that staff are able to draw on their knowledge and expertise. With respect to the consideration of extending the Hapori Māori and Pacifica Development and Innovation Funds, the other benefits to continuation include the ability to connect and build strong relationships with organisations and individuals who would not normally connect with either the DCC or the Otago Community Trust. And it is worth noting that only 3 of the 10 Pacifica organisations funded recently with this fund applied to funders previously, so that's 70% of new connections. A simpler application process is also another benefit of this process. And the third and final thing is, well, not final, there's probably lots of benefits, but the third one I've noted down is that we just end up with projects that would not normally or ordinarily be funded by the DCC or the Otago Community Trust. So we each have reasonably stringent guidelines, but once we come together, there's an opportunity to do something differently. I'd just like to reiterate that this submission is more about wanting to establish an ongoing partnership relationship. I'm not coming here with an expectation for a dollar amount. I believe that between us, we've got a history of working closely together. I think that, I would just like from the council, I would like the councillors to consider just whether we could explore the opportunity for yet another partnership to benefit, a certain sector of our community or certain sectors of our communities. I think there is a willingness, certainly around the trust board table, to do so. We saw benefit in the last iteration of this fund. I'm not suggesting that the fund as it was rolled out was perfect. We did it in response to COVID. We did it with best intentions, but in having looked back on what was achieved, we might have done something differently, and I think this is an opportunity to pause, reflect and move forward.
Thank you. Thanks, Barbara. And it's great that we set up this in a hurry, and it had lower barriers to entry, shall we say, for people who are seeking funding. Has the Trust given any thought to, and this is a challenge as much for us as it is for you, to rather than having funds off the side that are easy for people to engage with, whether or not that's not something we should be doing with applications for funding in general. That can be quite alienating for people who don't speak the same language as us.
I think that is a challenge. I think we're, in the trust, the context of the trust, we consider, being fiduciaries of public monies, much the same as people sitting around this table. There is a bar that we need to, be working towards, and it's how we go about meeting our obligations, but in a way that makes it easy for people to come and seek funding and to receive funding. So yes, it is a discussion we're having.
That's a rider, unfortunately. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, and thank you, Barbara. Are you comfortable with the relationship of 2/3, 1/3? And so if the council increased their funding, say to 100,000, would the Otago Community Trust be comfortable increasing it to 50,000?
We haven't, as I said in my submission, this is more about establishing the partnership, and sorry, I'm not aware of the intricacies of council business, so maybe the dollars are part and parcel of that discussion, but we're certainly very willing to come to the table. I don't see that the amount would necessarily be a barrier. What would be a barrier is in future years if the funding wasn't utilised. So we're not in the habit of setting up funds and then just having them sit there on our books. So if the funding wasn't utilised, then we would want the opportunity to revisit that and the funding criteria. And I think it just comes down to that partnership, Andrew, of wanting to, sorry, Councillor Wiley, of wanting to work closely with the council. We're all here for the same benefit, really. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Ms Bridger, did you learn through those two funds and the distribution of them around the elements that make it difficult, the obstacles for people applying? I think we probably know some of them, but I just wondered if you learned anything new about that.
I think one of the biggest things we learnt was just the general uncomfortableness of people of going and asking for funding. And so the idea was that their community engagement staff, primarily from the DCC, but Otago Community Trust is in a recruitment phase at the moment looking for more community engagement staff, and I promise not to poach yours. Although they do a very good job, so it is a challenge. But the idea is to work alongside organisations so to be there rather than be the post box waiting for people to post their applications or apply online. So it's about access in a different way. Yeah.
Councillor Fiscal.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā koe, Ms Bridger. Thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of Pasifika organisations and communities in general. I know at the time that we in the council discussed making this funding available, there was the notion of making them non-contestable. Like people had said to us throughout the COVID era, why do you have to make us apply and compete? And also, another concept that was raised during the process of funding was the staff who make the recommendations and assessments need to be of Māori or Pasifika backgrounds. So in the trust, have you had those kind of discussions?
Yes, we have. Yeah, we have. And I think one of the beauties of the funding decisions that were made with respect to these funds last year and again this year with the second tranche of the Māori fund, the Hapora Māori fund, is that the funding panels were specifically chosen or asked to contribute because of their expertise. And so that is hugely beneficial to the people who are asking for funding, but also for the staff who are doing the assessments, because then they can go to the funding panel for advice. Yeah.
Kia ora, Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Ms. Cooper. And Ms Mayhem Bullock, as if she requires introduction. Welcome. The next 5 minutes are yours.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Emily Cooper from Waikato, and I'm presenting here on behalf of the Coastal Communities Cycle Connection Group, an independent group set up to kickstart a two-part cycleway to connect the communities of Waikato, Karitani and Warrington Waiteri. These cycleways will also become sections of a full Dunedin to Oamaru trail in the future. Sorry, Mandy Mayhem is also part of the group. In my submission, I draw attention to the imbalance in the alternative transport options available to the North Coast communities, as compared to those available to residents of other areas of Dunedin City, the Otago Peninsula, for example, where the population there is roughly half that of the North Coast. If we enjoyed the same infrastructure as Peninsula residents, we could visit friends in the village next door without using a car, anytime we liked, even on the weekend. Our children could safely ride there. Tourists could cycle between destination Dunedin star attractions like Orokonuri Eco Sanctuary, Ark Brewery or Karatani Māori tours on the Waikato River. This is the vision that we have for our communities, and it's actually a pretty basic one. You could even go so far as to say it was our right as ratepayers to have access to car alternatives. Do the communities of Waikato, Karatani, Hawkesbury Village, Warrington and Waiteri warrant investment? Of course, and well overdue it is too. The last significant community project in the area backed by the DCC was the East Otago Event Centre in 2009. That's 12 years ago. Our project can also assist the DCC to achieve its strategic priorities, including safe transport choices and strengthening community connections. The draft 10-year plan states that investing in Dunedin's water and transport infrastructure will contribute to achieving the city's community outcomes and the vision of making Dunedin one of the world's great small cities. The DCC has actually included our project as a key outtake from the activity management plans prepared to support the funding requests included in the latest draft Regional Land Transport Plan. I quote from page 58. To support active transport, Dunedin City is investigating cycleway projects between Caversham and Mosgiel in the south, and in the north, servicing the communities of Warrington, Karatane and Waikato. Is it though? There's currently no mention of our project in the 10-year plan. So we asked the DCC to include our project in the 10-year plan's infrastructure strategy in some capacity, so that the Council may contribute to the significant project in the near future. Endorsement by Council will also be vital when it comes to applying for funding. This project will happen because the communities want it and because it aligns with central government's policies for safe land transport, better travel options and emissions reductions. We request that the DCC uphold their commitment to promote active transport by supporting our project fully and actively. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we get on to questions and the discussion around cycling, it was disappointing certainly that no provision for weekend bus services was included in the draft regional public transport plan of the Otago Regional Council, but that is a submission that we will collectively make, and I would encourage others to make as that process is currently alive for feedback. Councillor Gary.
Good to cover my question.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you for this substantial submission. And as someone who has cycled from Port to Ark Brewery, I can attest to the fact it's very treacherous, particularly on the way back. The press are still here. You asked at the end for inclusion in the LTP 10-year plan document, and obviously you're aware this is largely a budgetary document, yes. So there's no numbers mentioned. So can you give us some guidance around what you would like included in there if we were of a mind to do that?
Well, I just noticed that on page 66 of the transport strategy. It does have the tunnels, trail, cycleway included as a business case. And it's my understanding that if things are not actually in the plan, then they don't happen necessarily. So I would like some endorsement and acknowledgement of our project, so that when we do apply for funding, not necessarily from the DCC, because I know that that's, there's not a lot of money, that we can have that support in writing somewhere.
Okay, I think you've partially answered my second question, which would be, obviously, because a lot of this will be along the state highway corridor, Wakakatahi would be a big player, particularly financially in this. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yes, yeah. And I feel there's an appetite from all those agencies for safe cycleways, and yeah, so it's more an acknowledgement, I guess, of the significance and importance of a project like this for our communities, and an endorsement. Exactly.
Thank you. A question I assume will shed some procedural light on things from Councillor O'Malley.
Yeah, I would just point out, would you acknowledge that the original public transport plan is currently still in consultation and has to be finalised?
Yes.
And therefore a mention in that consultation document is not aligned timing with this 10-year plan. Would you be looking in the 2024 10-year plan that if that is still in the RLTP and it still goes forward in the regional transport plan, that therefore it would then be reflected in the 2024-2034 LTP, because it didn't, the timing of this document and the timing of the RLTP are in the old reverse order of what you've just suggested.
Okay, right.
Cool.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Or even if, having to wait that long, perhaps maybe if it gets agreed that you get a letter of endorsement from the council saying, look, we acknowledge this work is being done and we support this work, or something like that. Would that be useful?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I feel like we've come to a natural end of questions and of the morning session. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting. Seconded, Councillor Gary. We're back at 1 p.m. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
apologies. Welcome back. Dr. Lux. Oh, my apologies.
Thank you. Kia ora and good afternoon. I'm Stella and I'm here with my friends Ro, Aram and Kirsten. We are the coordinating team from the Chai and Chat Women's Group, which is a part of the Dunedin Multi-Ethnic Council DMEC program. We have been asked by DMEC to share with you what we all see as the next steps in the partnership that exists between the City Council and the multi-ethnic community here in Dunedin. DMEC's vision is of a diverse, multicultural, multi-ethnic, and inclusive Dunedin community. To achieve that, it is essential to foster manakitanga among the people of Dunedin through cultural and social engagement. Currently, the scope for cross-community social engagement is relatively limited. Most ethnic engagement is largely confined to within each ethnic group. There are few opportunities for different ethnic groups to regularly meet and grow friendships. Our group, Chai and Chat, is an opportunity for individuals to do just that, a weekly get-together for women from all ethnicities and backgrounds, including women who were born in New Zealand. Our goal is to provide women of all ethnicities a safe space and opportunity to create genuine friendships through sharing experiences and conversation. We meet once a week for 2 hours at the Dunedin Community House. We regularly invite guests from all walks of life to talk to us about their work and topics of interest. We have been privileged to have some city councillors visit us over the last few months. Thank you. We also provide time to share our own life experiences. We learn from each other, we make friends, we build social networks, and grow our ideas. We believe it is essential in the building of a multi-ethnic Dunedin to open up individual engagement in a much wider way, encompassing all ethnic communities living here in Dunedin. We need a dedicated, permanently available, multi-purpose facility which is publicly funded. This would not necessarily replace the many venues and facilities currently used by diverse ethnic groups and communities. Rather, it would complement them and facilitate the building of bridges. We need a Dunedin multi-ethnic cultural center. This is not a new invention. It is similar to what can be seen in some similar-sized cities around the country. Its presence in Dunedin would send a message to our community of welcome, of celebration of diversity, inclusion, encouragement, support, and empowerment. It would lead to opportunities for continuous engagement across a much wider field. We feel the following benefits and more would be available to everyone in the community. A focal point for all ethnic communities of Dunedin and also for visitors from New Zealand and globally. Suitable permanent venue for groups, courses, workshops, and events. Expert provision of advice and support, information, tools, and advocacy in an appropriate setting. Empowerment of individual contribution and connection. Bridge building across the many different communities. Showcasing the richness that diversity brings to this city. Opportunities for everyone, no matter where they come from, to learn about the stories, traditions, language, and lives of others. It would be a place of belonging for all of us, a place to be, a place to feel at home. Our Turanga Waiwai. Thank you for listening, and that completes our presentation, and we'll be glad to take any questions.
Well, thank you for answering my one. Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you for the submission. Thanks for coming. I'm still waiting for my invite to Chai and Chat, by the way. So I look forward to it arriving. you're obviously advocating for, I guess, some sort of cultural centre, some facility. Are there any other facilities in Dunedin that in any way resemble the sort of facility you're looking to establish?
It is what we're proposing is multi-ethnic cultural center that is a permanent facility dedicated to multi-ethnic communities and to everybody. So there are facilities around that can be used and are used for events, workshops, but nothing permanent and permanently available and easily accessible, dedicated.
I think there are facilities at the university which are similar, but not open to everybody. So there isn't really anything which really quite ticks that box of anybody, no matter who you are, where you're from, to be able to turn up without an invitation, wearing whatever you like on your feet or your head or anything in between, and feel comfortable and accepted.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for your presentation. You mentioned other cities about our size in New Zealand. Which ones?
Okay, the one that we really like is that we kind of envision having here is the one that they have in Whangarei. It is actually a really nice multicultural center, and we haven't been there, but according to their website, they have pretty much the vision that we see for Dunedin as well, where you can come and have a cup of coffee and just talk to people. And why we're presenting this from Chai and Chat is because in Chai, this exactly, and as far as we know, the only group around where you can just do just that. You walk in and you meet people and you create these friendships and have this multicultural conversation that keeps going. So yeah, Whangarei would be the one we like.
I believe that there's also plans within Christchurch, and they're fairly well advanced and some money committed to that. So obviously lots of things are being rebuilt in Christchurch, but this is one of them. We're not necessarily asking for a brand new building or something like that. We want something that provides those functions, and so not necessarily brand new bricks and mortar.
But permanent and dedicated.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to reconcile those two things, but that's okay. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Does the community house in Moray Place fulfil any of those functions currently? And what about the new South Dunedin Library and Community Centre? Will that go any way towards fulfilling that function? And if not, why not?
Do you want to take it?
So do you want to answer that? The community house, which is where we currently meet, there aren't premises there which are always available to us. You can't always just turn up and get a cup of tea and a conversation, and I think that's actually important that it's always available and always open. So yeah, the community house does its job at the moment, but I think what we're looking to do is to provide a much broader base for genuine interaction and discussions and getting to know people, because that's what if you like, that's the glue that builds us together. It's the mortar. The different ethnic communities are the bricks in our wall, but we need something to bind them, and it's those individual connections which will bind that. I can't answer about the South Dunedin facility because I'm not fully conversant with that, so you can tell me.
Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barker. Next 5 minutes are yours, sir.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Norkin Barker. I'm the Managing Director of Larnac Castle. The business was started in 1967 by Barry and Margaret Barker. In 1990, I returned to Dunedin and replaced my father as a director. At that stage, the castle employed only a handful of staff. Since I took over the running the business side of the company, Larnac Castle has grown to employ 105 staff before COVID. It is Dunedin's #1 paying tourist attraction. Again, before COVID, we had 135,000 paying guests visit the castle. In 2008, we added a third independent director with Jeff Thomas joining the board. We would like to speak to tourism. Where will be in 10 years? And why is that? Is the value of tourism. Before COVID, it was New Zealand's biggest export earner. The 3 points we think need to happen to tourism is outside of council, we stop selling Dunedin as a cheap place, and we need a plan that covers tourism. The reasons for these changes is that tourism should be benefiting Dunedin. There's so much potential here, but this currently isn't being harnessed. To go through the points, the current setup of our RTO is not working, and this is no criticism of staff. I think they're doing an incredible job in very difficult circumstances. This is about the structure, the lack of governance and accountability, and the lack of results. This is a graph that shows the nationwide average and where Dunedin is. That's international and that's domestic, and currently domestic is all we have left. No one in the tourism industry wanted tourism to go inside council. In the Martin Jenkins report, only 12% wanted it kept in, and I'd love to know who those 6 people were that wanted it kept in. No one I've spoken to outside council wants tourism inside council. There's also a massive conflict of interest that exists within council-owned entities. A small example of this is how Larnac Castle was taken off the front page of the destination plan. Larnac Castle, and then a council-owned entity was put on. Larnac Castle has done a lot for the Dunedin over the years, and it should be treated better than this. This council owns and operates and funds the majority of visit experiences in the city. It also needs to be taken away from personal and political agendas. The CCO independent board structure that Tourism Dunedin had did work well and would be appropriate again. Dunedin is a cheap place. Mass cheap tourism is not the way forward. What will happen when the world opens up again? And we don't know that. And no one wants our streets full of cheap tourists that cross the ratepayer. Also, what's the carbon footprint of that? Tourism should be leveraged so ratepayers are not subsidising tourists. It should be the other way around. And the reasons for this? Ratepayers shouldn't be subsidising tourists, such as Toitu. It's a great product, it should be charged, and also undermined paid entries such as a castle. An example of what could be done is the Auckland Museum. International visitors are charged 28, New Zealand visitors, it's a donation invited, and Auckland residents are free. We should create an environment for businesses and trusts to flourish. The benefits, heritage restoration, the castle is an example. For wildlife, the Wildlife Hospital, penguins, albatrosses. The next point is the wholesalers. How tourism works is the inbounders really want to send valued tourists to Dunedin, but they need commissionable product. This is how it works, and this is what Trends was about when it was here. Your Worship, I understand you heard that when you met with Chinese agents mid-last year. We need more commissionable products. What is the normal amount of free products in a city's marketing? Ewan Spitzit, the domestic tourism manager for Tourism New Zealand, said 30% free. Steve Hanneran, the tourism industry Aotearoa advocacy and engagement manager, says 20% free. We're about 60 to 70% free in our marketing. So Dunedin, with our values here, should be leading sustainable tourism, not dragged into it kicking and screaming and be the last place in New Zealand to recognise the way forward. Tourism industry Aotearoa has a lot of information on this. Their Tourism 2025 and beyond framework, the Tourism Sustainability Commitment and Taki Promise to care for New Zealand. And this leads to the third point, the plan that covers tourism. And for those councillors that don't know, the DCC agreed to a collaborative tourism plan for the city in 2016. There's workshops held and the DCC spent thousands of dollars on this. It was 95% done and Enterprise Dunedin literally threw it across the table and said they didn't want to be part of it anymore and just walked away from it. There's no explanation, no communication why. It was incredibly disappointing given how much work was put into it, and it was a collaborative work. What it did also highlight is the lack of accountability and governance and leadership that this could actually happen. The industry gave you a really good tourism plan on a platter and you walked away from it. Then the destination plan started, and I'm sorry, it's not a good plan. It's a council-only document. We welcome the news that it has been rewritten, and if it covers the third point that I mentioned, then that's fantastic. This time around, we'd like real collaboration with industry, and also it should include KPIs, action points, milestones, and the tools to get it right. And to create an environment for businesses and trusts to flourish. You know, I've been the chair of the New Zealand Festival of Nature, Wild Dunedin, the chair of the Hereweka Harbour Cone Trust, the chair of Dunedin Host Twice, spokesperson for Save the Otago Peninsula, advisor for the prison, and that's the old one, not the new one, and running a business for over 30 years. I see the potential that Dunedin has. We are truly blessed here with authentic products. Let's leverage tourism to assist in wildlife, heritage and education. Why wouldn't we make these positive changes? It just makes so much sense. But for this to happen, I reiterate the 3 points.
That is your 5 minutes, sir, and we've seen them, so that's fine. Okay. Happy to take questions?
Yes, please.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, Norcom, I was just wondering, sorry, since the Martin Jenkins report, which I believe had about 19 recommendations, have you noticed any improvement, or is yours still your only option that we take tourism outside of council? I mean, that's what you've asked for, but has there been any improvement is what I'm asking.
I'll give an example. That COVID was a huge disruptor to tourism, the biggest disruptor ever, and one of the points was communication from the RTO. And Mr. Christie, it happened in March last year, and when was the first time you reached out to talk to us? It was March this year.
This isn't a forum for you to ask questions of staff, Norcom. So
okay, it's a fact.
You can answer questions of councillors, though.
Well, in that way, it was a year before the RTO leader got in touch with the industry. That was the first conversation a year after the start. So the Martin Jenkins report said there should be better communication. I'll leave it to the council to decide if a year is an appropriate time after COVID.
Councillor Raddick.
A couple of things. Tourism has expanded greatly in the country, so tourism did used to sit outside of council, or somewhat, with Tourism Dunedin, and then it was brought into council. Can you characterise the differences between then and now in terms of the objectives or the ideas that you've got in mind?
Probably about engagement and communication. Hamish Saxton was the CEO then. We probably talked every 2 weeks, and he came to every Dunedin host meeting, and we all worked together. And I understand it wasn't perfect, but it did work together, and the results showed the value that it had to Dunedin. So it did work.
So did you feel that the results achieved at that time were better than the results being achieved now?
Yes, I mean that's the graph that we showed. And communication working together, because that's what we want to do.
Great. And then another question, you talked about having percentage of free attractions. We're 60 to 70%, and your experts are saying 20 to 30%. So that would mean half of the free attractions would become paid. Do you have a...
No, sorry. What I meant by there is the marketing of it. So during COVID, we saw a lot of promotion of Tunnel Beach, for example, and that's a free product. Where was our wildlife tours? They're really struggling. Why didn't we promote those instead of Tunnel Beach? What's in that for Dunedin? So it's the marketing. It's not. So I'm getting to the point we need to create an environment for businesses to flourish here. And I don't think it's the council's role to make the products. I think it's the role to create an environment for them to work well.
Right, so you're suggesting the council should be promoting paid operators?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Norcom, but I did pick up from what you're saying that you were almost suggesting that we were falling behind the rest of New Zealand in terms of tourism. What did you mean by that?
The way tourism is heading, has been for a while, but COVID has really pushed that along, is it's about experience and about value. People don't remember what they paid, they just remember if they get value for it. And value is not just money, it's time. People are on a time limit, and they want to be involved, educated, and appeal to the emotions. A good example is down in the Catlins, they have the A24 pest traps, and they have a cellular, so it goes off and it beeps back to their phone and say that they've, what they paid for has suddenly done some good. The castle, we have a video at the start, and we explain that their entry fee is paying for the restoration of the castle. That appeals to the emotions, and they really like that. And Simon Upton's done a report too about the future of tourism, and he says in that it's not the council's responsibility to foot the bill for tourists, and that will go further. Some of it is quite harsh, but I think that we need to suck it up basically and just move forward, and that's something I think Dunedin, with our values, should be leading, not dragging behind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Angelo.
I've got 5 minutes for each hat I'm wearing. First one is City Rise Up, which is an umbrella group for those working to smarten up Dunedin's inner residential zone, protect its heritage and safeguard the well-being of all residents. I'm just going to keep to a few points. As I was preparing, and as I prepare these submissions, it's very time consuming, and it's year after year, and it occurs to me that the rest of Dunedin has community boards they can go to. We do not. Central Dunedin has the largest population of Dunedin. It's 70% of the population. But there is no one around this table that's actually allocated to the residents of Central Dunedin, or City Rise Up in particular, I have a concern for. It's a population of 88,000 people in the last census. So 70% of the population. Compare a community board that has 612 people, the Tertiary, and we have 88,000. So I really think, and I don't know how to go about it, I believe others have been here before, and I've talked to a councillor about this years ago, but I don't think you can expect volunteers and a handful of people to really represent the residents of Central Dunedin. In my case, it's just City Rise, but it's high density, and we're expecting war to come and live in Central Dunedin. I'm not sure where to go with it. It's not something I can take up. I really feel I should be withdrawing at this stage. So that's probably my first point. The second one is the need for transport in City Rise. City Rise is quite isolated. If I want to get a litre of milk or some bread, I have to go up the hill to the shop in Roslyn, supermarket there, or I go down the hill to Countdown. There are no cafes, bars, doctors, restaurants, nothing. Moana Pool is what we have, but of course you can't get your milk or your cup of coffee there. So it is an isolated spot on the side of the hill, the high density population, and it's increasing. I see lovely old homes being restored and more people coming back to live in City Rise. The other thing is that to get up and down that hill, we have one bus that goes up one street and one that goes up the other. They're going to other destinations. What I would like to see is an electric bus that goes from George Street, Princess Street, Canongate, in a circular route around Arthur Street and back, so that it takes people around that circle, not just residents, but visitors, tourists. I'm going to suggest this to the ORC as well, but I mean, I really think that should be done together. I'd also like to see the town belt walking tracks improved. A lot of people walk to work. We saw this with COVID, of course, the walking really increased, but people walking to work through City Rise, through the town belt to City Rise, and then taking a bus back or an electric bus back up the hill on that route, and also cycle tracks. We had this wonderful opportunity where these central city schools had all this brightly painted roads and very expensive electronic signs, but no one thought to put in cycle tracks. And we have 4 or 5 huge schools in that area. And the other thing I think, which doesn't cost a lot of money, is to smarten the inner city up. This is where tourists go. We talk about the residents, but tourism has just been mentioned. They walk around City Rise. They come to see the heritage buildings, the Otago Boys High, the cathedrals, and you can smarten the city up. You walk down Cargill Street or London Street, the rubbish bins are all over the path. It's both by the residents that live there and also the contractors who dump them in the middle of the path when they've emptied them. We have waste which is not collected, and that's being addressed, but it's a major, And I think we're getting more rats in the central city because of the waste just being dumped. We have overhangs, we have gardens, trees, bushes. They're taking up a great deal of the pavement, often at half the pavement. You cannot get through either walking, mobility scooters, or anything else because it's an obstacle race.
That's your 5 minutes, the first of
Right.
2.
Okay,
So you
I'll
can
just...
shoehorn the rest of it into your
I thought there was a
submission.
4-minute sign.
There was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Apologies if you didn't
I'll
catch
just
that.
say the last one is to be carbon and visually aware. Electric vehicles, the colour of the waste bins, the electronic signs, the trees, the gardens and the composting.
Yeah, thank you. You happy to take questions?
Yes.
I have one.
Yes.
And I'm just interested in, forgive me if you'll indulge me, it's not mentioned in your submission, but from a usability point of view, from a safety point of view, do you have any view on the proliferation of what are called loosely courtesy crossings in your neighbourhood? You know, the red demarcated spaces on the road that are neither a pedestrian crossing nor a standard road surface?
I do, because my bedroom overlooks one of them, 2 of them actually, and of course I use them frequently. We have a school. I'm not sure that people use them anymore. The bump slows down the traffic, there's no doubt about the bump. I dislike the visual, the bright colours. I think they don't work in a heritage zone, all the natural planting around the town belt. But I'm not sure that people use them anymore. I mean, I see 2 schools, Otago Boys and Arthur Street School, but I still see parents and children going across the road. But it certainly slows the traffic down. I'm not sure if a bump would do the same, might do the same thing.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Liz. You mentioned right at the very start community board and that concept, and I'm not really sure where we sit at the moment in terms of representation review that's going on at the moment. Have you had any input to that at all?
I haven't been able to do anything. It's not my forte. Really, City Rise Up is a lobby group, but we would like to be able to go, even if it's not a community group, we would like perhaps 2 councillors, perhaps that we could go to. When someone comes to me and says, oh, what do I do with this? I never know which councillor to send them to or where to go.
The good news is you have 14, Liz.
You say that. I've heard this before, but the reality is I have sent emails to various councillors, but they never think it's their responsibility because they're allocated to community boards. They're not allocated to the central city community.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you for your representation, Liz, and I know that you've come to us over a number of years about lack of sort of ability to have representation or address your concerns in some way as a community, and I agree it's a huge population. So what are your thoughts about how that might happen?
Well, a community board was formed years ago. I believe Councillor Gary was involved in that, and I can't do it, but if someone could organise that. I'm having to withdraw, but I do see, I've been here 10 years, and I really don't see a lot of attention that's being given to City Rise, really. It's people come up with new projects all over the city, and they're great, but actually I think we should value what we have and give City Rise more attention, and Central City too, because we have a lot of people that work at the university, the hospitals, the schools. They reside on that hill, and it needs more attention and smartening up as well.
My other question was just around the town belt and the walking tracks and cycling tracks. Is one of, I use them quite frequently, the thought of going from one end to another for walking and cycling, because there is no comprehensive track right the way through. Has there been thought about that?
Well, I think actually that is the one area that has been looked at. You can go across because they do the walk every couple of years. It's actually the tracks, the existing tracks that were used for generations that need attention, actually. I'd love to see more people walking through the tracks. But some of us can't. As we get older, we can't do it, and it's not safe to do it. So that is great. If we can get all the children that go to the schools in Central City to be walking through the tracks and people walking to work, that would be a big improvement. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Yes, thanks for your presentation, Liz. Do you have regular City Rise meetings?
No, we don't. We have a Facebook, and there's about 400 or 500 followers. So, well, I actually manage that, and I just try and put topical events on. Like if I'm making a submission, I will tell them what the submission is, whereas they can actually let me know. It tends to be people that I happen to know, and they say, oh, did you know, and what about? But they're all leading busy lives, and that's why it really needs a community board to sort of to harness this. I can't do it.
Have you thought of calling a meeting and inviting everyone along and inviting the councillors that live on the City Rise to come to the meeting?
I can't track down where all the councillors live, but
they might identify themselves.
But no, I haven't. We did have a meeting when we first started City Rise, and we actually came to see the mayor, we went to the university, we went to all the major organisations and said we exist. But we really haven't had anybody come back to us and say, oh, look, would you like to be involved in this? And also, I think I see us as a lobby group rather than a community group that has picnics and events. But I think, as I said, I'm going to have to withdraw. I've got other commitments. And I do think this is the right time to say, how do you get a community board for your biggest population of Dunedin? I mean, you look at the 88,000 residents, but then you look at the people that come here to work or study or go to the hospital, and everyone that's coming in. That is huge. And we're talking about waste collection. It's not just the residents' waste collection, it's all these institutions and businesses as well that's part of that central city that should be looked at more closely.
Round two.
Right. Round two, different hat. This is not so lengthy. I am representing the body corp of the cargo court. Well, body court, the cargo court, for those that don't know it, is one of the earlier multi-unit dwellings in Dunedin. It's got 13 apartments. They're all individually owned, and most of them are lived in by the owners. So I just want to talk about the rubbish collection, because that's going to make a big change for us. 10 years ago we had 2 big skips, and we've managed to, with recycling, bringing that down to 1 skip, and we recycle, and we also have a very healthy compost bin because we have a big garden which I manage. We've got some healthy soil now too. But if we go the way, we've actually supported the 4-bin system, and if we go that way, that would actually allocate us 65 bins. So it's really got to be addressed. I mean, what we would do is tailor it to our needs, and we'd say, well, we don't actually need 65. But it could be that we're not the only multi-unit dwelling, it could be that you have some larger bins for multi-unit dwellings or some other system, because otherwise the streets will be lined with these bins. I mean, they're not all going out at the same time, but if you think we've actually got the size of one section, 65 or even 30 bins lined up outside, it's something that's really got to be looked at. I also think that if we do go for I do want the waste food collection to go ahead. We've been asking for this for years. But I do want it composted. I don't know what the plan is for that, but it will be, will it? Good. And healthy soil at the end for us to use. Okay. I think that's all really. The emphasis on the carbon and visual reduction. I don't like the bright coloured bins that are lining. I think they should be a more natural colour. Greys, browns, more natural colours. Not fluorescent yellows and blues and greens and yellows in a heritage city. And if you look at some of the heritage cities around the world, they have managed to tone down their colours to make them natural. That's all.
Yeah, thanks. My understanding is that the colour scheme is prescriptive, but that that's, well, your face is the response. Questions? Councillor O'Malley?
Just to clarify, the multi-dwelling residences, you're hoping that when we roll it out, we do something that reflects the fact that they probably don't need one per dwelling, but they need something that dwellers can share potentially?
Well, yeah, you see, I mean, we've got 13 units, but because not all the owners live in them, they live in, I don't know, Queenstown or wherever, we might only need half that amount. We've got 20 or 30 residents, and you've still got a lot of waste, but we don't want rows of bins. So I'm actually saying we need either a skip-size bin or a half skip-size bin or something that's not 30 bins.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that in apartment buildings in other cities. And the issue is North End as well around the students, so you're wanting us to take that into account.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks, Liz.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Mr. Hamilton.
Mr. Mayor and councillors all, I'm here today having become a recent ratepayer amongst you. I've been on the border for several years, almost 2 generations, and I've done a lot of work in this area, so I feel relatively at home, even if I am on the other side of the fence at this stage. I look and I think about where you are at this very moment. Our society has a lot of pressures and a lot of demands, and without doubt you are put in a position at this stage where you have a lot of pieces of the puzzle to put together. Very briefly, in the time I've got, I can see that you need to balance the funding with the projects. Now, that's not unusual, because that's what happens every year, isn't it? But I see in this balance a potential debt of over 800 million. And I would say to you that that is a very daunting challenge. And I would say to you that you probably need to have a much better goal than building up a debt of 800 million in the next 10 years. I think the solution is that you need a 3-year breathing gap. I think the pieces of the puzzle are very difficult to put together at the moment because you have so much happening. You have very good things happening, such as Hillside, and I could just briefly introduce my grandfather to you. He worked at Hillside last century, and he was a very firm believer, and he was struck when Hillside was put into remission, and it's good to see the potential of it coming back again. You've got all the peripherals that go around Hillside that you will have to attend to. I wish you well in that, and I'm not here as a person with a magic wand to give you a lot of good information on how to do things, but I do wish you well, and the same with the hospital. I know both of those projects are not funded by council completely, but the peripherals will be very much a part of what you do. So the solution from my point of view, or hopefully from yours, would be to take a 3-year breathing gap where you didn't set off to presume that the direction was well defined, because it's not. We're at the end of a pandemic, we're restructuring, and part of what I would suggest is a review of the whole system. I think You have a new mayor, you have some new councillors, and you have a new CEO, or relatively new. No? By the way, I want 5 minutes for my grandfather too, from Hillside, if you could manage that, Mr. Mayor. No. So, the 3-year cup of tea from Mr. Longley and myself might be a good idea at this stage. I'd like to give you a bit of feedback from the area from which I'm paying my rates. 1 minute left. Good Lord, I've hardly started. Feedback, very briefly, and it is this: that you did a good job coming to Wakawati. Thank you to those people who came, and I can see the faces around the council, 3 or 4. Thank you to those who came, because you started a healing process and you were prompt in your work to deal with the problem. I'll just put in one possibility before the 1 minute is up, and that is, I sat there on the day and I saw DCC and ORC sitting on the stage, separate bodies, a boundary between them. I would like you to think seriously about a unitary authority. I would like you, I see the wee stir of thoughts, but you know, we're a small population. We don't need those boundaries. We need people together with teamwork in one team, solving the sort of problems we were talking about at Wakawati on that day. And I'll stop before the 1 minute's up. You've got all the sheets of paper that I've given you, and I know that you'll read them before you go to sleep tonight. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Politicians are notorious for their brevity and concision. Are you happy to take questions?
I'm happy to take
All right, Councillor Lord.
I was just wondering, in the process of a unitary authority, would you be happy to see the Waitaki district and Central Otago district and Clutha district all go into the one area?
I'm not going to try and define where a unitary authority, you're not going to catch me out that easily. I'm not going to try and define it. All I'm suggesting is it should be talked about. Look, Otago is one unit. It's not disparate groups. And I see too many boundaries. And I would like to see Otago not only have a good Highland team and win the Super Rugby next time, but I'd like to see Otago in one direction. And it'll happen, it'll happen. I should actually say, and it's got nothing to do with your question, politicians don't have to actually stick to the point. I'd like to... I'd like to thank Jim O'Malley for his presentation at Wakawati. Jim, you suffered a bit on that night, but I can tell you there was an undercurrent developed since which totally appreciated the presentation that you made. And if there was a balance about which I was deciding to come or not to come today, it was to say thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship, and delightful to welcome you, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you.
I just wanted to know I have a question for you. Just wanted to know, given the spectacle we saw in Wellington with infrastructure failing and fountains in the street, and us not wanting to go there, knowing our infrastructure's well over time for maintenance, and also knowing of the pressures and the immediacy of the need to address climate change, how do you balance that in your thinking around what you're suggesting with us pausing? Because much of our 10-year plan is around spending money on infrastructure renewals.
Look, when I say a pause, we can only talk about tendencies and directions. You can't possibly sit and do nothing for 3 years. That is just not an option. You will be doing things. There'll be things that have to be done next week, next month, and that'll be ongoing. All I'm suggesting in that is that you don't be too hard on yourself for the next 3 years. You might even be in danger of taking a wrong direction in the next 3 years, because look at all those peripherals around Hillside, possible rail leading on from that, possible shipping. The whole port might change. Dunedin is on the cusp of a rebuild in that sense, and you'll be working around that, and I don't think you'll know the total parameters of what you're dealing with. So the CEO has a very difficult task in the next 3 years. Don't be too hard on him.
This isn't our chief executive, by the way. This is
Oh, I see. Your CEO isn't here today.
Not in the room, no.
Oh, I see. Okay. So all I'm saying is don't push the boundaries for 3 years. You'll have things to attend to, and I'm not suggesting that you all go away and come back in 3 years' time and deal with what's built up in the meantime.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Good.
Appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Mr. Price.
Okay, thank you very much. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate the work that has gone into the publication of the 10-year consultation plan, and thank all those involved. In the interest of time, I'm just going to concentrate on one matter, and that is cycling. I am part of a rapidly expanding demographic of cyclists who bike for health and recreation, to commute as a means of transport, and on the increasing number of cycle trails across Aotearoa. What I will cover today is bicycle parking hubs, consent approvals including provision for bicycle parks, and the Oamaru to Dunedin cycle trail. Firstly, the provision of bike parks hubs. The consultation document covers bike hubs, but these are not scheduled to be completed until 2026-27. Later than the central park, later than the central city parking initiatives, even though we already have car parks. This is not acceptable, I think. The council has built the cycleways but not allowed for secure, fit-for-purpose bike parking. We end up locking our bikes to various structures in all manner of ways, sometimes annoying nearby property occupants and members of the public. So firstly, I'm encouraging you to make bike parks hubs a priority. Do so soon and make sure that there are many of them, not just the 2 that are noted in the plan. Secondly, these bike parks hubs need to be secure. There is a major increase in bike thefts throughout New Zealand, brought about by many things, but including the major increase in demand for electric bikes. These electric bikes range in price from $2,000 to $15,000 and beyond. This, along with the scarcity of them, it's common to wait up to 6 months to get a new electric bike, have made them very attractive to thieves. So bike owners are now buying serious chains to lock their bikes, and what we ask the council to do is to make sure that the bike parks are secure and not attached to something that's movable. Thirdly, I believe that any proposals or approvals for commercial premises or subdivisions need to include facilities for the parking of bicycles. Employees and customers along with subdivision communities use bikes, and they should be catered for, not treated as a second or even no thought at all. For example, the shopping precinct beyond the Chinese gardens does not have bike parking facilities. Bikes end up attached to a pole in the centre of a garden. For that matter, I don't believe the Chinese garden has any bicycle parks at all. On a related matter, and it's in addition to my written submission, I bring the Council's attention to the immense amount of money, including good contributions from central government and the Transport Association, going into cycle trails in the Queenstown Lake districts and Central Otago district. A graphic on One News on Saturday evening clearly showed the network of cycle trails and in these districts as a contra. This was when the opening of the Cromwell to Clyde trail happened over the weekend. The dearth of trails connected to Dunedin was commented on by, was shown in the graphic and was commented on by the reporter. I understand some work is on the way to build a trail from Milton towards Dunedin. The next one must be the trail from Oamaru to Dunedin, proposed by Mr. Kircher, the Waitaki Mayor, which would be the only coastal trail of the southern group of main trails. This would connect well with the Alps to Ocean Trail. I strongly encourage the DCC to get involved in this endeavour. The payback from cycle tourists will surprise you. You will hear from me again on this issue because I'm retired now, I've got plenty of time. In summary, provision of bike parks hubs soon and many of them. These need to be secure, and that future planning approvals for commercial premises, etc., allow for bike parks. And finally, that the DCC support a cycle trail between Oamaru and Dunedin. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, John, you happy to take questions? Yep. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, John. You'll be pleased to know that I think it's fair to say that the requirement for bicycle parking where appropriate has become the norm for new consents, but that certainly doesn't address the issue you raise about the railway land. Have you approached any of those property owners or tenants in there to suggest they might do something more appropriate?
As I've shopped there, on the days that I've brought my bike, not the days I've brought my car, I have pointed out that there's no places to park and all the right nodding has occurred, but you know, the example I use is only one. I mean, I was at the Equine Centre earlier in the week, very hard. You know, it's the same sort of thing. It's across the board for. And if we're encouraging people to get on their bikes, so to speak.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship, and kia ora. Please, you have lots of time because I want to add to that. Did you know that there's a Dunedin destination plan consultation going on at the moment?
No, I did not.
So that closes on Friday. I ask a question about that because your support of, I guess, Dunedin as a cycling hub and the connections to the cycle trails would be quite valuable. So could you please, this question, put into that. I'll send you the link.
Okay, that would be great, thank you.
Any questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Yes. You live in McAndrew Bay and you make your way down into the centre of town. Tell us what you think. Can you tell me what the condition of the cycleways and their design is like when you get off the end of Portsmouth Drive and you're making your way across Thomas Burns in that area?
A quick bit of background. I used to bike to work until about 10 years ago in summertime, but I had one too many near misses coming down the McAndrew Bay Road. I am very grateful for the cycleway, walkway that we've got there now. It's fantastic. You do get a wee bit lost coming into town. My wife has started biking to work only because that you can now go around sort of the waterfront down past the stadium. She works at the university and it's quite easy to keep off main roads, but actually coming sort of across into town becomes difficult, but it's 90% better than it was coming from McAndrew Bay 10 years ago. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kettle. Apologies if I pronounced that wrong. Cadell, sorry.
Very good. Yes, Cadell.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Running a council is a thankless business often. Most of your activities are invisible unless someone doesn't like them. I appreciate the chance you've given me today to put something in. I grew up here. I have watched various changes. I've gone away, lived in other places, come back again. One thing I'd like to talk about is rubbish. That's one of those invisible things. I'm glad to see that we're going to a bigger wheelie bin. The basics of taking people's rubbish away is one of those invisible things, and it's dirty and it's not sexy, but it builds up in houses without being properly having easy ways to get rid of it. I'm sure you've thought about the green waste side of things, and I think that's great. That's another thing we've got. I have a garden full of big trees that it takes time to get rid of. Other cities I've lived in have an annual rubbish day pickup. They go by postcode. You can put most things out on the street. They'll come and get them. That strikes me as another thing to add to your list. I'm hopeful that your food waste thing option is a money-making operation. Will that be sold local pig farmers or something like that? Otherwise, I'm not sure that you're prioritising food over green is a good idea. Plastics, we know they're evil one way or another. Once they get in the system, we're stuck. I don't know what the DCC can do in the way of local ordinances, but the less plastic we have out, the better. And instead of, if we are recycling it, that's great. Otherwise, we need to be disposing of it responsibly. And currently, that's burning at optimal temperatures. Everything else produces such long-term side effects that it's just not worth it. Dunedin's only got those 3 roads that run in northern Dunedin: Princess Street, one way north, one way south. And I can see you're being very creative about how to keep traffic flow there. Having lived in places where bicycles are everywhere, like Tokyo, Brisbane, they're not the best for commuting if your city's not flat. And Dunedin is so narrow in the middle that those roads need to be kept prioritised for vehicles, for motor vehicles. As the previous chap said, there's lots of opportunities for tourist bike trails, but as a walker and as an on-foot commuter, when foot traffic and bicycle traffic meet, it's always a problem for the foot traffic. And when bicycle traffic and car traffic meet, it's always a problem for the bicycles. And I'm sure you've got that in mind. I just wanted to reinforce that. Princess Street, George Street is a lovely quiet drive. Dropping it to 30k means people are crossing wherever they like anyway. I am underemployed at the moment. I have time to drive morning, noon and night. Not all day, obviously, but it seems like a double whammy to have the old Barnes dance system back in Princess Street and George Street when the traffic's already going so slowly that people are crossing freely. It works on Albany Street when you've got that foot traffic density all the time, but I don't think you need to do anything more in that regard. At the very least, like a commuted bus lane in Princess Street, George Street seems overkill. One way of reducing congestion is, if you're planning future builds, is we've got spaces in South Dunedin. We've got places like the Oval. We've got the old Carers Book site. I'm sure you know more about the pros and cons of it than I do. But when you're planning major builds, put them somewhere other than in that close to the university area would be great. I hope one day, speaking of bypasses, that we get a bypass from the Leith Saddle down to about Wingatui, so that heavy traffic can go past, but I don't think that's the DCC. I look forward to the Mayfair Theatre being revitalised. That would be grand. And there's also the...
That's your... Oh, God.
Is that my time?
I'm close to that, and I thought I was. That's also your 5 minutes. Sorry.
Okay, no, go.
You happy to take questions?
Yes, absolutely.
If there are any. It's not compulsory, Councillor. Councillor Houlihan.
I was just going to say, you said 30k, but I believe once the plans that have been agreed by council, that some of the councillors, that when George Street's done, the speed will be 10 kilometres, not 30.
I believe that was already tried, and even the buses couldn't drive that slow. Yes. All right, then. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Hyland. The next 5 minutes are yours, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to submit on the 10-year plan. I'm from the Dunedin Tunnels Trail Trust, so that's what we're focusing on here. To recap, there are currently no safe or accessible routes connecting the southern suburbs of Dunedin, be that for transport, recreation and wellbeing, or travel routes for cycling and walking tourists. The current harbour cycleways service a population of approximately 8,000 people. The Tunnels Trail would service 24,000 and yet has been continually delayed and deprioritised. The Tunnels Trail ticks all the criteria for implementing climate change initiatives, active transport initiatives, better health outcomes, increased recreation for people of Dunedin, as well as increasing tourism potential for visitors. We've been championing the case for this trail for 16 years now, without any significant development results. In 2011, Council agreed that after the Peninsula and Harbour, Dunedin Trails project would be next off the mark. In 2018, Council agreed to the next cycleway priorities in order to be the Tunnels Trail, which is staged Mosgiel to Green Island, then Kaikorai to Central, and after that, providing a safe connection for existing cycle networks to Sinclair, North East Valley, and to service gaps in the existing network. The Trust is frustrated that what it believed was a priority list is now being looked at together. Now, the trail itself is made up of many connections for work and school commutes, not just the full length. So Caversham to Burnside as many once did, or Green Island to Mosgiel. The one measure of progress has been securing the Gladstone Road property to ensure access to the Chain Hills Tunnel. That was done by the Trust in conjunction with huge community financial support and then DCC support for longer term finances. That was 4 years ago. We want to acknowledge the hard work done over the past 8 months by the current project manager employed by DCC. He's actually number 4 since 2019. But we do challenge the parameters he's been directed to work within by DCC staff. Again, we're frustrated seeing the blocks added, such as double tracking railways or claims of confined spaces, when there are no council motions for such, or the problem's already been overcome. The project is currently envisaged as a single stage, all-in-one project, fully designed urban shared path cycleway, including underpass, rail embankments, industrial area redevelopment, and full redeployment of utility infrastructures. It's an estimated 28 million for a 15k length of trail and a 2027 completion target, 6 years away. Design costs are high and therefore the benefit cost ratio is skewed. Now, to put that 28 million in context, Clutha Gold Extension, $10 million, 65k of track, 2 tunnels, and again parts inside a rail corridor. The Lake Dunstan Trail, 56 kilometres, including suspension bridge, multiple cantilevered sections, and major engineering work. That comes in at 26 million, 2 million less. And I think there was only 7 million for that 25k stretch that was open on the weekend. Now, both of those are envisaged, planned and designed within the last 5 to 10 years. The Dunstan Trail is open now, and Clutha Gold Extension is progressing by kilometres weekly. These cycleways also do not rely on Waka Kotahi NZTA for their design methodology and funding. Now, as a cycleway, we feel the Tunnels Trail needs to be a multi-stage project with a target of getting parts, if not all, operational as soon as possible. So lower cost initial solutions to be looked at, such as a controlled crossing at Kaikorai Valley rather than an underpass, utilising existing cycle infrastructure through Green Island rather than trying to get through Burnside land, prioritising a cycle path alongside the rail line now rather than a passing lane and waiting for that, and not funding power gas utilities for making their infrastructure safe in our public assets. Now, these alternatives would create an immediate cycleway that, while not gold standard, would be able to be safely used and, more importantly, increase mode choice. The ongoing usage would then provide the justification to improve the separate parts layer by layer to get the desired design over multiple years. And designing the best cycleway with a construction target of 2027 introduces critical funding risks and a huge ongoing opportunity cost. Now, meanwhile, we've got an extensive cycleway network planned or completed to the north, to the south, and potentially to the west of Dunedin City. But there will be no way of linking to it. So come 2027, there won't be a route to enable cyclists to ride into our city, and that really is a regional and national embarrassment. So in summary, we ask that the current business plan for the Tunnels Trail be updated to a form that allows for an immediate start to construction of stages, albeit at a reduced level of overall design. So build it for local commuters, local school kids, local recreation, then it'll work for tourism as well. Please fund it now, don't wait. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jared. I have a couple of questions, and the first one is essentially about your, I hope that's okay, Councillor, is about the comparative costs. So you're comparing it to the Lake Dunstan Trail or the Clutha Gold Trail, both of which are recreational assets.
Yeah, those are
so the difference is because you say that they're not funded or not subject to the same design and funding criteria that Whakakotahi use. So it's not so much 28 million versus 26 million, but it's $28 million that would be co-funded by a government agency versus 26 million that would be entirely self-funded for the project. Is that correct?
No, all those other cycleways, be it Queenstown, Central Otago, or the Clutha Gold, they get their funding from multiple government agencies, more often than not MBIE. So they don't have to follow, or they don't get all their funding from NZTA for the non-local portion, and they don't follow the design methodology. I mean, we're not building Transmission Gully, we're building a cycle path.
So is the tension here that because as you've said, part of it is to try and encourage commuting, that it brings with it different standards and different understanding of what is required for and I'm not arguing whether that's right or not. I'm just trying to get a clear understanding of where that tension is from a funding point of view.
I think NZTA have a requirement for looking at what they want to see developed. What we need to see developed is a functional cycleway. Now, all those other ones that we mentioned, Dunstan, Clutha Gold Extension, Otago Central, they're all portions of them, and especially Queenstown, they're used for commuting daily for people in those regions. And recreation and tourism is a big part of them. It may not be, well, the tourism part may not be so big here, but for us in Dunedin, recreation will be as big as, if not bigger than, the commute. So why are we only looking at NZTA for funding, and why are we only following the NZTA methodology, which is quite a massive beast in terms of what has to be done, how it's done, and the full business process of it. And it seems there's a lot of money going into that rather than building the tracks themselves.
So if you scratch the word commuter off your funding application...
Oh, no, I didn't say that. I wouldn't say scratch it off. I would say at the moment that's the sole focus and sole raison d'etre of the funding request, to say we're building a new commuter trail, whereas everyone knows that's one leg of a three-legged stool of commuting, of recreation and of tourism potential.
Okay. Thanks. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Gerard. Sometimes when you turn up here, I think I should call you Morgan Freeman, because you remind me of his character in The Shawshank Redemption. I hope the ending is similar. Rumours abound that you attended the opening of the Dunstan's new Dunstan Trail on the weekend. So I guess how was that, and how does that does that speak to us in terms of what we could do in terms of the tunnel trail?
Well, to see what was done, and I rode from Clyde right through to the old precinct, so through the new section to Cornish Point and then round the existing sections. It's absolutely marvellous. I mean, it's not a tar-sealed road, it's a cycleway, so the surface is good, but for commuting you may want it more hard-packed. But the engineering work that was done through there is magnificent, and I really struggle to see how, and I think that section was only 7 million rather than the full 26. I struggle to see how a cycleway of 15k from here to Mosgiel sits higher than that at 28 million. And we really don't want to be building a 3 metre wide asphalt path fully lit from Caversham right through to Mosgiel. It doesn't fit, and it's not necessary right now.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Can I just clarify? I've been told, but I don't know if it's correct or not, that the Tunnels Trust got funding, reasonable amount of funding, about 11 million. Is that correct?
That was tagged by the council a number of years ago to say that would be in our budget. It hasn't happened.
Really? Okay. So at present there's no funding in the pool, or?
Well, in 2018, the then Transport Manager Richard Saunders said they'd be earmarking 11 million for the project.
Right.
That's all that we've been told since. And now they're saying that the project, there's obviously money there because the project has started. They're developing the business case, hopefully to have that ready by July, August. But again, it's a business case that's looking at a single stage exercise, and the costs, even the draft costs now, look to mean the benefit cost ratio is very skewed and a risk to the whole thing going here.
Oh my goodness. Because I sit on the Mosgiel Community Board, and so we get the odd update on that, but I know they have been going to NZTA to get some funding, but it's interesting to hear you say around that, that perhaps we need to look wider.
Definitely. I think this trail has the potential to be funded by not only NZTA, but MBIE and the local community as well. If we can have external funding coming in from the community trust to go through the Dunedin Tunnels Trail Trust, we can bring that money in through our port rather than directly through council.
Have you got it in writing that?
Thank you, Jared. Thank you. Louise Lawrence. And Miss Walker and Miss Lloyd Fitt, I understand. I was just guessing with my eyeline, apologies. Welcome. The next 5 minutes are yours.
Thank you. Well, our main aim here is really just to reiterate what we put in our submission and actually to get into the annual plan. We've started engaging with the DCC, and as an aside, as a thank you, DCC already supports equine recreation and sport with having 4 of the 5 pony clubs on reserve land. So it's more than anything just to make sure that we're in the annual plan, we've participated and we're submitting, so that in the future if we want to engage with parks and recreation, they can't say, or there's no thing to say that we haven't participated before. So we're doing baby steps at the moment. So our we're affiliated pony club, and a lot of us also have other equine and we ride ourselves. What you do find now is, growing up, it was quite common to ride the streets of Dunedin in many of the suburbs. That's a lot harder nowadays. You still do it, but like with cyclists, there is often a lack of understanding about, the horse is legally allowed on the road. So what we're wanting to see is to make sure that when the DCC, Sport and Recreation, and is looking at tracks and trails, equine interests are also going to be involved. Just a little bit about Pony Club. So we're we're a volunteer association, and we're for children and now back to adults, because we've had a lot of returning riders when they stop having children. And so we're also a highly educational association, so we have a certificate system, a lot of them internationally recognised. We offer a Riders Without Horses program, so you don't need to own a horse to belong to Pony Club. And so Saddleview, who I'm involved in, we have a program with about 8 kids, and we've brought in hobby horses as well. I do hobby horse jumping, that's quite big in Europe. And our fees are actually quite affordable. Of course, sometimes it's often identified that all people who own horses are rich, but that is not the case. Disposable incomes are what we choose to use our money for, and of course husbands might say the horses get fed better than I do. But we're here to offer a range of participation and educational opportunities. We're predominantly female, so we get a lot of girls and women running the sport. We do funding, and we are looking at, one thing I have noticed in the past is the DCC has funding grants for other areas like arts and culture and community events and all that, but there's no sort of, say, a ring-fenced area for sport and recreation. We've also involved with the DCC, with Parks and Recs, involving with their reviews last year, and we want to continue with that. And I think that's about it. And, you know, we've been looking at the sport and recreation document that was produced by Parks and Recs a couple of years ago. So we are passionate volunteers, ready to get involved and work in community partnership with the DCC. Thank you.
Thank you, thanks for coming. I can vouch for the spectator value in competitive hobby horse riding. Councillor Benson-Pope.
No hobby horse involved. Perhaps you were rich until you bought the horse.
Yeah.
At the time, thanks for your submission. At the time of the debate we had a couple of years ago about vehicles and other things on beaches, there was a doom and gloom panic attack that was going to be a problem with riders of various descriptions. Have there been any issues, or is that all fine?
Well, occasionally then still get people saying horses shouldn't be on the beach.
Right.
And one of the challenges, actually, which is a good, thank you for reminding me, is that we do often have to float to areas now because, you know, having had a daughter that nearly got caught between a bus and a truck on the suburban street with her horse, you know, she's reluctant. There are children, and we are looking at children reluctant to ride on the streets. They're taught about the road code and everything else, but like cyclists, you can get abuse for riding on the road. And, you know, when you're doing the slow down sign, people think you're waving at them.
Okay, but you haven't had any issues?
So,
no,
I mean, I think...
issues in respect of
our
staff and the bylaw?
Yeah, I think it was because there was enough passionate response to what was going to happen that it was seen and it's changed. But, I mean, again, like with Ocean View, I mean, there's less parking is a challenge because we have got people engaging and walking, and that's great as well. But, you know, if we're going to float somewhere because it's safer, we do need some accessible parking as well.
I think one issue also with the floating to like the beaches and that sort of thing, you know, where we're parking on the sides of roads really, and unloading and loading animals with you know, fight or flight tendencies. It's really quite a dangerous situation as you've got fast moving traffic going by.
Sure.
And yeah, as we say, just riding on the road and that nowadays, it's, you know, I had helped deal with the aftermath of a horse killed on Riccarton Road last year by a car. So, you know, it's just not feasible to allow kids and that out riding on the roads. And if we can just have some of these plans that where you've got the walking and cycling trails, there's plenty of room that certainly the horses should be able to be accommodated as well.
Have you raised that side of the issue, that concern with our parks and recreation people?
Yes, it's in the submission as well. So yes, I actually, in saying that too, been dealing with a planner at Parks and Recreation, so she's with the tracks and trails. So she's been really good because last year with the Sort of Targo review, they said they were doing a tracks and trails review for walkers and cyclists. So I said, oh, what about horses? Okay. So it's just making sure that we're now four-legged critters, you know, do
mainstream. Thank you.
Do bring enjoyment.
Four legs, good, etc. Councillor Raddick.
Sort of following on from the previous question, I was curious as to what beaches you are allowed to go on.
I think pretty much on Ocean View. I mean, there used to be heavy riding on Tomahawk. I don't know if there's as much now because, of course, there's not the training on it. Waikwaiti. I mean, growing up as a kid, we used to be allowed to ride on Boulder Beach, but of course that's not the case now. So Waikwaiti. But then again as well, you want some variety. It's not just the beaches you want to ride on. There is tracks and trails because it brings sort of fitness benefits for the horse as well, riding on in other areas.
So we have talked about cars and boats on Tomahawk over the course of this session. What is your position on Tomahawk? Do you know exactly?
Well, personally, I wouldn't ride there as much because I don't live that way. Whereas Ocean View, I'd be going out to Waikaiti. But again, I suppose with Tomahawk now, there is the less parking as well. There is on the sports grounds and that. But yeah, I don't, a lot more of the horse riders are sort of concentrated in the Mosgiel area, less on the, unfortunately, less on the peninsula.
But are you allowed to ride there?
As far as I'm aware.
Councillor Redding, if you want to review council's bylaws, I'm sure staff can point you in the direction of council's bylaws. Thank you for your presentation and your submission.
Great,
appreciate it. Ms. Smith.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. I want to acknowledge our committee members who are here. Judy Southworth, Dougal Stevenson, Bill Southworth and Lana Orania. So I'm just going to make a few points. I'm not going to take up the whole 5 minutes. And I'm working on the premise that you've read the submission and familiar with the contents of it. So the retention and restoration of the Sims building has the full support of the West Harbour Community Board. Now that was advised to us by actually Aaron, when you were on that committee, and Steve was the chair of that community board in 2019 when we presented to the board. Port Chalmers community made it very clear through the consultation process carried out by the DCC in 2018 that they wanted the building retained. And in many ways there's been quite a lot of focus on what the use is, but the time for it, it's going to take quite a lot of time to get the building to the point where it's ready to be used for anything. So we can, throw lots of ideas around, but as we've all learnt in the last year, it's a changing world, and we had a very strong focus on tourism for the building. It was probably our strongest focus was around tourism for the and representing the maritime industrial history of the building at that time. That still is our focus, but COVID of course has changed very dramatically what happens in our town, let alone in the region and the country. So it is hard to refine those plans at this stage, but the primary concern is about the retention and restoration of a historic building that's one of the very few, if not the only, original maritime foundry remaining in New Zealand. So we've supplied many of you, particularly people who were on the last council, with material outlining the historic importance of the building. That material will be available here at the council, and I'm not going to take time up going over that material, but it will be, I urge those of you who aren't familiar with that material to take the opportunity to familiarise yourself with it. Our request is that the DCC fulfil their responsibilities regarding completing the asbestos removal and stabilising the site. It's important to note that there are a number of there's a large report prepared by Opus that has been relied on talking about the stability of the site and asbestos. That site has been stable for the past 100 years. Nothing has happened on that site. And much has been made of the asbestos contamination. And 4 years ago, when the roof was removed, it was removed because of an asbestos roof. I think it's important for you to know that the building wasn't shrouded when that roof was removed, and it's been exposed to the elements for the 4 years since. We think it's wise for the council to undertake a revised asbestos assessment because it's likely that the contamination has already significantly dispersed from the site. In fact, one of the companies we're working with has said it's likely that because the building wasn't shrouded, a lot of that asbestos would have gone onto the roofs of local residents in the Port Chalmers area, if it was indeed as big an issue as it was described at that time. But in any event, it's been left exposed for the last 4 years to the weather, and we think that the likelihood is that it's looking very different now. It's the responsibility of the council to make good the site, whatever the future. the building and the site, and to ensure that, and the other responsibility of the council is to ensure that the consultation that was undertaken was genuine and meaningful, and to act on the wishes of the community at that time. So our offer as a trust, once the site is cleaned up, is to take responsibility for fundraising, developing and running the building in partnership with the DCC. We wouldn't own the building. We can't own the building as we're advised by DCC employees, but we would certainly take responsibility for all elements of restoration and running. We know that the site can't be sold and it can't be offered to any other organisation for commercial use, but our position is that we shouldn't lose any more historic buildings in Port Chalmers, and especially not to be flattened and used as a car park, which was the primary push for from the OPIS report and from the council at that time. And we also urge the council to work with us to ensure that the use of the facility can be widened to include a range of recreational uses, and that barriers are not put up to achieving this goal. This may require working through a change to the consent process for the space, but it may not, so we're not clear about that. There are various opinions on what the site can be used for in the long term. 5
minutes is shorter than you think, Chris.
The retention and development,
Sorry, said 5 minutes is shorter than you think.
Is my 5 minutes up?
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll just finally say...
Are you happy to take questions?
I am happy to take questions. I just want to say
Are there
that
questions?
it is your responsibility.
Councillor Barker.
What do you wish to finally say?
I think, well, regardless of what you have in the 10-year plan, this is something that it is a cost that is going to have to be borne, so we're recommending that it be included in the plan.
Councillor O'Malley.
I had a second question. Is there a particular cost or figure that you think we should put in the 10-year plan?
Well, the DCC staff provided us with a figure that we're surprised at the size of it, and it's why we're suggesting that there be a reassessment of the asbestos removal costs. They provided a figure of $700,000 for site stabilisation and asbestos removal.
And would you like that put in the plan?
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
That is in fact my question, except then the question is, would that be because you believe that regardless of whatever happens at that site, the removal of the asbestos is going to be a requirement, and presumably so with the stabilisation of the bank?
Yes.
So therefore, in terms of doing a business case analysis, that's the baseline anyway, no matter what goes forward.
It has to be done. It has to be carried out.
Regardless of whatever happens to the Sims building. So you're saying 700,000, if that's the number, should be in the account anyway.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thanks Chris for the submission. A couple of questions. In terms of the request to have a 700k put in the 10-year plan, does the trust have a position on whether that is for next year, or would you be willing to have that spread over subsequent years? And I ask that question obviously in the context of the financial pressure overall in terms of the council at the moment.
We're open to discussing the timing, and I think the problem is that we have to get on with getting a roof on the building, because it's been exposed to the elements for so long, and it's starting to look like a sort of a demolition sort of by default, because the building will start to deteriorate. I'm not sure that the stabilisation of the bank is as urgent as getting the asbestos reassessed and a roof back on. So I guess we need the commitment to start the process of fundraising for re-roofing.
Okay, and second question is, there's obviously a commitment here from the trust to go out and raise quite a lot of the money subsequently. So my question is, and excuse the pun, are you guys, I guess, sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place in terms of being able to go out and do that until there's far more clarity around the clean-up stroke, the ownership status?
Well, we can't engage in that part of the process until we have an agreement with the council to work collectively on the project, which is the stumbling block at the moment. So the communications that we've had from council staff to date have really, all the most recent communications have focused on the issue of the 700,000 for the asbestos, addressing asbestos and addressing bank stabilisation.
So, sorry, just to make clear my terrible attempt at the previous question. For example, if you were going to go and ask a Targa Community Trust for a large sum of money, they're not in a position to do that at the moment until the ownership status of that site is...
It's not the ownership. The ownership can't transfer from the DCC. And we've been advised that by Robert West and David Bainbridge Safar. So if you know something different about that would be interesting. But it certainly has to rest. It's on reserved land, so it has to rest with a public authority, not a private owner.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Just one last question from me. Does the offer, just so we're clear, does the offer from the trust extend to the ongoing repairs and maintenance of the building if you can't own it?
Well, that's a matter that we would have to discuss on a long-term basis. When we're prepared to put the effort into getting the roof, doing the work to turn it into a facility, we obviously have to look at what our first step is to make an application for fundraising once we know that the DCC is on board with working with us to secure the building. Our first step is a scoping project which we've engaged with Feldspar, and they in turn are looking to work with Opus at all of the implications. So it's very difficult to get into the nuts and bolts of what it will look like until we know that it's a realistic option for us to start working.
Yeah, but you understand that the appetite here for going down that path may well hinge on what the ongoing liability to council would be in a financial sense.
Well, the first stage is doing the scoping work with Feldspar in association with the council, where all of those details would be sorted out, and at the end of that process we'd look at what's feasible and whether we progress to the next step. But there's no we've had a costing for that work. It's around $50,000. We've been well supported by Feldspar and discussions with funders around the likelihood of us achieving the funds to complete that first stage of the process. And that's where I guess all of that detailed work in conjunction with DCC employees would be nutted out.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Master McKnight. Mr. McKnight is here though. I wouldn't dare suggest that you would speak on his behalf.
Well, he is coming. He's just right. He's looking for parking. He's struggling with that.
Bless you.
He's probably been arrested. He's only 5, so he's driving. But I do have a presentation, and we can swap over. He won't mind that, I'm sure. So, if you all read my submission, with 5 minutes, I won't go into the details of what I've written there, other than to say I hope most of you agree with the theme of what I'm saying there, that basically we're talking about cycleways, we're talking about trying to get things up to a higher standard, and we're looking at what in the future transport in Dunedin is going to be like. And I suggest that personal transport, whatever that form that might take, bicycles, scooters, e-bikes, are going to make a big part of that future. And to make that happen, we need to provide something safe. And clearly, what we've got now is not safe. You know, it doesn't get, you can look at little sections of it and say this is quite good, but as a whole, to get people from A to B, it doesn't have any network status. So that, you know, you will come across areas of road that are blatantly unsafe, I pick a few examples in my submission, and I think Dundas Street is a good example because over the years the roads have been taken more up by both traffic and by parking, and particularly angle parking has had a huge effect on the safety of cyclists because it's taken away that room, that small bit of room they had between the parked cars and the carriageway, so that being on any of those roads, every single car has to see you and avoid you. Now that's a situation that as a cyclist you don't want to be in. You know, you don't want to be relying on every single person behind you seeing you and avoiding you. You know, that is asking too much. I mean, you will be part of the road space, and that's very hard to avoid because there's people turning in and out of driveways and so on. So what I'm saying is we need to accept that we are sharing the road, but we want to empower the cyclist into being part of that sharing, not a forgotten little bit down the side. So we want to get cyclists visible, seen, give them space. And what I'm saying is that that can be done on our roads without highly costly and engineered solutions. Most of our roads, particularly the ones on the flat, do have sufficient room to take motorists and cyclists. So it's a matter of basically empowering the cyclists to be more confident and to use that road space, and depowering the motorist to say, actually, we don't own this road. We are part of it, but we don't dominate it. So one of the first things I'd like to see is something that's being done overseas, in Holland particularly, is cycle streets, where you've got a road that you've said is a street for cyclists to use. It is a so they come as one of the first priorities. So it can be used by motorists, it can be used by parking. You slow the speed down to 30k, a compatible speed, and you put the cyclist in a position where they are seen. You let them be in the carriageway, you encourage them to be in the carriageway, you mark it so that they are on the road, and that cars have to respect them and not overtake them unless they can easily, slow down, follow them. And we have a number of streets where this can be done quite well. Streets like Vogel Street has been sort of done like that, but it's been left as a big open space, just asphalt. And I think we need more than that. We need to say, hold on, this is a cycle street, and mark it so that we empower the cyclist and depower the motorist. So to achieve all that, to me, what we've got now, what we've had, hasn't been working. We haven't created virtually anything in the last 20 to 30 years that really achieves what we need it to. So we need to think of a way that we can have a group, you know, working with the council, working with the community, people from the AA, a group that is empowered to be able to make some changes. Overseas, we've seen with COVID a lot of pop-up.
That is your 5 minutes, Steve.
I'll steal a wee bit from Harry.
That is not how it works. but I feel like the next section may be curtailed by a different kind of alarm. Be happy to take questions?
Yep, sure.
Councillor O'Malley.
There we go, thanks, Steve. So what you're proposing is that, in fact, that we would set up a network of streets that are in such a way that cyclists are equal right users of the road reserve as cars. And that, in fact, because they are cars, when they enter that section of the road reserve, those roads are expected to demonstrate a behaviour which shows that they're sharing the road with the cyclist.
Yeah, yeah. in Holland they have cycle streets, and that's exactly what they are. People move at a similar pace. The motorists are there by invite because they're accessing properties, they're accessing car parks. They generally, if you can, they're not through streets, you haven't got additional traffic, you've got the traffic, only the vehicle traffic that needs to be there, and therefore you can, without interfering with the way the whole roading network works, you can put this in there, and it doesn't cause any huge conflict for the present users. You're actually not changing the way these roads, the likes of Ogle Street, are working very much at all, but you're empowering the cyclist to say, the less confident cyclist, the one that will naturally be right against the angle parked cars and putting himself in a dangerous position, you're empowering to say, get out on the road, be seen, you're allowed here, you're part of this. And there's a certain number of roads, not every road that we can do that, but there are quite a few where that will work pretty well.
Would they be lined up with the network system that we have? So if you are doing a journey, you'll be going either onto one of these or Cycleway, in other words, or would they be just standalone roads that are?
Well, they'll provide a place where you get a connection. So if we looked at Leith Street, Southern Leith Street, it would take you from the St Andrews Street all the way to University. So, that's one that's easily done. It provides a good and useful connection. And yeah, you want to connect it with other streets so it works. But you've got to realise that, if what we had was the cycle network was the road network, we'd have something that couldn't be used by cars. And to expect people to go way out of the way on cycles to try and use the little bits of cycleway we've got, it doesn't happen. People use Princess Street, people use Dundas Street, people use Hillside Road. These are roads that shouldn't be used by cyclists, but they are the connections that need to be used. And on top of that, we can provide separated cycleways on these, and we can do separated for much easier costs than we have. We've got a very nice little bit of separated cycleway down near the railway station. It cost a fortune. We could have done that with some movable concrete barriers, and we could extend that down Anzac Ave at very, very little cost. And so what I'm saying is we should be looking at these low-cost solutions to make it work and get things going in the very short term, rather than waiting 10, 20 years for high-cost solutions.
Councillor Lord.
It's okay now. I'm sort of my question with that answer.
Councillor Walker.
Thanks, Stephen. And conceptually, I love the idea. We've talked about it quite a lot. My only question to you is, how do we avoid? Because already we've had feedback on the higgledy-piggledy disconnection nature of our current cycleways, i.e., where do they go next? How, by doing this, does this not add to that problem that already exists with that disconnection?
I'm not saying, I'm suggesting a method that can be used. Now, there's a whole lot of methods that can be used, and I'm suggesting we use them to solve the problem and connect them to get people from A to B. I'm not suggesting we just pick the easiest streets to put them on. And we've done that a bit in the past. We've got streets in the middle of nowhere with cycle lanes marked on them. I'm chucking out that idea. I'm saying we're actually trying to get a network that gets people safely from A to B, because if we don't do that, nobody's going to use it. And to a large extent, they don't use what we've got already for that reason.
Thank you. William. What is happening?
So William here, it's his first stats. Do you want to sit on the seat?
Microphones will go down to your level, William.
I'll explain from William's point of view. Shall we tell everybody what's happening at your playground? So William it's been his first day at school, so it's been a big day for him, and talking to all you. So William's come up with an idea for a playground. And the reason he has is because we've been to quite a number of other places, Queenstown, Wanaka, up north, and we've found that the playgrounds in Dunedin are not as good as we find just about everywhere else. And there's a lot of good ideas that we can put into a playground that William would love to see because they're great. Things like water features, water play, a lot more sand, a lot more creative stuff. Different ideas with the environment and using what's there to make it more interesting and more fun. And you know, we're missing a trick with playgrounds. They can be a centre of, you know, what Christchurch has done, again at a huge cost, but it can become a focus of regeneration of the area, as well as bringing people in and families in and connection. And having something that is good for parents, you know, there's coffee stalls, there's a whole lot of reasons why that you can add on to a playground to make a whole area work. I think there was suggestions down the waterfront we could include a playground in it. And, you know, I think it's happened in Christchurch, it's happened in Auckland with Silo Basin, you know, and I think in Dunedin, we should think of, you know, where we're going with some of these big ideas and include something really good to get people into the area. William has added a castle to the playground idea and he hasn't quite finished it, so that's what the issue is. But he's got, if you can, underground, a maze with tunnels, a drone that we can hire. We've got a railway, flying foxes. So William and his granddad spent days working on every idea they could think of for this.
Well, that was a very good William impression.
Anything else you'd like to talk to them about, say?
Thank you. It's easily the best looking submission that we've received so far. And thank you, William. Some of us also grew up being dragged to these boring meetings by our parents too. So thank you for coming and thank you for your patience. Thanks, guys.
Okay, cheers.
And happy birthday. No pressure, Senor Lobo.
Well, yes, I should start by recommending William as the next urbanist in Dunedin. I think it's a tough act to follow, really. Is this on? Is this on? Is that better? Huh? Yeah. Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I just want to start by saying there is one very good reason why I moved into Dunedin. That reason is actually the music scene. There's so much of good talent in music. And that's also the reason why I ended up doing hospitality in Dunedin. So I could keep up with what's happening with music So in the last few years, I have had one or two noise complaints in my establishment, in umbrellas. It's very difficult to actually run a venue and try to keep the noise down to a point where it is not, let's call it, uncomfortable or inconvenient to my neighbors. Obviously, I want to cooperate with my neighbors, and I put very strict measures in my establishment to keep noise levels down to the maximum I can. I've been talking to other venue owners, and we have come to a conclusion that we don't feel it's fair. The current enforcement of the law of noise control, we don't feel is fair towards venues because it's very complaint based. And I don't really come here to give you a solution, guys. I just want to see if we can start a dialogue to see how we can work together with the community, with the music scene, with our next door neighbors, and hopefully some of you, if I see them in umbrellas one day as well, and enjoy some live music over some nice food. I hope you like my food, and you know, some beverages. So the point, why the reason why I'm coming to say this is that I read your plan. It's very good to see the 10-year plan and all the parts that refer to arts and performing arts and the budgets allocated to redo some of the beautiful venues that we have here. Now those venues are very, very big, and they require big production for musicians to actually have a good act. However, places like mine allow for the smaller musicians that are just starting, they've just got a band, or they just established musicians that like, you know, the interaction, the direct interaction with customers, like the ones in umbrellas. It's very hard to see, for example, a cease notice to those musicians that are working so hard, probably harder than we are, to make these gigs and fight to keep their equipment, which they probably don't even have enough money to pay for that equipment. I know that sometimes they get it back, so yeah, but it's just it's very, in my opinion, it shouldn't be just complaints based. It shouldn't be reactive on complaints. It should be more proactive. You know, our neighbors should know that we have live music happening in whichever days. Maybe the artists would like to be promoted in that way, so people know that they're going to be playing. So I'm not saying change the law. I'm not saying I didn't come with a beautiful drawing like the one before. All I'm trying to ask is to have as part of the 10-year plan a way forward to open a dialogue where at least venue owners, musicians, the community are all being heard and all come to agreements, rather than having this confrontational system of complaints. So I kind of run out of things to say, but that's all I wanted to say, really.
Yeah, kia ora. Yeah, and I know that there are disparate issues for different venues. Some people have compliance issues and so on, but just to be clear, at your site the issues are essentially just regulatory enforcement, so how the noise issue specifically, nothing physical with the venue itself?
No, and I try to also talk to the neighbors, so that I tell them, for example, when we have big events like the beer festival, which we are quite involved, we let them know, hey, there's going to be a band, so we can manage before things happen. We normally don't have loud bands we normally have just 5 to 7 band on a Friday, just acoustic, so that people enjoy. They can, I don't know, have a beer and talk lies, and be entertained by me sometimes. I don't know if they like it, but yeah, and have a band in the background. But sometimes I have actually had requests for artists coming from somewhere else who are touring, and they say, well, can we use your venue? And I say, well, not sure you can. So I try to move them to venues where they can allow louder music. It's just to keep my place open and to be happy with everyone, really. Talking to all the venue owners, they've had it a lot harder than myself, and they have had a handful of police coming in with seize warrants, and I don't think they felt they had the opportunity to actually fix the problem, or enough time to fix the problem, after a noise complaint, and that gives me a lot of worries, because I could be in that same position, being a venue owner, and I have to be quite tough to musicians, and some of them don't like me very much because I say, no, I'm not going to allow a drum set, for example, or sub basses or big sound systems. I actually have to tell them, even though there might be sound that needs to be amplified, like rock music, dance music. So I have to be very restrictive as to what type of art can be expressed in umbrellas, in terms of music performing arts.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. It's been suggested that the recent events that triggered a degree of heat about this issue have come about because of a change of contract for the people who were doing the monitoring on our behalf. Does that make any sense to you? Were things better previously than in the last little while?
Yeah, at the time when I dealt with a contractor called Allied Security, so they seem to be the contract. So security firms are contracted to enforce noise complaints. And I sometimes had a person who was fairly reasonable, would give us a list of things that we could do to make it better. Sometimes it was, no, this is not good, here's your notice, write 3 things on the notice. I actually have some pictures, but I don't want to bore you with one of those. It could be, the problem is that it's very subjective. So neither of those people would be technically wrong. They have enforced the letter of the law in their own way. But that by it being so subjective, then we may or may not have a chance to rectify the problem or to negotiate. Obviously, I want to keep the venue open. I want to keep those tills running and people enjoying, and it's not just selling the food and the drinks. We try to sell an experience, and the music is part of that experience. So, yeah, I hope I answered the question.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Hi, thanks for submitting. About what time? Is it sort of before 10 o'clock that they're complaining, or what?
The last complaint, which was at the beer festival in Umbrellas, was actually at 8 o'clock at night.
8 at night?
Yes.
Do you have a further question?
Well, I do, but it's probably a question to staff, so I'll have to make that later, because I'm wondering what time we cut off for noise, because 8 seems pretty early.
Thank you. Thanks, Ed.
Sorry.
Appreciate it. Cheers. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting until 3:15. Seconded Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. If people would take their seats so we can resume the meeting. Mr. Coggan, Dr. Campbell, welcome. Photo to be displayed. My sheet says, and there's a photo displayed, so there's a victory. We're all yours.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Anna Campbell. I'm on the New Zealand Cricket Board and I'm also a local Dunedin businesswoman. I just wanted to speak first about the New Zealand cricket's perspective and our journey in the last 5 years before Mike gave a few more details about the project. 5 years ago, New Zealand Cricket commissioned a report into our game and we came up fiercely lacking in terms of diversity and what we were doing in terms of community. We've been on a pretty incredible journey since then. We've got 50% women in governance. We've had massive growth in the junior game in terms of girls' sports. We're also doing a lot around ethnic diversity. We've had a Dunedin Cricket Festival here, an ethnic cricket festival here, and we've also we also have introduced Māori schoolgirl and Māori schoolboy teams. We're pretty proud of the journey we've come. We've got a long way to go because we did neglect diversity as a sport, but it's been fantastic to be a part of this journey. In terms of Otago cricket, Mike will go into this more, but we are a little bit behind the ball in terms of our facilities for both our professional game and how that links to our community game. Cricket is a genuinely international sport, and just a stat that I think you'll find really interesting is that more people in the world will watch the Women's World Cricket Cup than they will the Men's Rugby Cup. So in terms of thinking about future trading partners and New Zealand being, Dunedin being an international venue, India will be one of our future trading partners. We think there's a really exciting opportunity for Otago Cricket to partner with the Polytech and the university around education, and this facility is part of that whole story. So Mike.
Thank you, Aaron. In simple terms, we're asking for two things. One is permission, and by that I mean permission to build what we see as an extremely important and absolutely vital all year round training centre on Dunedin City Council ground, land at Tahuna Park. And you'll see on the photo exactly where we're talking about the siting of this facility. We seek council support to work with Parks and Recreation Services on defining the scope of the proposal with a view to confirming Tahuna Park as our preferred location as soon as possible. So we've been working with the council now for 12 months since we gave up the concept of Logan Park as the preferred location. Now we're concentrating our efforts on a location that simply has least impact on every other user group in terms of sport and rec in the city. So we've determined for various reasons Tahuna Park at that top southern site below the sand dunes is that option with the Parks and Recreation Services team. We believe it's a fourfold benefit to Dunedin. Firstly, the benefit sits with our city. Dunedin as a host venue for international cricket, as Anna's alluded to. Really important that we maintain pace with the other host cities across New Zealand in terms of our minimum standards of facility, and that does include all year round training facilities that support not only our community cricket but certainly international cricketers that are here on wet days. Secondly, it's really important that we can support, and which we've never really been able to do before, our community cricketers, many of whom live and play in that South Dunedin catchment. So we believe through development of this 18 grass indoor facility that offers year-round opportunity, that we will now support over 200 young male and female cricketers in our pathways, aged between the age of 12 and 19 years of age. Thirdly, the most and one of the most important areas that we're very proud of is our diversity and ethnicity change over the last 3 to 4 years. We've got a Girl Smash initiative that we put in place 4 years ago. It's recognised nationally, and it's now got over 800 young females playing the game across our region. That will certainly benefit from the development of this particular centre. And certainly with the advent of the ICC Women's World Cup in March of next year, it's an opportunity to use that year in terms of real legacy opportunity. And lastly, but also importantly, we must retain and recruit our professional cricketers across our 3 domestic programs, and that's important to have that year-round facility which matches, if not betters, our other major associations across New Zealand. In terms of the opportunity it provides to the city, fourfold, and lastly, it allows us, like I said, to maintain pace with all other international host venue minimum standards. That's imperative from an NZC point of view. It puts in place a strong position for Dunedin to continue to host and win bids for future international matches hosted. Like I said, the legacy is really important to us post the ICC Women's World Cup next year, and it certainly provides an opportunity to accelerate the growth of our female participation in our game. And lastly, one area that's been put on the back burner but it's equally important to us is the partnership with the Otago tertiary providers in terms of that program between cricket and education and what that will do for not only our sport but our city and the economic benefits to Otago in general.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And certainly our thoughts are with our subcontinental friends at the moment. It's a challenging time, as we've all seen. You're happy to take questions? I have one to start off with, and there seem to me two, I don't know, you've got 4 points, but broadly you're looking at infrastructure to support the development of the game locally, and infrastructure that may be a useful ancillary to hosting international events. How would you, how does that split? So are they roughly equal priorities in terms of the need for this? I'm not trying to pit them against each other, I'm just trying to get a sense of what the core driver of this is.
I think, and we've talked about this at board level for a good year now, the importance of anything we do has to have a community emphasis, and importantly the connection between our community game into our pathway game and across performances needs to be fluid and important. It hasn't been the case over the years. It's been a much stronger emphasis around professional cricket, but for us certainly the need to sustain international cricket and what that means for our city in terms of a whole lot of things, and we're getting sold out crowds. We have had sold out crowds for the last 3 years. If we continue to drive that, we're going to drive that community support at the bottom. So for us, this facility has to have a community use, and it has to have equal opportunities for diversity and ethnicity and all the rest of it to be involved, and we believe we're heading down that track with our strategies. But certainly it's probably a share between that international hosting requirement and desire and our willingness to really grow our community aspect.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. So what is it you need from DCC? Or what are you here asking for?
We've spent 12 months working with Scott McLean and his team, and we're asking for permission to continue to pursue a site that we believe is the ideal site to house the facility. That's the most important part to us. We've looked at 6 or 7 other venues. None of those are ideal purely because of the current level of occupation they have with various sports users, recreation users. So we're asking for permission to work with Scott and his team to identify and confirm this site as our preferred site for that particular facility.
And I noted in here it says support to mitigate costs associated with connection of power and water. And
for us, yeah, I mean that's it's not as important as actually being able to confirm and build the facility, but if the opportunity arose, we would like to think that less than 1% of the facility proposed build could be supported in terms of that connection between power and water, or upgrade of the ablution block over at Tahuna Park, which is substandard, and you wouldn't have young females or males for that matter using those facilities. So it's a smaller contribution. If it didn't happen, it's not a deal breaker for us. It's mainly the ability to get this thing built before the end of 22 is our real priority.
Good to hear that your male and female players don't have different standards of what they might expect in a toilet, Mike. Further questions? No, reasonably clear. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Benson-Pope.
I'm often confused, and particularly these references to King's High School is also a site. How does that work?
Well, in some ways, well, putting it bluntly, Tahuna Park is our preferred location. Up until probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, we hadn't landed on any location, so we went and talked to the rector at King's. King's High School is an option, but it's not a preferred option because of the low-lying nature of King's High School. Tahuna with its sand base, and now that the council are really supportive of this as a possible location, is most definitely our preferred location. We haven't spoken to the trustees at King's at all, and if the council supported this, and hopefully they will, this is the location we'd love to site.
So the references that exist in your submission really just need removal, or the document needs tidying up. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I suppose, and the overlap between when the submission went in and when we've had the work with King's High School. I mean, at this stage we were looking at Opaho as a possible option, then we were looking at Walton Park, so now we've got a very clear first preferred option, and that's what we'd love to drive.
And so in terms of, we've had some submissions around sporting locations of other kinds, and you've alluded to them with the loading on Logan Park or wherever else, and the question about access. Obviously, Kings would have the same issue, but this would be an area that would be easy and wouldn't cause conflict. Is that a fair observation? Yeah. We believe with the
task force green building that you see to the right of the yellow bold site, with the access into into Tahuna Park, with the parking there, and without the obstructions on football, it's a really worthy. And with the quality of the sand-based soil, etc., it's a quality option.
Thank you. Thanks for your submission and for your presentation. Mr. McMillan.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me in here today. I'm not representing anyone. I don't have a fancy slide presentation. I just wanted to come and say a few words. Time is brief, so I'm just going to read what I've got to say, which is that we seem increasingly to be in a volume-based representation system. Sometimes it feels that way, rather than a consensus or majoritarian system. While the squeaky wheel may get the grease, the will of the majority, whatever that is, should supersede people talking loudly, whether that's people in leadership or those whom they represent. Opinions can and will vary, but the end goal of a better community should guide us all. I do work with Otago Access Radio and Disc Golf Dunedin. I'm not here to represent them, but I do that to try and improve my community in my own small way. I wanted to say thanks to all of you for your community, for your service to your community. I don't think we hear the word thanks often enough, so thank you. I wasn't sure whether to come in today because I don't have a whole lot to say beyond I can answer questions in regards to my submission. And what I say, but I was prompted by the fact that the intersection nearest my house, Arthur and Russell Street, is going to be shut for a month. Thank you. I appreciate it. These improvements to pedestrian safety and laterally bike safety make the roads safer for everyone, and I think that's a high priority. Did some research recently and noted, and I hate spitting into the wind, but we haven't had a cycling death that I'm aware of in more than a decade in Dunedin, and I think that's worth noting. I think the improvements over the last decade have gone towards achieving that, and we don't notice a crisis till it happens, but we haven't had those crises. So again, thank you. I know there's more bike parking coming, and I welcome that. It can't happen soon enough. As far as pedestrian safety goes, I'd just like to say zebra crossings make a lot more sense than courtesy crossings. I think I said the last time I appeared here that courtesy among drivers is hit or miss, so we don't want pedestrians being on a hit or miss basis. So. I do remain a fan of the pedestrianization of George Street. The discussions around that did not start in a vacuum. They should continue. The closure of George Street would facilitate crosstown traffic flow considerably, and it has been getting worse and worse here lately. And I don't think that's because of the lack of parking. I think it's just more people driving. Anything we can do to improve those traffic flows would be good. Unrelated to most of that is another key issue is stopping the burning of painted and treated timber. I know after the lead issues in Waikouaiti, the issues of lead came to the fore. They don't just occur in the water. It comes through the air as well. You'll notice a lot of tradies around town, and I am one, but I don't put out piles of free timber when we're doing demolition if it's painted, unless someone is testing that timber to see if it's got lead paint on it or not. And I understand of economic necessity, people need to burn what they can to keep warm. Maybe there's a program we can institute to provide free wood to people that need it, or subsidized wood to people that need it, so they're not burning painted timber. inside their homes, which aerosolizes potentially lead, which if you notice on a cold day, the smoke goes up, cools, and drops and comes right amongst houses. And I can smell what other people are burning inside of my house, including painted timber. I know air quality issues tend to fall more under the ORC, but I think DCC can and should step up on this, like we did in Waikaiti. And that's all I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Tim. You happy to take questions?
I am.
Should there be any? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you for that heartfelt submission and your comments around deaths on bikes. I've nearly added to that total on many an occasion of late. You mentioned pedestrianisation of George Street. What do you say to those people who suggest that pedestrianisation or partial pedestrianisation of George Street will lead to the death of business?
I think it's fair to say retail, just based on an anecdotal observation, has been on a downhill slide for more than a decade because of online retailing and such, and there have been other threats to it. And it hasn't been pedestrianized yet, and yet there are increasing numbers of empty storefronts. So in my mind, it's making a downtown that more people want to come to. And the bus hub has been a vast improvement to help facilitate people coming into town by bus, and I see a lot more riders on bus, again, anecdotally. And I've been taking the bus more, to be honest, because it's easier, and the B-card thing has been a great improvement. But yeah, anything that facilitates people going, ooh, I want to go downtown. And I think that there are a lot of different aspects of the pedestrianization that were discussed at meetings in 2019, which I attended, and I don't know where they're at right now, but I think that anything that makes it a destination would actually help businesses, and that should be the goal, absolutely.
Thanks, Tim. And you can't recycle pizza boxes. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. If you could stop contaminating our neighbourhood trucks, that would be useful.
I will do that. Thanks for that.
Mr. Patton. Every year it feels like you tell us this is your last year coming to speak to us on behalf of the Mayfair. Welcome. The next 5 minutes are yours. If you can turn your microphone on, Jeff, that'd be helpful. Thanks.
Brilliant. So obviously I'm here on behalf of the Mayfair Theatre Charitable Trust, and it should come as absolutely no surprise to you that we support the Mayfair, obviously. For once I come here with almost see the light at the end of the tunnel, because we've always felt the Mayfair is the right option for the small theatre in town. It is, sorry, I'll just refer to my notes. I did want to say thank you for your support over the last year with the grant, which unfortunately was only a third of previous years, and combined with COVID, it has meant that we've had to reduce our manager down to a part-time position. We just simply haven't had the income. So we are very tenuously hand-to-mouth, but we survive. We think we're a very good fit for the brief of a small theatre. 400 seats, we have food and drink spaces, function room, a rehearsal room, meeting room. We own the building next door, which provides a great deal of opportunity for developing into cafe, bar, restaurant, or significant rehearsal spaces behind. It also has the large space at the end, which is able to be used, which could be used as an extension to the stage, and therefore provide undercover off-road loading, which is one of the great issues with most touring companies. That building is a huge asset to us. At the moment it's leased out simply because we need the income, and we do not have the money to redevelop the theatre, and the chances of us raising that kind of money are very limited. And so we see the development as something that would be done in conjunction with the city. There are two elephants in the room. One is ownership. We own it, you don't. We would be quite happy for you to own it, because we see that as the only viable way of developing it, and so we don't see that as an impediment to the proposal that you have before you. The other, of course, is that it's not in the Octagon, but then it hasn't been for 105 years and has still survived. And I would like to be a little bit cheeky and point out to you that a large number of the cultural facilities in town are spread out. If you think of the Globe Theatre, the Playhouse Theatre, if you think of Hanover Hall, Marama Hall, Allen Hall, and then the Auditoria with College of Education, Boys High, Kavanagh, Kings and Queens all supply venues for a large amount of cultural activity in the town, and indeed spreads it around the town. So we don't think that the Octagon issue is as large as it is being made out to be. It has been difficult to make this presentation judged on the figures that have been presented in your consultation document. The first one was $15 million worth of building work, which probably is correct, and $15 million worth of theatre fit out, which we didn't really understand at all, because that's a phenomenal amount of money. What I did wonder was perhaps you're looking at transforming the theatre into a multi-use, flat floor, raked auditorium, anything anybody wants. And we strongly believe that that's not actually a good idea. During the charcoal blue process, I was in the Aratoy room when somebody said there aren't very many flat performance spaces in town. And as I mentally walked around the Octagon, I got to 10. So I think a lot of what you're being told is people's opinions. And to be honest, I feel that if you try to keep everybody happy with what they want in a theatre, we're building 100 theatres. And so this is the issue now, is what do we really need? We work very well for the amateur groups in town, but we also support professional touring shows. And while we haven't had as many as we would like to over the years, we feel that we have had feedback from them that say they like us for one good reason, and that's affordability. And we have even had comments from groups that use some of your facilities and say they would rather have come to us, but they couldn't because the theatre was booked out at the time because of the affordability. And so affordability for the local amateurs is a given, but also for the smaller touring shows, which this theatre deals to, they also need a very affordable venue. And a venue that's got a small amount of lighting, it's a compromise rig that we have sitting there. It suits nobody, but almost suits everybody. They can add 2 or 3 lights and they can do a show. So, and that's where we see the need is. There was one other point I would like to make, that in discussions with the council staff, they had indicated this may be a replacement for the Fortune Theatre. And one of the things that we would like to say, they were sort of hinting that it would become not so much the community theatre, but a professional theatre with a company attached. And can I say, over my 30 years of being associated with the theatre, do not do that, because the theatre needs to be completely separate from any performing company, because what happens is it's to the detriment of both the theatre and the performing company.
Thanks, Chief.
I think that's pretty much my case. I think you probably knew what I was going to say before I came here, but happy to take any questions on it.
Thank you. Sometimes people surprise us. Councillor Van der Vis.
How long have you, the Trust, been happy for the DCC to own the Mayfair?
Probably since the day we took it over.
And do I understand that you have been for some time now happy to simply gift the whole of the property to the DCC, given that the DCC was going to invest what was required to make it really work?
Yeah, I mean, we are a trust who are set up to provide a venue, and I guess the only condition we have on it is that it's affordable venue for Dunedin performing groups and others. We were basically gifted the theatre from the Dunedin Opera Company with the intention of keeping it going. And so if we feel, and we do, that the best thing to do would be to then gift it on, then we feel that's the appropriate thing to do, as long as we can preserve that facility for the sort of local groups.
So, provided that it's going to remain a facility for everybody, and that it's going to be affordable for local groups at least, you're happy to gift the entire shebang to the DCC?
Yes.
Thank you.
Some people, what do you say to those people that say that we need an 800-seat multi-use venue in order to make travelling productions viable?
An 800-seat theatre? I mean, the 800-seat theatre concept has been around for a long time, and it's actually one of our trust members who suggested it, because somebody said we needed a 600-seat venue to be more economical, and he said, why 600? Why not make it 800? And suddenly 800-seat theatre became the thing everybody wanted. To be honest, if you can afford to perform to 800 seats, you can afford to hire the Regent Theatre. And I've been performing on stage for 30 years. You know, a half full house is okay. And I've been to a lot of performances in the Regent Theatre with way smaller than 800 people there. So you've got your large theatre, which could cater for 800 people. It comes down to what you need to use the theatre for. The Regent Theatre is your big stage for touring productions who need a fly tower. And I think there's probably only 2 or 3 of those a year. The Mayfair Theatre, they don't need a fly tower, they don't need fancy things because they can't afford it. If you're going to start flying scenery, your set costs multiply by 5, you need skilled people to operate it. And there's fewer and fewer of them around.
So, given what you said earlier about the fit-out, the theatre fit-out, could the Mayfair Theatre, in your opinion, be done up to a good standard for less than what was on the council budget?
I believe it could. I mean, I believe at the moment most of the theatre as it stands now has got industry standard lighting trusses. They're hung not as everybody would like them, but they are hung in a way that was recommended by one of New Zealand's leading theatre riggers that was safe for amateurs to operate. And given that, spend 20,000 on some more lights, a very cheap sound system, and the thing is, like, we don't have a sound system because most people bring in their own because everybody wants something different. We cannot afford to have 20 sound systems sitting downstairs. They go and hire what they need. So if you leave the seating configuration as it is, actually the theatre fit out would be a very small cost.
Thank you. For clarity, nobody's talking about building an 800-seat theatre. It's 450. The 800 figure is a standing room venue for music concerts. That's potentially where the confusion has come there, the 500 to 800 range. Councillor O'Malley.
That's been asked, thanks.
I just have one, and it's about the potential of the space, I guess, because one of the other things that people have said to us is that whatever it is, wherever it is, it needs more than one performance space within the building envelope, in the way that the Fortune had a main stage and a studio downstairs. And I've been downstairs at the Mayfair, and there isn't a lot of wing space or space to move out in that direction. Do you think that is achievable there, or would it only ever really be one cross-arch stage?
If you want a smaller space than a 400-seat theatre, you probably don't need a cross-arch. You'll probably should go to the Playhouse. In terms of small space, I was quite concerned when I read the Charcoal Blue report about wanting a whole lot of rehearsal spaces together and a whole lot of performance spaces together. I play in an amateur orchestra and we rehearse at the College of Education, and last year we were on the top story and there was a Samoan drumming group on the bottom story, and it was hard work. You want to split your performance spaces and you want to split your rehearsal spaces. I hear people say to me now, the Regent Theatre suffers from sound spill from the bars next door. So, yeah, I, as a musician, as a singer, I would say, please no, keep all the rehearsal spaces spread around town. There's lots of halls that can be used for those, and keep all the performance spaces apart, not together. I mean, the town hall and the Glenroy, please ask yourself, can you have two? Can you have a rock concert in one and a classical concert in the other? No, you can't.
No. And there's a reason that the upstairs and downstairs at the Fortune are never programmed at the same time either. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Dixon. As provided by your local authority.
Yeah. Tēnā koe, Mayor Hawkins and tēnā koutou councillors, you've got my submissions, and I won't speak too directly to those. I'll just give you a little bit of interesting other stuff. It's good to be here in person again, change of faces a little bit and order around the table. I was talking to the Waikato Regional Council the other day, and they classed me as an expert. And then I realised what they meant in the chat because I was from out of town and had slides. So today I'm from in town and no slides, so not an expert, I guess. So thanks to the council and staff for this opportunity to comment on the plan. The work that's gone into the plan, I think, is quite frankly remarkable, and the detail in the supporting documents shows just the extent of thinking that's gone in behind that. Just as an aside, public comments that I hear on the street and elsewhere are about the achievements of council being almost wholly positive, with the exception of occasional murky backwaters on the internet. And they reflect the level of pride there is, I think, at the moment in this city, for which your team can accept credit. I'm going to preface my comments on the plan by mentioning that as I said in the submission, I am the Aotearoa representative on an international network of psychology leaders committed to applying psychology to help address climate problems, amongst other things. We were derailed a bit last year by a certain pandemic, which took our attention. I also chair the New Zealand Psychological Society's Climate Psychology Task Force, and we'd be happy to offer advice or help the council to find ways to actually look at behavioural aspects of climate change mitigation, adaptation, and the management of the psychological effects. I commend the council for its approach to climate change mitigation and adaptation planning, which is as it should be. We've got a vulnerable coastline, harbour, low-lying areas prone to drought and floods, inundation, and so on. And this is amongst the most disruptive and costly potentially in New Zealand. While the council's embarking on those plans, I think it needs to be committing to increasing the scale and funding of the actions around preparedness for climate mitigation measures and adaptation. We need to be collaborating with other levels of government, iwi, Crown agencies, business experts, and our communities. I mentioned in my written submission the words of Rod Oram and Bernard Hickey, who have identified your level of government as the major players in implementing effective climate actions. In my submission, I've identified what some of those collaborations and a number of what I think are important programs for the city to be planning to address. Vitally important, though, is engagement with the public and the communities, establishing willing cooperation and collaboration by the people of the city, and not just those who are directly affected by sea level rises affecting their homes or extreme rainfall threatening their properties. This is where our understanding of the role of psychology will be of considerable benefit to councils and central government, in that the effectiveness of councils' plans for action and intervention really hinge on the level of personal agency that can be encouraged in its citizens. That is, willingness to take responsibility and make commitments personally to implement change in lives and activities and decisions and choices that people make. The more our councils can support people to embrace the need for change, the more support there is for sound decisions on concerted action, the more likely it is that we can achieve those fairly ambitious goals of net zero carbon. Conversely, without that level of commitment, those plans may not be successful. There are many areas in which council can provide support and incentives for community and individual efforts. It's really pleasing to see that some councils around New Zealand are taking up these options, promoting sustainable housing, water conservation, planting shrubs and trees, restoring wetlands. In Gore, for instance, new residential buildings have to have at least 3,000 litre storage capacity for rainwater. Others are subsidising or giving rates relief for installation costs of water and energy conservation measures. But council also needs to be removing barriers so that compliance is easier and the costs are minimal. Looking overseas, many cities are seeing the advantage of supporting community initiatives. So for instance, in Ireland, they have green communities projects, sustainable energy community programs, and substantial systems for consulting with people, educating people. So I'll wind up. I want to finish just by restating my earlier praise for the thorough work and foresight that's been shown by council and staff on these issues, and make a plea for us to pay real attention to plans engaging effectively with and empowering the communities that you serve. So I'm happy with that. Questions?
Kia ora, Brian. Questions? Councillor Elder?
I'm always interested in engagement, and I think you're right in the sense that we have to take our community with us. And so have you got any models that, overseas models that you would advise us on? Or?
Yes, certainly. So because of the network I'm in, probably half a dozen good models, but the Irish one that I mentioned, which I'm happy to provide links to, is quite remarkable. It's actually countrywide, but it's focused on the cities and the communities and gets them to engage, and it's got thorough education systems with experts being able to talk to people and listen to people, decision making being made in consultation all of the time. So that would be a model that I would suggest is one of the better ones at the moment. They've been stalled for a year or more though, because they haven't been able to get out and meet each other. So we could lead the way.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
It's like the German railways.
You can take the cup with you.
Yeah, I'll take it home and I'll send it to Steve.
Mr. Ward, your patience has been rewarded. Submitted, it's not on your roster, but you're looking for submission number 817778. Just give people a moment to find that, sir. I can't seem to find it. It worked a second time. Welcome. The next 5 minutes are yours.
Good afternoon. Alan Ward's my name. To the councillors and mayor, I just wish to speak on the thing that I put in to start with and was told that I would be emailed back my time slot, but I have not received nothing. But anyway, firstly, the rates for the first year at 9.8% increase, followed by 5.7% for the following year. For the next 9 years is very large for the average household. And it's getting to the stage where a lot of Dunedin people cannot afford to be paying that. Number one, there's been a lot of wasted money in the council with bollards on the road, concrete tubs in Mosgiel, closing off the Octagon and so forth. That's cost unnecessary money with stupid decisions. I would like to see, before things are done in council, that they get 3 tenders for work to proceed and the work go to local people, not Christchurch developers, which I think has got to be a plus. We bought Sammy's, paid a lot of money, lying idle. It's going to cost millions to do it up. To me, that's wasted money. We're talking about theatres, and we've got Regent, we have the Mayfair, which we just heard them talking about. We have the Fortune. Why do we need the Athenaeum to be done up? Again, wasted money. So I feel that it's time the council looked at the way they spend money. They should be concentrating on water, sewerage and roading. We're just doing up the Cycleway Valley Road at the moment, and 6 months' time will they dig it up and put the water pipes down and do up the sewerage, which I have seen happen in this town. So really it is time the council started talking together properly about wasted money. And I think the 800 million debt that we're going to have in 10 years will be 900 million with inflation or more. I do not see our younger people today affording that at all. And I would like to put the challenge out to the council to think carefully of how they spend their money, because the roading is in bad need of repair, so are the water pipes and the sewerage. Not pretty things around the town. The stars up the Ross Creek, wasted money. So that's about all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you for your submission. I think you've almost read our minds. Are you aware from the financial planning we're doing that the vast majority of the money we're proposing to spend is on the very things you want?
I have seen some of those things, but there have been things like the bridge to nowhere, which is going to be 20 million, which I think has been taken off the board now, which should have been not there in the first place. You know, we spent money on a walk bridge down in the university for 2 million. Why was it ever mooted to spend 20 million on the bridge to nowhere when you could build a bridge for 2 million?
Yeah, thank you. But you haven't answered my question, which are you aware of the fact that the most of the money we're spending are on the very things you've come in here today to ask us to do?
Yes, but also the likes of the theatre. You're proposing to do that, and you're proposing to do something with spending 4 million on semis. That's, to me, is wasted money. Would you not agree?
No, I wouldn't, but I still not answer my question, but that's fine. I'm happy with your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Thank you.
Mr. Curry. Welcome. Next 5 minutes are yours.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm the president of the Dunedin Public Art Gallery Society, and I'm here to speak on their behalf. Our beginnings go back to 1890, actually. We actually set the gallery up, and it was founded with the start of a very small collection of art based in the Maritime Hall of the Otago Museum. The Society managed the gallery and continued to make purchases. In 1924, the building and collection was gifted to the city, and for a modest funding. And in 1924, the Society deeded the management of the gallery to the DCC, and the gallery became fully integrated into the DCC. Up to that point, it was run by volunteers, relying on donations, and I think it was a bit of a struggle, frankly. But I want to thank the current council for its continued support of the gallery. Successive councils, I think, should be commended for their awareness of the importance of the gallery to Dunedin, and this has enabled the gallery to go from strength to strength and basically is a jewel in the Dunedin crown. I might be biased here, but... So the Society today continues to support the gallery, fundraising, managing bequests and fostering a broader interest in the local arts. Earlier representation of New Zealand art was pretty poor. There was a focus on European art. And so the gallery in a sense is a little bit in catch-up mode. But the Society has helped with this, and we've contributed with acquisitions from the likes of Shane Cotton, Marilyn Webb, Francis Hodgkins, Robin White, and recently Imogen Taylor, who was the Hodgkins Fellow. Up till now, 75 works by Dunedin artists and 71 works of other New Zealand artists have been funded by the Society. Now, we're aware that this is a time for financial constraints. With interest rates so low currently and art prices very high, the Society can currently afford just one major purchase a year for the gallery. Our last purchase was two rare Tertiary pieces from the 60s. And we're, I think, the only gallery in New Zealand that holds pieces from that era. But DCC funding is now more important than ever to ensure the gallery builds its collection, that it extends its range, and remains a significant collection in the country. The gallery, as you probably know, hosts a wide range of events and exhibitions each year as a major attraction for visitors in the city, and hosts thousands of school children each year to gain an appreciation and awareness of art. It's a key institution in the historical, cultural and educational fabric of the city. And the Society requests that the DCC continues to support the gallery to maintain the quality it offers Dunedin and New Zealand. Thank you.
Perfect timing, thank you. You happy to take questions, Ross?
Yes, no problems.
Great. Questions? Councillor Benson-Pope?
Thank you for all your work. Tempting fate probably, but is the Gallery Society happy with the level of contribution from the city for acquisitions funding?
I think there's a complementarity there, and we can only afford to buy one piece basically a year, so clearly the gallery needs more funds than we can provide. Average price of a piece that they want is about $30,000 today. That's what we've contributed for each piece we've bought.
Thank you.
But basically we're asking for continuity in the support.
And plenty of benefactors.
Yeah, that's right. There's a price to pay for that.
Thanks, Ross.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dryden, welcome. We once again find ourselves ahead of schedule. The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Hi, I wanted primarily to talk about the proposed rubbish collection changes. I'm not opposed to the changes, and I think that the green food, the green waste and the food waste separation is a really good idea. However, this proposal leaves about 50 to 70 households on the peninsula, and maybe in other places as well, unable to access rubbish collection services. For example, anyone along Highcliffe Road, Camp Road and Castlewood Road and Seal Point Road and Karatai Road and McMeeking Road. The proposed wheelie bins don't really look like they would fit in the back of my car. I have a small Honda Jazz and they probably would tip over. But currently I buy the black rubbish bags from the supermarket, put them in the back of my car and drop them off in town where rubbish collection services occur. And so the DCC a couple of years ago organised a recycling service, so the trucks come up to the little pull-off halfway down Highcliffe Road, because they recognised the fact that the peninsula households were unable to access the recycling service, which is also through wheelie bins. And I would urge you to do the same for the rubbish collection, especially if you do bring in the proposed changes. Consulting with households that are affected by this would probably come up with a really good solution. Off the top of my head, we wouldn't need as much access to green waste or food waste collection because a lot of people on the peninsula have chickens or compost. And we wouldn't probably need a weekly service either because we only put out a 65 litre rubbish bag every 3 to 4 weeks. Or sort of provide some sort of bins that we could easily put in cars that wouldn't tip over. Since at the moment it's a user pays rubbish system, and so it's not charged on the rates, but then if you put it on the rates, then it's sort of unfair if we have to pay through the rates, can't access it, and then pay again when we take it to waste transfer stations. And so that was basically my main point, just that there is a small but significant proportion of people that might not be able to access the service, and that we should make some provisions for that. And then my other point was just, I don't know what traffic improvements you want to make on the Halsey Ward Street area, but that area is really terrible. It backs up over the overbridge in peak traffic because I use that to get to find a park and to drop my daughter off at daycare. And the light sequences are often too short to allow more than one of the double logging trucks through. And so if you want to put all the heavy traffic down through that area, there's going to have to be a major refit. But also there's a lot of free parking in the area that's used by people that live in, that work in the city. And a lot of it's also the Oceana gold miners. They park there because the bus stops down there. And so doing away with free parking around the Halsey Ward Street area would not be a good idea. But so I just wanted that put down as well. And that's it.
Yeah,
Those are
thank
my
you.
2 comments.
In terms of the curbside collection system, it's paid for by way of a targeted rate, which means that if your property isn't serviced by the service, then you don't get charged for using the service.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah. But are there questions? Right. It's very clear. Half of it's already been dealt with. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
a reminder to people that we haven't adjourned the meeting, nor have we turned off the cameras that are streaming your conversations, depending on how loud you are having them. We have one submitted to come, scheduled at 4:20. The rest either not coming or have been rescheduled. It doesn't seem to have worried you up until this point, Councillor. we adjourn the meeting until 9 o'clock tomorrow. Seconded Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Use your inside voice next time.